In those years, Jack was full of ambition, purposeful, and therefore quickly achieved significant results in his affairs. But at some point, his whole life suddenly turned in a completely different direction, where he faced betrayal from his beloved, and lost everything that he had worked so long and hard to create. The young man could not even imagine that in one moment his business, his love, and his life would all end. Looking down from somewhere above at all that was left of his cafe, Jack only noticed that there was a lot of garbage here. But then everything around changed, and the young man saw something else, where in the messages flashing in front of him he guessed the events of the past. Jack could never have imagined that life was filled with such a huge number of bright events. Well, someone invisible to the eye of a mere mortal noted that after viewing the entire chain of events, it was time to act. When the boy found himself in the classroom, he was very disoriented and could not understand what was happening. Much later, he was able to realize that he now had an incredible advantage in the form of knowledge, and now he has a real chance to change everything. All that remained was to develop the right strategy for this game called life. The young man knew nothing about this second chance, and therefore decided to spend time only on significant things, discarding everything unnecessary. Where he would rather talk to a girl about new financial models than about romance and love. At the age of 28, Jack decided to give up a prestigious job at one of the best companies in his country. Having collected his few things, the young man cheerfully declared that all his now former colleagues could see him off to a bright future. Everyone who gathered in the office wished their former boss success in all his endeavors. That same evening, the young man, surrounded by his closest former colleagues, celebrated the beginning of his new life. One of them noted that climbing the career ladder to the position that Jack occupied was not an easy task, but Jack replied with a smile that his decision to leave was final, and that he wanted to do what he loved. The girl sitting opposite him asked him what he was planning to do, to which the young man, without any doubt, explained that he wanted to open his own cafe and spend more time with his beloved. When he finished telling his plans for the future, his former colleagues could not help but admire these simple, yet meaningful plans. And when his interlocutor stated that he could not allow himself such liberties, since he had a number of financial obligations, Jack tried to calm him down, saying that everything has its time. After these words, it was proposed to drink to the bright future of each of those gathered here today. Having loudly toasted a successful and bright future, the young people filled the restaurant with the clinking of glasses. Jack was able to realize his dream, where his cafe turned out to be very cozy, and this business flourished successfully. While making coffee himself, the young man dreamed of his own cloudless and successful future. Gently hugging Lucy, Jack noted that over the past month his cafe had brought them more than $100,000 in net profit. After which he hugged his beloved to himself, adding that next month his investments would pay off and he would start receiving net profit. Responding to tenderness with tenderness, Lucy said that the young man was a good boy and that success would definitely await him. Jack really thought he was taking a big risk by quitting his job and mortgaging his home to get a loan to open a cafe, but it turned out to be the right decision. The huge tractor, its tracks rattling on the pavement tiles, inexorably approached the building. On the other side, the excavator had already started working when Jack jumped out into the street, angrily asking what the people with heavy equipment who had suddenly appeared here were up to. To which one of the workers explained that the land on which the cafe stands had been bought, and the new owner was asking that it be cleared of foreign objects. This prospect, of course, did not suit the guy at all, who literally stood like a wall in the path of the equipment's movement. But his interlocutor responded that they were simply workers who were carrying out an assignment, and that the young man could ask all his questions to the person who leased him this plot of land. The advice was sound, and the young man took out his mobile phone, asking the workers to wait a little. When the phone was answered, Jack sternly asked his landlord to explain what was going on and why no one had notified him of the sale of the land. As he spoke, the workers quietly sympathized with him, realizing that Jack had fallen into some kind of trap by renting the wrong piece of land. The guy's interlocutor, however, absolutely recklessly stated that he had completely forgotten to say that the lease was not long-term, since the land had been sold, but the young man could always move to another place. But such explanations did not suit Jack at all, who had also invested a lot of money in his premises, including in the renovation and advertising of this particular place. And his interlocutor indifferently stated that there was no way to stop the dismantling of the building. The guy had no choice but to start demanding compensation for damages, but the man firmly stated that this was not provided for in the contract. The workers listened to the conversation and came to the general conclusion that the guy had decided to go into business too early, which is why he had suffered a complete collapse. While this dialogue was going on and the young man was accusing his former landlord of deliberately hiding the truth, a woman with a child appeared in the room where the fat man was sitting. His interlocutor cheerfully stated that if Jack was unhappy with something, he could confidently go to court. If, of course, he had enough money to hire a good lawyer. He then added that when there is a trial, he will simply say that he found out about the demolition of the building much later, after signing the lease. As he continued the conversation, the girl clung to the man, saying that it was time for them to discuss the upcoming trip. Jack listened with bated breath as the little girl told her dad that she wanted a hotel room with a sea view, where he promised to fulfill his daughter's wish. But finally the landlord turned his attention back to his interlocutor, declaring that he had more important things to do. Jack didn't even have time to respond to this, when suddenly the connection was interrupted. The workers also understood everything perfectly well, and now one of them was giving the order to continue the work of demolishing the cafe. The young man was filled with rage, but he was practically powerless to do anything, only clutching his mobile phone tighter. Jack stood and silently watched as the machinery approached his brainchild, arriving to destroy not just a structure, but the meaning of one person's life. Already smoking his 10th cigarette in a row, the young man did not let go of his phone, trying to find support from at least someone in this difficult situation for him. The young man also tried to reach out to his landlord, demanding that he return at least part of the money, but he did not respond to his messages. At some point, the guy was distracted from his worries by a familiar female voice. Turning around, Jack was genuinely happy to see his beloved Lucy returning home. This girl gave him a boost of strength and energy, where he would definitely never give up while she was around. Standing at the threshold, Lucy asked the guy if he had been able to come up with something to get out of the hole he had accidentally fallen into. Approaching his beloved, Jack urged her to put aside her worries, where, according to his calculations, they could make some money from selling some of the furniture and try to start over. He also hoped that the landlord would return part of the money, and then everything would definitely work out for them. Listening to everything Jack said, the girl simply remained silent for now. The guy continued, stating that this time he would check everything carefully when he looked for a place for the cafe. But he would be able to make a profit in any place, because their reputation was impeccable. And then, finally, Lucy started talking, where she suddenly mentioned Henry's name as the one she wanted to talk to the guy about now. Hearing this name, the young man frowned deeply, wondering if this man had tried to harass Lucy again. Looking down and tugging at her hair, the girl quietly said that there was no talk of harassment now. And suddenly the young man's interlocutor announced that she had come to him today to tell him about their separation. Jack was ready to hear anything except such shocking news. He immediately grabbed Lucy's hand, begging her to just give him a little more time and continue to believe in his abilities. Jack recalled how he solved any problems that appeared in his life, each time reaching a higher level. Suddenly, the girl also grabbed her practically ex-boyfriend by the hand, saying that in fact she just wanted to help him. She then added that Henry had been very generous, where even before she agreed to be his girlfriend, he had already given her a handbag worth several thousand. But this stunned the guy even more, because he had just realized that she had been dating Henry and receiving gifts from him while she was in a relationship with Jack himself. Lucy herself stood and thought that it was unlikely that anyone could resist such a temptation. But at the same time, she could not finally decide who to choose, because Jack was very handsome and young. And so she clung to her lover, saying that Henry was already old and would die in a few years, and that she would spend that time with him, secretly meeting with Jack. Pulling the young man towards her, Lucy said that she loved him very much. The girl explained that in Henry, she saw an opportunity to get out of the hole they found themselves in. Since only if she agreed to become his girlfriend, he immediately promised to put $1 million into her account. After all, with $1 million in their pocket, they will be able to start a very good business, which would be clearly stupid to refuse. But Jack's reaction was not what she expected, where the young man angrily shouted that no problem gives his girlfriend a reason to start selling her body. Everything he learned today didn't fit in his head, and now the guy openly declared that he never wanted to see Lucy again. Reaching his hand towards the door, the young man literally shouted at the girl to get away. Lucy gave the guy a haughty look and only smirked in response to his demand. Already on the threshold, she declared that she didn't really want to be near some poor guy who might not even try to persuade her to come back in the future. When she finished, all Jack did was loudly repeat his demand that Lucy get away from there. Absolutely crushed by this life, the young man walked quietly down the street, soaking wet in the rain. Inside himself, he understood that any problem could be solved. The only question was how much time it would take. He immediately remembered a very recent meeting with those to whom he had managed to owe money, where these guys were very persistent and convincing in their demands to return what he borrowed from them in the shortest possible time. Thinking about this only made the guy even more depressed, as things were already going badly. He didn't notice how he reached the very place where the cafe he had created had recently flourished. After passing through the barrier tape, Jack found himself in the middle of the ruins, looking at everything. What was left of his dream. Falling to his knees, the young man wondered why all this had happened to him. He wanted to light a cigarette. But when he took out the pack of cigarettes, he discovered that they were all wet, and therefore it was impossible to light a cigarette. He was just thinking that God himself was laughing at him right now, when a loud sound was heard from above. Jack didn't even understand what had just happened to him, as he was already lying on the ground, continuing to curse the Almighty. Well, the workers who arrived in time watched in horror as the body of the former owner of this demolished cafe was literally torn into 2 parts. It was at this moment that the young man saw first a mountain of garbage beneath him, and then part of his own body, surrounded by a team of workers. Still not realizing what had happened to him, Jack looked down at himself in ecstasy. The ambulance crew and police arrived at the scene of the emergency quite quickly. Even seasoned doctors were horrified by the terrible fate that befell this very young guy. Well, what was called the soul of a person was hanging in the air at that very time, and watching as the remains of his physical incarnation were carried away into the machine. Jack already understood that his life was interrupted at this point, regretting only what he still had not managed to do. Continuing to hang in the air, he suddenly noticed that from the very place where his cafe was located, some bright golden light began to seep out from under the ground. Not knowing what to do next, the young man simply watched what would happen next. Well, the light became brighter and brighter with every second, where at some point the young man even had to protect his eyes from its blinding effect. After a strong flash, everything that surrounded the guy suddenly disappeared, and he found himself in some kind of emptiness, where messages with information about past events periodically appeared. Soon, individual messages turned into a real stream of events, rushing before the guy's eyes. Jack had no idea that life was filled with such an incredible number of different events, most of which had nothing to do with his life. But at the same time, there was much more that he had never seen or understood. Continuing to move through this emptiness, the young man noted that the picture was becoming clearer with each step. He didn't notice how he found himself on the edge of some cliff, unable to keep his balance and falling into a black void. As he fell down, Jack could no longer do anything and could only scream shrilly. His eyes opened as the blackness of the void seemed to dissipate under the influence of light. The boy jerked violently and opened his eyes, and the young man sitting next to him noted that the boy must have been having a nightmare. Hearing a familiar voice, Jack turned his head, looking closely at the one next to him. Realizing that this was impossible, the young man stated in fear that his friend David had also died, to which his interlocutor immediately declared that there was definitely something wrong with the young man's head, since he was talking such nonsense. But Jack was no longer listening to him, rising from his seat and looking in amazement at the audience in which he found himself. At some point, his facial features relaxed, and he stated that, apparently, this was his paradise. David urged the guy to calm down and return to his seat, because now there was a lecture on his favorite subject. Jack didn't react to this in any way, and then his interlocutor asked what the guy had dreamed about that had influenced his behavior so much. At that moment, the teacher at the board turned his attention to Jack and asked the boy why he had even gotten up from his seat. The young man's face changed again when he saw Professor Albert McDowell, whom he had always respected most of all. This wonderful man committed suicide when one of his students, Belinda Andrews, accused him of harassment. Professor McDowell tried to explain that he would never do such a thing, but everyone believed the student, whose parents had a huge fortune and extensive connections, which led to the man's death, where the man died literally before Jack's eyes, among others. And so the guy literally threw himself into the man's arms, rejoicing that he had also gone to heaven and wishing him a speedy rebirth on earth. He didn't notice Albert swinging his arm, continuing to wish him fame and fortune in his new life after being reborn in a new body. And then the tightly rolled sheet of paper finally fell on the madman's head. The man was clearly unhappy that Jack had written him off as dead, deciding that he was on drugs or had clearly gotten drunk the night before. While Jack was trying to come to his senses, feeling the pain from the blow, David came to him, asking him not to pay attention to his friend, who had hit his head hard and had not yet recovered. He then turned his attention to Jack himself, noting that he needed to quickly return to his seat if he didn't want to fail the exam later. The young man wanted to say that he was not finished yet, but David added that the dream had ended, where a real lecture was now taking place. This made Jack turn and look around the room, catching the surprised glances of his fellow students. As the young man looked at the audience, all sorts of thoughts flashed through his head. He was already sitting in his seat, looking completely confused, when David talked about how the guy needed to stop not sleeping at night. Jack was now worried about the reason why, even while in heaven, he had to study. The lecture continued, and Jack meanwhile looked around nervously. His attention was drawn to Bella Dawson sitting behind him, where her presence there was surprising, since he had not heard of her death. The girl looked at him with such a look that he simply didn't know what to do with himself. A friend who was next to Bella drew her attention to the fact that Jack was showing some strange signs of attention to her. But then the young man turned his head a little further and looked at Bella's friend, where she instantly perked up, deciding that now the guy had decided to start showing signs of attention to her. She then urged her friend not to respond to the attention from this strange classmate, and Bella said that she didn't need him at all and wasn't interested in him. Meanwhile, David informed Jack that Professor McDowell was keeping an eye on him, and so the guy had better concentrate on the lecture. Turning around, the young man looked in the direction where the man was standing, immediately meeting his gaze. The guy noticed to himself that even after death, Albert remained just as serious and focused, able to crush with just one look. The next thing that caught his attention was a textbook on finance and investments lying right in front of him on the table. Looking at the title, Jack began to notice that this was no longer like paradise at all, since there were too many coincidences with reality. Turning his attention to the board, the young man saw the topics of today's lecture written there in chalk, where he had already covered all of this when he was getting his higher education. And now a shocking thought came into his head that he was not really in heaven, but had been reborn as his past self. Soon the bell rang, and all the students hurriedly left the classroom. Only Jack remained in place, and his friend asked him in a loud voice what had happened to him today, referring to Jack's strange behavior. After all, David knew this guy very well, and it was definitely not typical for him to fall asleep during lectures, especially when it came to Professor McDowell's lecture, and Jack's strange behavior could indicate that something had happened to him. After these thoughts, David suddenly pulled out a $100 bill, handing it to his friend, where he accompanied this with the words that perhaps this small amount of money would help him in solving the impending problems. Looking at his friend in confusion, Jack said that his financial reserves were enough to last until the end of the month. However, David insisted, stating that he was able to help his best friend, where he also regarded his gesture as a kind of personal investment in his future, where if his family ever gives up on him and throws him out the door, he can always turn to a friend for help. On these terms, Jack accepted the help, saying that David could contact him at any time if needed. All this pleased the young man, who suggested celebrating this occasion with a joint trip to a cafe. The day ended rather quickly, and now the bright moon in the cloudless sky was already illuminating the students' dormitory. In the middle of the night, only Jack could not sleep normally. The young man lay on his bed, going through all sorts of thoughts in his head. His consciousness gradually recognized that he had been reborn at the very time when he was studying at the university in 1998, where the very fact of rebirth after such a tragic death could not but please him. Tossing and turning, the young man tried to remember everything that had happened to him after his death. But overall, all this was not as important as the real second chance at life that appeared to him. The prospects that opened up before the guy in the current circumstances were incredible, and thoughts about this made him toss and turn in his bed every now and then. Turning around once again, Jack suddenly saw David standing in front of him, rising from his sleeping place, who immediately began to scold the guy for not sleeping himself and not letting him get a good night's sleep by constantly tossing and turning in bed. Noticing that his friend's sudden appearance had frightened him greatly, Jack promised that he would try to fall asleep and not disturb him. But his thoughts continued to be where he saw the incredible prospect of a radical change in his life. David once again noted that his friend had been behaving incredibly strangely lately. But the young man did not respond to this, laying back down and thinking only about how he would change his life, where he even had the opportunity to save the life of the respected Professor McDowell. But after good thoughts, the faces of all those who broke his past life suddenly surfaced in his memory. Who in this life did the guy intend to take revenge on for the fact that they led him to death? Using all his knowledge about the future, the young man intended to become the richest and most influential man in the world. Sitting in the audience next to his friend, Jack was immersed in his own concerns. He made a list of what he needed to do, taking into account all the changes that his country's economy and the rest of the world's economy would undergo, where he needed to buy real estate that would greatly increase in value over time, and use his knowledge of programming. The only problem was that at that point in time, he did not have the funds to afford to buy real estate. Without initial capital, he could not invest in all those areas in which an upswing was expected, and therefore his rebirth did not yet offer any positive prospects, as it might have seemed at the beginning. At the same time, the young man understood perfectly well that if he really wanted to change his future, then he simply needed to intensively accumulate capital over the next 5 years, And this is where the knowledge about the future, which he fortunately possesses, can help him. At this moment, Jack's attention was drawn to his friend, who inquired about the subject of the guy's deep thoughts. Jack didn't have time to answer, when suddenly Devon turned his attention to what was written on the sheet of paper lying in front of the young man. After reading about the plans from 1998 to 2003, about finances, computers, and the past, Jack's classmate was very surprised, deciding that he was going to change his specialty. And then Jack explained that he just wanted to plan all his actions in advance for several years ahead, because his family was not wealthy, which meant that he would have to make his way in life on his own. This statement amused Dakid, who immediately noted that, given his excellent academic performance, the worst place the guy would be hired would be a bank, which meant his future was definitely secured. And Jack immediately remembered how in his past life he was denied employment at a bank because there were simply no vacancies there. Then he explained to his friend that having a good education doesn't mean anything at all, because everyone is primarily interested in work experience. He then turned to his parents, saying that they already had plans to go into farming. In his past life, his parents, of course, did not become rich, but growing vegetables and fruits allowed their family to live a normal life. When David heard that his friend's parents were going to quit their business and take up farming, he promised to ask his father to analyze their activities for mistakes. And so he urged Jack not to worry about the future, and his parents too. Of course, the young man was very grateful to his friend and thanked him for his participation. But then the face of his interlocutor changed dramatically, where he noted that his father had recently been very busy with his new restaurant, which was taking up a lot of time, since things were not going well there. This information made Jack himself tense up, as he had information about the past. Noticing how tense his friend was, David asked why the information about the restaurant had such a strong effect on him. And Jack had a reason to be sad, where he immediately remembered events from his past life. That time when his friend David told him that his business had completely failed and he was bankrupt. At their last meeting, his friend said through tears that he was leaving the city for an indefinite period of time, wishing Jack success in his business, urging him to never, ever give up. Back then, no one could have imagined that everything would turn out so tragically. And now he has already started giving the guy advice on what particular area his family should pay attention to when running a business that can safely be called a kind of battlefield. After listening to his friend, David asked him not to turn into his dad, suggesting that they leave the classroom, since the classes were already over. Jack thought to himself that he needed to come up with a way to point his friend's father in the right direction to do things. He remembered how David used to always order more than he could eat himself at a cafe, and unobtrusively treat him to delicious and expensive food. Knowing that his family was going through a difficult time, he also always helped him with money, saying that he was thus investing in his future. And since he was always there and helped, now it's time for him to repay all his debts. The young man continued to think over his plan of action while standing under the warm streams of the shower. He recalled how in his past life he was unable to immediately find a good job, and then he decided to change his specialty and achieved significant success in programming. Now, when the internet is developing at a rapid pace, he will need to seize any opportunity to avoid being left out of work. He immediately remembered that in 1999, a certain Caleb Donovan founded his Donovan Corporation, which firmly established itself on the market in just 8 months. Turning around, the guy caught his elbow on a piece of soap, where his head was now filled with thoughts about how his level of programming was higher than that of any other person. And if he managed to start cooperation with this corporation, then in that case, he would not have to worry about his future, where this cooperation will allow him to accumulate his initial capital and reach the very top. In all this, Jack saw an opportunity to change not only his life, but the life of the entire country, and perhaps the life of the entire world. When this stream of thoughts was finished, the young man finally noticed the piece of soap that was still lying a couple of meters away from him. Jack leaned over to pick it up and continue washing. Some noise that was heard behind him at that moment literally made the guy shudder. Without changing his position, the young man carefully turned around, where his friend David appeared behind him, and frightened the guy by popping a bag in his hand. The young man humorously noted that even if the guy was alone in the shower, he shouldn't have bent over so much. Straightening up, Jack grumbled discontentedly about how such vulgar jokes from his friend were completely inappropriate, to which his interlocutor smiled and said that he didn't mean anything bad by it. And now he continued his movement, wishing his comrade a good completion of his water procedures. It was at that moment that Jack saw a strange light appear right before his eyes. The involuntary cry he let out made David stop, turn around and ask what was going on. But the young man did not answer the question, continuing to wonder internally about what this strange glow was. He quickly remembered that he had already seen exactly the same light immediately after his death. Deciding to check something out, Jack asked his friend if he could see this strange light, to which he recommended the guy to watch fewer mystical programs and not to scare him with such questions at all, since there is no light here. And a moment later the glow really did disappear, forcing Jack himself to doubt whether it was reality or some kind of hallucination. As David continued on his way, he noticed that his friend had become very strange lately, recommending that he take a hot shower to relax. But the young man did not listen to his comrade, continuing to think about that strange and inexplicable glow. As Bella's friend Katie walked through the cafeteria, she noticed that their classmate Jack had been acting very unusually for the past few days, to which her interlocutor immediately and rather sharply declared that she didn't care about this guy at all. Watching her friend's violent reaction, Katie smiled and said that Bella's attitude towards this guy was quite categorical. But Bella herself noticed to herself that Jack's behavior, who used to follow her wherever she went, had really changed recently. So he constantly followed her to the library, where he always tried to sit so that he could see her, which he now does not do at all, or sits with his back to her. Well, when they sit together at lectures, he is simply busy reading some books and does not pay attention to the girl at all. Bella was distracted from these thoughts by the cry of her friend, who informed her of the appearance of the one they had just been heatedly discussing. Turning her head, the girl actually saw Jack heading in their direction. The young man was completely absorbed in his affairs, where he was determined to help develop the business of the Donovan Corporation. Lost in his thoughts, he didn't even pay attention to the girls who were standing right in his path. Bella, in her thoughts, came to the conclusion that this guy simply decided to play with her. Neither Jack nor the girl noticed how their bodies suddenly collided, causing Bella to drop the food she had bought from her hands. At that very moment, both girlfriends pounced on the young man, accusing him of having gone completely blind. Jack looked up at the girls with a confused look and asked for forgiveness for what had happened, saying that he had not done it on purpose. But Bella did not calm down, threateningly declaring that the young man should stop constantly pursuing her, since he was of no interest to her at all. Where his prank today resulted in her being left without her lunch. Crouching down and trying to collect everything that had fallen from Bella's hands, Jack continued to apologize for this obvious misunderstanding. Soon he stood up, turning to the girl with the words that she absolutely did not need to be nervous. After all, he is ready not only to pay for spoiled food, but also to buy a new portion or even two, if necessary. But Bella demonstratively turned away, rudely declaring that she was not interested in the guy's money, and recommending that he watch where he was going next time. Watching the offended girl leave, the young man said that next time he would definitely be more careful. And a moment later he continued his movement, once again immersed in questions of the further development of the Donovan Corporation. Katie was the first to express her sincere surprise, unable to believe that Jack had simply taken and left without showing any attention to Bella. Bella herself closely watched Jack's further movements around the dining room. Well, her well-meaning friend carefully noted that this young man, apparently, really had lost all interest in the girl, since before he would not have stopped hanging around her in such a situation. To which Bella smugly stated that she didn't care at all whether Jack was interested in her or not. She turned sharply and headed towards the distribution area, angrily saying that she needed another portion of food. But to herself, she thought that the guy was simply trying to arouse her interest in himself by showing coldness towards her. Having taken a portion of food, the young man had already settled down at one of the tables, continuing to work on developing a development strategy for the Donovan Corporation. Bella walked up to his desk and caught his attention just as he was about to shovel another spoonful of food into his mouth. Without giving the guy time to come to his senses, the girl firmly stated that they needed to talk right now. Taking a break from his work, the young man asked what Bella wanted from him. But then the girl's face suddenly turned red, and she began to accuse the guy of not understanding anything himself. But unable to say directly what was on her mind, she quickly blurted out that the guy should just continue eating, calling him a complete fool in her mind. Without understanding anything at all, the young man wished his interlocutor a bon appetit. And a second later, he himself continued to have lunch and develop plans so that the company he had chosen would only prosper. Not wanting to back down so easily, Bella sat down right in front of the young man with a new portion of food, trying to understand the reason why he still didn't look at her, although she had been sitting next to him for 3 whole minutes. And then the young man suddenly raised his gaze, which made Bella experience inner delight. But pretty soon she realized that Jack was not looking at her at all, but somewhere else. Wanting to personally examine the object of Jack's close attention, the girl turned around, and behind her she saw Belinda Andrews walking across the room in all her glory. At that very second, thoughts crept into Bella's head that Jack had decided to change the object of his attention to this gorgeous beauty from a rich family. Smiling, the girl noted out loud that the guy would never be able to get the attention of this girl, who was much higher on the social ladder than he was. To this, the young man coldly stated that she had misunderstood everything, but he was not going to explain himself to her. Then, noticing that he had already managed to finish eating, Jack stood up and left Bella's company, once again wishing her bon appetit. The girl could not stand such impudence, and literally jumped up from her seat, almost shouting that the young man did not dare to talk to her like that. But the young man no longer heard her, as he was mentally immersed in the events of his past life, where the highly respected Professor Albert McDowell committed suicide precisely because of that same fatal beauty, Belinda. Taking advantage of her family's reputation and position, she easily managed to bring this remarkable man to the decision to commit suicide. Standing on the roof before the jump, Albert told himself that he had always lived honestly, loved his wife and child, but for some reason society did not believe him. After this whole story was exposed by the media bribed by Belinda's family, he was left with no chance to clear his name. Literally clutching his head, the man insisted that he would never commit the kind of actions he was accused of, much less towards his own students. He was still standing on the edge of the roof when Jack appeared on the street. Having pushed aside the onlookers with cameras, the young man tried to attract the professor's attention, but not heard anything, or did not want to hear, now saying that most of all he felt sorry for his wife and child, whom he was abandoning in this world. And a moment later it was all over, and Albert's lifeless body lay below on the asphalt. The young man, not believing what had happened, stood and watched with astonished eyes as blood flowed out of the professor's body. The man's wife and son, whom the woman tried to protect from this terrible sight, also became involuntary witnesses to his death. After some time, Albert's wife could not cope with the mental stress and also committed suicide, leaving their son an orphan. Well, the one who destroyed and literally annihilated the entire family only laughed at the fact that the professor decided to die, and did not begin to take revenge, or at least fight. The friends around her supported Belinda's opinion that he would have died soon anyway, since he was already old. Jack happened to overhear this conversation by accident, including the words of this killer that Dad will at least cover her, even though formally she is not guilty of anything. Even then, the guy was filled with the strongest rage, where he believed that if someone had to die, it was Belinda herself. The guy was brought back to reality by the touch of his hand, where he turned around and saw Bella, who had once again come closer to him. But the guy's thoughts were still around Albert's death in his past life, and his gaze radiated incredible rage. And when that look touched Bella, she literally started to tremble. But then he suddenly said that he understood perfectly well what she felt, because from her point of view, he began to look at others, stopping paying attention to her. But then he turned the conversation to the financial industry, asking Bella if she knew the most important things in finance. And the girl quite energetically declared that she was, of course, familiar with the basic principles, which include fundamental knowledge, foresight, and hard work. But the young man only grinned in response, saying that she was wrong, since the main thing is whether a particular product is needed by society. In the future, having gained experience, she will be able to understand that the main thing is precisely the demand for the product, be it company shares, cars, or just household chemicals. Bella listened carefully to what the young man was saying, where his words definitely did not sound like empty chatter. Turning around, Jack added that if she based her business on books alone, she wouldn't get very far. As he was leaving, the young man added that now was the time to think about much more serious things with a distant, but quite tangible perspective. Watching Jack walk away, Bella stood there, confused as to what the hell was going on. The girl felt like the young man was looking at her from above during the conversation. She didn't even have time to realize how he disappeared while she was trying to wrap her head around everything that had just happened. Blaming it all on her accidental stupor, Bella promised herself that next time she would definitely say everything she thought about this guy. Meanwhile, Jack himself had already managed to leave the premises and found himself on the street. Remembering all the meetings and communication with Bella, he did not understand why in his past life he did not pay attention to how frivolous and short-sighted this girl was. He remembered how her friend Katie had discussed him, calling him an honest, calm, and good guy, the kind most girls dream of. But Bella categorically stated that she didn't like Jack at all, and that he was constantly stalking her. But in any case, she is pleased that they are chasing her like this, even when she simply does not pay attention to the guy. Jack blamed himself for the fact that, due to his youth in his past life, he did not notice how she treated him, and continued to waste time chasing an unattainable dream. He regularly poured out his suffering to David, telling about those rare occasions when Bella gave him her gaze. But now he will not repeat the mistakes of his past life, and will not run after anyone like an obedient dog. Now he has decided to become completely unattainable for any romantic relationship, and focus on business and achieving success. Caleb Donovan also always had a bunch of hotties hanging around him when he became successful and financially independent. His financial power made people literally bow down before him. And therefore, giving up these fleeting and temporary hobbies is worth it in order to gain the same power in the future, where there will definitely be no shortage of beauties. The young man imagined his own future so vividly that at some point it seemed to him that the womb was already there. The flight of his imagination knew no bounds, and he already saw himself at the top of the entire world. Already in the hostel, David literally pulled his friend over to visit him, offering to relax together while watching a football match. Remembering the events of his past life, Jack instantly realized that today Brazil was playing against France. But the whole point was that he had already seen that match. He knew who would win, and by what score. And so he politely declined, citing the fact that he still had a lot to do with his studies. But in reality, he was going to spend his time developing a plan to infiltrate the Donovan Corporation. Well, all his friend could do was once again be surprised at what was happening to Jack. Grabbing the young man by the shoulders, the guy began to shake him with all his might, saying that with such an attitude he would definitely soon turn into a real nerd. David asked over and over again what had suddenly happened to Jack, but he replied that he was fine. Looking closely at the young man noticed that he was really frightening him with his strange behavior. But then he decided to turn the tide a little by offering to bet on who would win the upcoming football match, where the loser would have to wash the winner's socks for the rest of the year, of which, according to David, he already had a whole pile under his bed. Which only amused Jack, who knew the outcome of the game and of course agreed to take part in the bet. A second later, the guy heard his friend's words about a pile of dirty socks under the bed, which explained the regular unpleasant smell in the room. Of course, David was the first to place a bet, taking the Brazilian team's victory for himself. Smiling, Jack had no problem deciding that France had won, even naming the exact score, which his friend took as complete nonsense, because no one would ever have thought that France would win against Brazil. Coming closer, David asked his friend with a completely serious look whether he really wanted to wash his socks that badly. Sending him off in a friendly manner, Jack declared that, on the contrary, from that day on he would no longer bother with such a problem as washing his socks. At this, his interlocutor only laughed, absolutely convinced that his choice would be correct. But then he turned the conversation to the fact that betting was beginning to flourish all over the world. And when bookmakers start opening in their country too, it will be very easy to get rich on bets. These words made the young man think about how he used to be into football, each time trying to guess who would win and by what score. And strangely enough, he was able to predict the outcome quite easily 99% of the time. But now with accurate information about the future, he can easily become rich overnight, where he only needs to make a few bets. But here we must remember about such a phenomenon as the butterfly effect. We must act very, very carefully so as not to cause such changes that could lead to the complete collapse of humanity. After all, if you look at his past life, you can't say that he was a very lucky guy. And so now he needs to think carefully about how and where to make a move so as not to end up like last time. After thinking about all this, the young man came to the conclusion that he shouldn't play with bets. And so he told his friend that any bet is, one way or another, a big risk. Rising from his seat, the young man added that if you look at the issue of bets more deeply, you can see their downside. Where even in a short period of time there will always be more losers than winners. Because if it were otherwise, bookmakers would not exist at all, since it would simply be unprofitable. Moreover, if you start playing and constantly win, the player may be suspected of being a fraudster. And this will already be both attention from the authorities and the attention of criminal structures that love easy money, which could ultimately end up with the guy having his remains thrown overboard in a bag on some yacht. After all, even the richest people are not immune from the fact that someone can attempt on their life and succeed in doing so. David was already starting to feel a little tremor as he listened to everything Jack was telling him, and he continued, making a gesture that everyone could understand without words, with his finger at his throat, thereby showing how it could all end. Dumbfounded and literally shaking with fear, David noted that he would never have thought that his interlocutor possessed such valuable information, after which Jack meaningfully placed his palm on the guy's collarbone. He literally urged his friend to give up gambling forever and direct all his energy to something more useful. With tears in his eyes, David promised that he would lead only an honest and righteous life. But then he asked his interlocutor where he got such deep knowledge in this area. Of course, Jack couldn't tell him that he was living a second life, and after a few seconds his friend laughed, deciding that he had made it all up. With a completely serious look, the young man replied that he was not making anything up, immediately after which he recommended that David always focus his efforts not on money, but first and foremost on himself. The call to give up the pursuit of wealth caused a rather strong negative reaction in the young man. After some time, David, already leaving the room, once again asked his friend if he had definitely decided not to go, since in addition to football, beer and snacks were waiting for him. But Jack still firmly stated that he was staying here to do his own thing. As he was leaving, his friend again noted that the guy was behaving very strangely, since he had never refused football or beer before. And then the thought came to his mind that Jack must be having financial difficulties, and therefore, when he was left alone, he would immediately go to work part-time. Having decided that this was indeed the case, the young man decided that he would always help him if needed. Turning around, he immediately told Jack that if he needed anything, he should not keep quiet about it. And when David left, Jack noted to himself that if in his past life, their paths with this guy had not diverged, he would have definitely helped him in that difficult situation. And his friend standing behind the door quietly said that he would always be there, and would help Jack with any problems. Hearing what David said outside the door, the young man noted that he had a really good person as a friend. In the empty room, the young man's fingers could be clearly heard typing on the keyboard. It was Jack, who had just finished the connection and was enjoying the result. For him, an advanced programmer from the 21st century, today's technologies were generally simple. Using the software of that time, he was already able to write one program that should bring him closer to his goal. And now he was moving around the office, clutching in his hand the treasured disk with his creation, which would change his life. In the corridor of the university, one of the teachers appeared, with Belinda holding his arm, expressing her hopes that the man would help her with her grades in his subject. At that moment, Jack noticed them as he was leaving the computer lab. Once again, he noted that Belinda is an incredibly cunning girl who will stop at nothing in her path. Well, the fatal beauty herself cheerfully told the teacher that she sincerely hoped that he would not tell anyone about what happened between them. After which the girl left, humming a cheerful melody under her breath, and leaving the confused teacher alone. Hiding from the girl's gaze, Jack immediately realized that she had now appeared in the corridor in the company of another of her victims. Instantly he was plunged into memories of a past life, where he once witnessed a conversation. One of the girls wondered whether Belinda was telling the truth about Professor McDowell offering her an intimate relationship, where she essentially had no reason to lie, since she was from a good and rich family. To this, her interlocutor noted that the issue here might not be about money and high position at all. This interested the girl, who asked her friend to share her thoughts on this matter with her. Approaching the girl's ear, she asked not to tell anyone what she was about to tell her. And so the girl told that Belinda herself often does not spend the night in the dormitory, and Professor McDowell committed suicide only because he could not prove the girl's lie. The thing is that all those who did not succumb to her charms were put on Belinda's special list, on whom she carried out sophisticated reprisals. One student even had to drop out of school last year because of the pressure he felt when he rejected the girl. But the girl explained her friend's question that Belinda knows how to press on the weakest points, which is why she manages to seduce some teachers. Then the girl had a very reasonable question about why no one had been able to identify this snake yet, and she explained that everyone is just afraid, especially after what happened to Professor McDowell. After these words, Jack, who was not indifferent to Albert's fate, revealed his presence nearby. Noticing the guy, the girls hurried away, where one of them noted that they had not chosen the most appropriate place to have such conversations. But then Jack grabbed the girl by the hand, asking her to tell him more about what they had just discussed. With tears in her eyes and very frightened, the girl promised to tell everything she knew, begging not to give her away to anyone. And now the reborn young man assessed the situation, taking into account everything that he had learned about Belinda in his past life. No one could have imagined that this beautiful girl would actually turn out to be a monster who would literally take over the entire university. But now Jack had a real chance to pin her tail and finally bring her down to earth. This was one of the moves he had planned, which he had so far postponed until a better and more convenient time. As he watched the snake go, the young man mentally addressed it, saying that for now it could still live normally for a while. But the hour will come when everything she does will turn against her in the most unexpected way, where he will do everything possible to make sure she hits rock bottom. Lost in these thoughts, Jack continued his journey along the corridor of the university building. At some point, he only managed to notice someone's head flash before his eyes, where, after a collision with him, a certain beautiful girl ended up on the floor, scattering everything that was in her hands. Jack, who had not expected this at all, stood and held the bruised part of his head. But a second later he was already leaning over to the girl to help her up and collect her books. but she said rather quietly and modestly that there was no need to worry, that she could handle it herself. Suddenly, at some point, both her hand and Jack's hand reached out for the same book, resulting in contact. The girl quickly pulled her hand away, and the young man apologized, saying that he hadn't noticed her at all while he was walking. To this, his interlocutor replied that she was also to blame, since she was in a hurry and did not look around. It was only when the girl raised her head that Jack was finally able to get a good look at her face, immediately recognizing her as writer Miley Stewart. This girl really had an incredible talent for writing. With just a few words, she was able to fully reveal the character of a particular character. And when Jack found out that they studied together, his happiness in that life knew no bounds. When the girl looked at the guy in surprise, asking how he knew her, Jack had to come up with something, because he couldn't contain his emotions towards a person whom no one knew yet. And now he was already embarrassedly talking about the fact that he had managed to read a couple of articles written by her somewhere, while mentally rejoicing that he had been able to meet this goddess of the pen at such a young age. Jack was also able to remember the girl being presented with a university award, which could explain how he knew her. Miley, of course, was very pleased that she was recognized, and recognized by such a nice young man. The young man finally dared to turn his gaze to the young writer. In the photographs of reporters, she always looked very refined and elegant, but in real life, she seems much more tender to him. The young man still couldn't believe that he had met his idol in person, and he found this girl very, very nice. He instantly decided that communicating with Miley would definitely not be a waste of his time. And now the young man turned to her again, offering his help with the books. But just like the first time, his random encounter continued to refuse his help. Then Jack noted that he was not trying to force himself on the girl with the aim of starting a romantic relationship, but really just wanted to help. He can explain his behavior by the fact that he is a big fan of her work and dreams of seeing her other works. Jack remembered that in her past life, this wonderful writer had committed suicide due to prolonged depression. He was then literally shocked to read the news about the suicide of the famous writer. Her mother made a very strange comment, saying that depression is not an illness, and that by committing suicide the girl betrayed her family. The father, however, stated outright that he didn't care about his daughter's death, and that he was only interested in how much money she left the family. Finally, Miley gave in to persuasion and accepted help from the stranger, who immediately offered to follow her. A plan was already forming in his head to change the future fate of this beautiful and vulnerable girl, who died due to a lack of understanding in the family, and so he decided to get to know her better and become as close as possible. Soon the young people left the university building where they met, finding themselves on the street. During the conversation, the young man noted that he had a cousin who was also a writer, but she was unlucky as the girl had a younger brother, on whose development all the efforts of the parents were directed, because of which she had to give up her hobby and get a regular job. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately turned his attention to his companion, whose mood changed dramatically after what he said. And so Miley said in a sad voice that she, too, has a younger brother, whom her parents love much more. The guy did not expect such a turn of events, and therefore began to apologize to the girl for touching on such a sensitive and unpleasant topic for her. But a moment later, he was telling Miley in a firm voice that she must strive for her dreams at all costs. In his past life, the girl was really under a lot of pressure, primarily from her own close relatives. At some point, Miley was offered a very lucrative contract. The opportunity to collaborate with such a renowned publishing house comes up almost once in a lifetime, where the man making the proposal for cooperation promised that there would be no shortage of funds, and promised to pay 20% of her fee immediately. But a short-sighted mother intervened in her daughter's life, declared that she did not like this job and demanded that she give it up. The woman accused her daughter of giving too little money and time to the family while being busy with her writing work. She found it much more reasonable to decide to marry her daughter, and thereby provide a life for herself and her family. Such words and aspirations of the mother greatly oppressed the young talent, where the girl did not understand why the family did not support her. With tears in her eyes, the girl only thought about the fact that she was not an interior object, but also a living person with her own desires. She had to give in to her family and give up her writing career, taking a regular job. The girl lost her chance for success, where in her place there was some guy who also had a talent for writing. As Miley walked past the display windows, she looked at the man who had literally taken the spot that was meant for her. Her days turned into one continuous and absolutely useless, boring routine. Once again, while withdrawing the remainder of her salary, the girl mentally noted that her mother would again scold her for bringing in little money. At some point, the girl could no longer endure this routine and began to look for opportunities to write again. And now she has a second chance, where this time she was able to become known to the general public. Noticing their daughter's success, her relatives literally put pressure on the girl, where her mother demanded that she buy her brother a car. The woman accused her daughter of not caring about the family at all, forcing her to give more and more money, literally screaming that she knew about the release of a new book. The girl's mother spoke about the hundreds of thousands that the family now needs. Of course, the girl's head was filled with thoughts about getting away from her grieving relatives. But right at one of the meetings with fans, an extremely unpleasant situation occurred, where her mother appeared in the room, having specially dressed as poorly as possible, and declared that her daughter had abandoned the family, intoxicated by her popularity, without helping her relatives in any way. At that very moment, those who had just been ardent fans of the writer turned against her, because they had always thought that she herself was the same as the heroines of her works. The girls instantly changed their position, calling the writer an incredibly cruel girl. It was because of this psychological pressure that she died. And now the young man wanted to prevent this by asking if Miley would mind exchanging email addresses. Such an unexpected request from a guy she barely knew was extremely surprising for the girl. And when she asked him why he wanted to do this, Jack said that he simply wanted to keep in touch with the future star of the writing world. It was hard for this young and still unknown girl to believe that this guy could believe so much in her future success. But at the same time, it was very pleasant for her, because she was really looking for some kind of support. Agreeing, Miley wrote her email, saying that she would periodically check the mailbox in the computer room. She also allowed him to speak to her informally, and thanked the young man for everything he told her today. Jack was very pleased that his idol was now literally among his close acquaintances. Looking at the girl, he told her to never stop writing, to move forward no matter what, and to always remember that her fans will support her. The girl was incredibly pleased to hear these words, for which she also thanked the guy, promising that she would do the same. This was the end of Jack's first, but far from last, meeting with the future famous writer. Watching the young man walk away, Miley said goodbye to him. Once again entering the computer science room, the young man reflected on the fact that in this time there are no instant messaging services yet, which complicates many things. It was necessary to wait for some time, because these ideas were already swirling in the heads of the right people, and would soon begin to be implemented. In the meantime, he decided to use good old email and send a message to Miley. The young man was very interested in how she would react to his message. Having sat down at one of the computers, the girl immediately discovered that she had received one new message. With the most pleasant feelings inside, she read another motivational letter from her most devoted and first fan. She was even a little amused by the fact that from the outside it seemed as if he was afraid that she would stop writing. She still couldn't believe and comprehend that he liked her work so much. Where the girl remembered one girl who read some of what Miley wrote, who was not at all impressed by what she had written, and she recommended that she never try writing again, as her stories were boring. At the same time, Miley understood that every reader has their own taste, and therefore there may well be those who will like her work. She had barely had time to send him a message that she would try not to deviate from the chosen path, when she immediately received a response, where Jack asked her if she had any free time to have lunch together. Of course, she found the time, and now the young people met again outside the school buildings. Miley brought along a few sheets of paper, asking her first interested reader to evaluate what she had recently written. Convulsively clutching the treasured sheets of paper, the young man immediately recognized one of the most famous novels, the beginning of which he was holding in his hands right now. It was for this book that she received most of the awards from the literary world. After a couple of minutes, Miley asked the young man to give his opinion on what he had read. But there were words in this question that made the guy switch his attention from the paper to his interlocutor, and ask why she said that he, too, would find this a bad start. And then the girl explained that she tried to show it to the literature teacher, who said that it was disgusting work, and now she wants to get another independent opinion to see if she should continue. The young man immediately remembered that in one of her interviews, Miley actually said that in her youth she encountered a teacher who did not understand her work, but she continued because she liked her endeavor. And so Jack said in all seriousness that the beginning was very worthy, where the book would be appreciated in the future by adherents of the genre, and the opinions of others were not worth listening to. After that, he gave examples of several works that were not initially accepted by society at all, but after 10 years were recognized as the greatest. After this, the girl's eyes lit up, where she already asked to give her some more specific recommendation for continuing the book. But the guy's inner head immediately activated, saying that this should not be done under any circumstances, since the advice could lead to a change in the final result. And then he got out of it by saying that he could advise the girl to simply follow the course of her own thoughts, without listening to anyone's recommendations. Since everyone's perception is different, He would not want to interfere with unfinished work. Such vague explanations made Miley think that her interlocutor simply did not want to say directly that she was not a very good writer. Jack continued, citing the fact that he didn't really understand much about writing and could only evaluate finished works. Finishing his speech, the young man said that the girl should not rely on anyone's opinion at all, because in this case, she is the only creator. After all, if she herself thinks that she writes well, then that's how it really is. Since Miley is so passionate about her work, she shouldn't stop even when someone criticizes her work. And even if she doesn't fit into the generally accepted framework with her work, there will always be those who will appreciate what she does. Miley listened in fascination to everything Jack had just told her, trying to understand his words as deeply as possible. Now the girl fully realized that she had met someone who could truly understand both her work and her as a person. This was the first time in her life that she had encountered such understanding, which even made her feel a little awkward. After all her mother did was yell at her daughter, accusing her of wasting time on her useless writing. On the other hand, my father constantly talked about how a woman should be able to cook, wash, and clean the house, and not sit behind her papers. The girl's younger brother also did not remain indifferent, and simply accused her of dressing tastelessly, which is why everyone constantly laughs at him. All this was completely at odds with the attitude that this young man was now showing towards her, who now directly and openly stated that after some time it will be time for Miley to open up and shine in all her glory. Touched by such an attitude, the young man's interlocutor again addressed him with sincere words of gratitude. At that moment, Bella appeared next to the young people, and was very surprised to see the one who had been tirelessly running after her in the company of another girl. No less surprised was her friend's companion Katie, who immediately noticed that Jack was talking to another girl. At that very second, the thought flashed through Bella's head that the guy hadn't crossed her path for quite a long time, hadn't started a conversation. Well, her companion noticed that, apparently, the young man's sympathy towards her friend had completely faded away, where he was already hanging out with others. At the same time, she did not understand how he had decided to exchange Bella for such a simpleton who dressed like a villager. The girl called her friend out loud to shut up, explaining that she was not interested in the guy at all. But after these words, Katie immediately assumed that her friend was simply showing her jealousy, which she of course denied, stating that the girl had imagined a lot of unnecessary things. Hearing the conversation of these girls perfectly, Jack was mentally indignant at the fact that they were constantly hanging around him, and even discussing him and Miley so loudly. He was literally infuriated by the fact that he was not allowed to communicate normally with his idol. The only consolation was that the girl herself did not react in any way to the insults regarding her clothes. Deciding to deal with the impudent girls, Jack apologized to Miley, saying that he wanted to go say hello to his classmates. As he began to turn around, he was already prepared to address his girlfriends with the most unflattering words that would ever come into his head. But the sound stuck in his throat when he saw that the girls were not a meter away from him, as it seemed from the strength of their voices, but at a fairly decent distance from them. Noticing that the guy turned around, Katie immediately suggested to her friend to take advantage of the chance and go and chat. She, of course, refused, but Jack heard everything they said in quiet voices in the distance quite clearly. The young man could not understand why he could hear people's speech so well, even though he should not have heard it due to the distance and low volume. Since the girls were far away, he decided not to dwell on the conflict in vain. However, he now understood that in this life his perception and the work of his senses had changed greatly. Only now was he able to fully realize that no matter where he was, he could hear literally everything and everyone. Such pumped-up hearing could not but please, where the young man felt like someone who had acquired superpowers. The guy was brought out of his state of euphoria by Miley's voice, who asked the guy who had frozen in place if everything was okay with him. After clearing his throat, the young man noticed that he had changed his mind about communicating with girls, since he already saw them often at school. Still rejoicing at his ability, he suggested heading to the canteen before all the food was sold out. To this his interlocutor responded positively, and the young people had already left the place of their meeting. A few days after these events, a man stood on stage in the university assembly hall and spoke about how the future lies in computer technology. Caleb Donovan said that many modern business models will undergo significant changes due to the spread of the internet. Standing in the crowd, Jack, who had been closely watching both the speaker and the crowd's reactions, mentally noted that Caleb knew how to present information correctly. After all, not everyone is gifted with the art of presenting information to the general public. And the man continued, loudly declaring that thanks to progress, all known barriers between people will be overcome, primarily distance and the language barrier. He was already talking about the incredible simplicity of life when the crowd began to shout out words about how inspiring the man's speech was. Jack, for now, just stood there, waiting for the screams to die down a bit. And when he realized that the man would hear him, the young man said loudly that Caleb's plans were, of course, good. But when trying to implement them, he risks getting trapped and going completely broke. At that very moment, the entire crowd in the room began to attack the guy with criticism, with someone even starting to say that he had just threatened Mr. Donovan. And the young man standing on the stage next to Caleb was already hysterically calling for security to remove the impudent fellow. Jack continued until he was escorted out, telling Caleb that if he wanted to realize his wildest dreams, then they definitely needed to talk. After which the young man had no choice but to wait for the reaction of the head of the Donovan Corporation to his words. A young man standing next to the man tried to apologize to him for the fact that some protester had broken into his speech, but suddenly Caleb declared that this strange-looking guy was able to interest him. He noted that he reminded him of himself in his youth, where he too was not afraid to express his opinion in defiance of the crowd. The guy standing next to him couldn't believe what the man was just saying. As he left the building, Caleb asked Jack, who was standing nearby, to explain to him how his company could fail. The man came to the conclusion that this young man knew exactly what he was saying, and was not just trying to get attention. Turning his head, the young man said that he was sure that Caleb would decide to meet him. Well, his interlocutor was already prepared to receive valuable information. And so, having turned around completely, Jack said that in the initial stages of development, the Donovan Corporation would have no problems. But at the same time, we should think about the fact that people are not rich now. So the big question is what they will choose, high quality or cheap products. Listening to the guy, the man hoped that he was now talking to him without using the usual bookish knowledge of commerce. Well, Jack continued, recommending that he initially engage in direct sales to the consumer, thereby reducing costs without losing quality. For men like Mr. Donovan are always looking far into the future, which is what he should be aiming for by following the right course he has chosen. The way the young man spoke with such inspiration almost made the man cry. For a long time he talked about his ideas and plans to potential partners, who immediately laughed at him, but he couldn't even imagine that even an ordinary university student would understand him. Meanwhile, Jack managed to pull a floppy disk out of his pocket, saying that it contained a program he had created that could significantly help in achieving the company's goals. But he would recommend that a man not refuse to use it, since with it, he will achieve more. Having handed over the diskette, the young man asked him to familiarize himself with its contents. Looking at the storage device, Caleb asked if the guy was really giving him this for free, which greatly surprised Jack, who answered the question with a question, asking why not give it away. And then the man noticed that they had just met, where he could deceive him, and therefore it would be good for Jack to make a contract. Then the young man declared that a real and result-oriented businessman would definitely not cheat. He also added that this was just a demo version, and he would only give the full program once the man had reviewed the presentation. Having decided to say goodbye, the young man turned around, saying that this was the end of their conversation for today. But then Caleb called out to the guy, asking why he had chosen him to help. To this, Jack replied that his interlocutor was trying not only for himself, but also for the whole country, which he personally appreciated very much. At this point the explanations ended, and the young man turned around again and walked away. At some point, he suddenly stopped himself, remembering something else that he wanted to tell the man. Without even imagining what else this incredible young man might say, Caleb became all ears. Well, Jack simply told him his name so that he would definitely remember it and be able to find it. The delighted cries that came from one of the upper floors could be heard even on the street. It was Caleb, who had already managed to try out the demo version of the program developed and written by Jack. The man did not believe at all that something like this could be thought up and implemented, deciding for himself that he definitely needed to start working with this guy full-time. Despite its simplicity, the software he developed was extremely efficient to use. Now he had full faith that his company could achieve incredible success in running its business. As evening approached, there were fewer and fewer students on the street. Some people observed a man sitting at one of the tables in the student cafeteria, and noted that he looked very familiar. Sitting opposite Caleb, John noted that he had contacted him quite quickly after their last meeting. But to the man himself the search seemed endless, and lasted for 3 whole days. Turning to the guy, he asked him how he knew that he would be looking for him. And Jack explained that, as a successful businessman, his interlocutor simply could not pass up such a rare opportunity. The man noted to himself that in reality, he did not always have such a clear head, and so, without beating around the bush, Caleb offered the guy a job in his company. After all, he himself understands how successful the future is that awaits them, which he invites him to join. Without looking up from his meal, Jack declared that such propaganda might have worked on anyone else, but not on him, which immediately made his interlocutor very wary. Well, the young man's next words about how he couldn't be lured with such nonsense completely knocked Caleb down. He couldn't understand why the guy didn't give in to such a generous offer, which he had been thinking about for a long time, because any other student would have already thanked him on his knees. But then the young man continued, noting that he could not let his interlocutor go completely empty-handed. He put his hand into his bag and pulled out some paper and another diskette. These actions were closely watched by literally everyone who recognized the man as the founder of the Donovan Corporation. The man was impatient to find out what was contained on the paper he had received from the young man, where he was shocked when he realized that he literally had the key to a cloudless future for his company in his hands. Where, if you compare Donovan Corporation to a ship, now in his hands is a real navigation chart indicating the way to Treasure Island. Jack, meanwhile, asked his interlocutor not to ask where he got such information, but to simply act. And if he has any questions, Caleb always knows how and where to find him. The guy was like some brightly burning, blinding star for the head of the company. But the conversation was over, and Jack, with a dressing down in his hands, was preparing to leave the man's company. Giving him another hard look, he asked Caleb to act in a way that would benefit not only himself, but their entire country. At this point, their next meeting was finally concluded. Left alone, the man continued to experience a wonderful light feeling that literally lifted him to the skies. So several more months passed, during which the Donovan Corporation rapidly gained momentum. Addressing his friend, David asked him if he had been following the rapid rise of the Donovan Corporation, into which millions of investments were pouring in. Without waiting for an answer, the young man also noted that now everyone is talking about the future being the internet. Jack mentally noted that this time progress was much faster than in his previous life. When his friend asked him again about the prosperity of this incredible company, the young man did not give any specific answers, only smiling mysteriously. Overall, the guy was glad that everything went according to his plan, even though the Donovan Corporation became famous 9 months earlier than he expected. Time passed and spring had already arrived, the time when most students were busy with their diploma theses. Jack also brought his work for preliminary approval by the professor. But neither he nor Albert had time to say a word when suddenly a girl appeared in the room and forcefully placed her handbag on the professor's table. With an extremely dissatisfied look, Belinda began to ask the man about how things were going with her diploma thesis. She immediately explained that she was not interested in all this scientific research and study, and that she simply wanted to get a university degree. To this, Albert replied that he had read what she had brought him as her thesis, but could not accept it, since it would be at the very least unfair to the other students, from whom he demanded more. Naturally, the words that the work could not be accepted greatly offended the already dissatisfied girl, but Professor McDowell reiterated that he would never accept work of such quality. After these words, the girl cast an appraising glance at the man, which did not bode well. Turning sharply and grabbing her purse, she said that she would soon show the professor her revised work, but it doesn't guarantee that the man will be happy with this job. When she left the room, Jack turned to the man, urging him to be very careful when dealing with this snake, from which nothing good could be expected. But the man seemed to ignore this, returning to the boy's thesis and saying that he already had some questions. Jack took his work in his hands with a confused look, realizing that in this life he would not be able to push through such a simple version of the thesis. He understood that the man was very attentive to each student, and therefore each one would have to do their work well. And now he was already leaving the professor's office, saying that he would fix everything in the very near future. After a while, Jack was walking down the street, thinking that he would soon have to graduate from the same university for the second time. It was very unexpected for the guy to meet Caleb on his way, who said that the guy's roommate told him where to find him. Once again, the man made an attempt to invite the young man to work for his company. He immediately told the guy how much she had grown since their last meeting. Then he began to emotionally talk about the benefits the young man would receive by working with him, where he could become a shareholder and become fabulously rich. The young man merely smiled and shook his head, refusing yet another offer that would have been tempting to anyone else. After which Caleb noted with disappointment that he did not expect to receive a refusal this time either. And then he told the guy that in that case, he could ask him for whatever his heart desired, and at any time, where he would provide all the necessary help. After these words, the young man turned around abruptly, saying that after finishing his studies, he would like to open a small cafe, and therefore some real estate for these purposes on 15th Street would definitely not hurt him. Nothing could surprise this man more than such a simple request, where he exchanged the opportunity to become a shareholder in a billion-dollar company for some incomprehensible space for a cafe. He even asked the young man again whether he had heard his request correctly, which the boy immediately confirmed. Without taking his stunned gaze off Jack, Caleb mentally noted that he had been very wrong about this guy. After all, in the modern world it was a great rarity for a person to be so calm about wealth, and this guy not only shared information and resources absolutely free of charge at the beginning of the company's development, but now, when the company has grown, he also stays on the sidelines and does not demand anything. Of course, under these circumstances, Caleb promised that he would buy the guy any property he needed. Near the meeting place stood the assistants of the head of the Donovan Corporation, who constantly asked questions about the reason why their boss was so attached to this student. When Caleb headed in their direction, the girl immediately asked where they were heading next. But instead, the man gave orders to find and purchase some real estate on 15th Street, and also to prepare a card on which 3 million must be placed. Although the guy clearly wasn't interested in money, Caleb still wanted to repay him with kindness, and eventually try to offer cooperation again when the company grows even bigger. Jack became a real incentive for the head of the Donovan Corporation to expand its activities. Soon the young man received a postal item containing not only documents of ownership of the property, but also a bank card. It was a gift, and therefore the young man did not refuse it. The professor's voice could be heard loudly from the auditorium, announcing when the diploma defense would take place. The man added that the students have no more than 3 months left until the appointed date. All this plunged the young people into real horror, because none of them had yet managed to prepare a diploma. Having announced that today's meeting was over, the man left the auditorium. Belinda, who was also there, noted with displeasure that this old man was taking his useless papers too seriously. Laughing, she added that these theses are not needed at all in any further activities. Hearing this, Bella, who was sitting nearby, noted that working on their diploma would help them become real professionals who could cope with any difficulties. Belinda turned around abruptly and said sharply that no other words or opinions could be expected from a straight-A student. After which, without hiding her threatening attitude, she recommended that the girl not bother her. Bella mentally noted that Belinda was only acting this way because she had a high position in society. Standing next to her, Katie advised her friend not to pay attention to this abnormal woman. And so both girls, deciding not to get involved in the conflict, rose from their seats and left the auditorium. After which one of the young people remaining in the room approached Belinda and asked if she was afraid that she might fail her thesis. And despite the fact that a diploma in itself means nothing, large companies still look at its presence, and several years of study under such circumstances will be wasted. At this point, another person joined the conversation, noting that the professor was indeed very principled, and therefore the girl should think about changing her approach. But she suddenly cheerfully declared that she had no intention of being left without a diploma, and would definitely figure out how to get one. Where in her mind, she was already turning to the professor, saying that he himself was to blame for the fact that she would have to take such extreme measures. All those who were nearby immediately expressed their admiration for the girl's mood, wishing that she would certainly achieve what she wanted. But then, in the general mass of voices, the voice of another person was heard, saying that everything depends on the skills of each person. It was Jack who noted that the time would come when no amount of money or social status would help Belinda, who had managed to rot from the inside during her short life. After all, any wind has the ability to change direction, and therefore it is far from certain that she and her family will always occupy a high position in society. These words deeply hurt the girl, who angrily shouted that no one dared to speak to her like that. But the young man did not stop, saying that it was not her place to tell him what to say and what not to say. The other listeners to this short dialogue were surprised that this guy, who was usually silent, suddenly spoke. But nevertheless, they decided to stand up for the girl, boldly noting that Jack is from a poor family, and therefore strives to study in order to try to achieve at least something. Having received support, Belinda also noted that she was from such a rich family that the guy would not earn that kind of money even in 100 years. And so she recommended that he stay away from her altogether, since she did not even want to smell his poverty. At that moment, David put his hand on his friend's shoulder, telling the guy not to stoop to her level. In his mind, Jack concluded that at this stage, it really wasn't worth getting involved with this snake and wasting his time on it. In any case, she will commit her crime very soon, and then he will be very close. As he passed by, the young man coldly remarked that her family was not really as all-powerful as they were accustomed to thinking themselves to be. Those who spoke in support of Belinda unanimously shouted that a fortune of 5 million was more than solid, and therefore the family had power. Ignoring these blockheads, the young man added that there were many people in this world who were much richer than Belinda's family, and who could use their influence against her. Finally, he said that he would just wait a little while until the girl herself sank to the very bottom. The guy didn't say anything else, but that didn't stop Belinda from feeling like everything inside her was boiling. Meanwhile, the friends came to the conclusion that they could use a snack, choosing their favorite ramen as their lunch for today. Hugging his friend, David noted that he was very glad that he and Jack communicated so well and were friends. Meanwhile, the enraged Belinda was already rushing at the guy, with the intention of getting even with him for his words. Realizing that he had no time to do anything, David tried to warn his friend about the danger, but this was not necessary, since the young man with a quick and easy movement moved out of the line of movement of the abnormal woman's hand. The next moment he grabbed her wrist, advising her to save her strength and nerves. And after the movement of his hand, Belinda flew in the opposite direction, where her body's movement was stopped only when she collided with her defenders, having managed to show everyone present what was between her legs. Well, all the witnesses of this incident were already heatedly discussing what happened. No one understood the reason why Belinda decided to attack Jack in the first place. Meanwhile, the instigator herself was lying on the floor, trying to recover from this flight. The girl couldn't even understand what had just happened to her. Back in the dorm room, David was telling his friend how great he had been in putting Belinda down. The only thing he couldn't understand was where the guy got such a reaction from. To this, Jack replied that his friend would hardly believe him if he told him, although he himself still did not understand much. After these words, David felt inferior in terms of mental development. Only now did his interlocutor notice that they had not managed to have a bite to eat because of that crazy woman. To this, David noted with displeasure that the guy just wanted to change the subject. At this time, Jack himself was remembering all those strange incidents with light phenomena that happened to him. Well, now this strange instant reaction to danger, where he himself did not understand how it happened. All the girl's movements seemed to be slowed down, and his body directly felt the impending danger. There were many questions, but the young man could not find answers, and decided to look for answers in the library. The next day, the young man arrived at the university library. Surrounded by various books, he tried to find at least some information about what was happening to him. All the books spoke about the same phenomenon, when a person establishes a connection through himself between heaven and earth. As a result, a person could absorb the energy of both heaven and earth and become stronger through meditation. Each one achieved incredible possibilities through their own development methods, where the main condition was regular practice. However, the young man could not fully trust this information, which was not confirmed by scientific research. At the same time, science would also not be able to explain the fact of his reincarnation into himself after death. In any case, the guy had abilities, and therefore it would be wrong to miss this chance to comprehend the unknown. Once on the street, the young man made a firm decision to try to figure it all out. The next day, with the first rays of the sun, he was already standing outside, deciding to start training. In order to develop, he needed to improve his body, mind, and develop his intellect. The development process was comparable to the construction of a new building, where the most important thing was to lay a good foundation. The young man walked slowly to the park located near the university. Having chosen a quiet and peaceful place for himself, Jack settled comfortably under one of the trees. Sitting in the lotus position, the young man decided to try to start his practice with concentration. After some time, he happily noted that he felt changes in his body and perception, which indicated the success of the undertaking. And then he decided not to stop there, once again immersing himself in the process of concentration and meditation. Several hours passed like this, and now the guy felt that he was becoming unbearably hot. But once he had embarked on the path of self-improvement, it was too late to turn back. Overall, the guy was pleased that he could now be called a true practitioner of meditative techniques and qigong. Finishing for today, the young man noticed that he felt an incredible lightness throughout his body. The accumulated fatigue and drowsiness disappeared as if by magic, and therefore Jack firmly intended to return to practice the next day. Here he noticed that he was no longer alone in this place. As it turned out, there were elderly people next to him, who noted with positive surprise that such a young man comes here earlier than everyone else and studies for a long time, where they immediately wanted to introduce Jack to their granddaughters, who were also students. Others expressed a desire to show him several effective practices. It was necessary to get away from such increased attention as quickly as possible, and the young man said goodbye, citing his extreme busyness. He ran away from the old people as quickly as possible, some of whom were saying that their granddaughters were very pretty girls. After some time, he managed to tear himself away from this close attention. Catching his breath, the young man looked around, immediately noticing the dancing women. He knew that in a couple of years this art form would begin to develop and become very popular. But so far, all this has happened spontaneously and chaotically in various parks and other public places, And so an idea formed in the guy's head to help develop this direction and its general organization. He was literally fired up by the idea, deciding to sit down and develop an action plan immediately. And now he was heading towards the buildings of his university, where, passing by some old man, he made him pay attention to himself, where he felt an incredibly strong energy. At the airport, passengers were informed that boarding for one of the flights was about to begin. Everyone around them only had time to turn around when Jack walked past them with a mobile phone in his hand. After all, at that time mobile phones were just beginning to be introduced into society, and not everyone could afford such luxury, and therefore the presence of a phone in a young man created his image as an incredibly rich man. He spoke with a realtor, who told the guy that she had already managed to find several suitable options for him. Having said that he would arrive in about 3 hours, the young man headed to board the plane, which soon found itself in the air, carrying all its passengers to another city. Having introduced the young man to the offer, the girl said that the cost of this property was $1 million, where she was ready to introduce him to the terms of the installment plan. In her mind, she was assessing the potential buyer, who, although he looked young, already had a mobile phone, which said a lot. Jack, meanwhile, thanked the girl for all the information she provided. In fact, he already knew that this was a pretty good offer, because after some time, real estate here would rise in price very sharply, where no one even suspected it, selling it at completely bargain prices. And now Jack has already pulled out his card, declaring that he will pay for the purchase in full immediately, which brought the realtor's girlfriend into indescribable delight. The other people there couldn't believe that this very modestly dressed guy had just spent $1 million at once. But there were also those who were skeptical about this purchase, believing that the transaction was not at all profitable. While the young man was signing the documents, other people were discussing the fact that the property was located in the old part of the city and was not worth the money paid. After finishing the paperwork, Jack left the office thinking that all these people didn't understand anything. On the way, he came across a newspaper seller, from whom Jack asked for the latest issue of financial news. On the very first pages, he read that the Donovan Corporation continued to develop rapidly. With the thought that developing alone would not be entirely correct, the young man decided that it was time to return. The girl at the reception greeted Mr. Sebastian Larkins. The man in glasses asked to report to him on the progress of the new project. A few seconds later, the girl told the boss that some young man was looking for him. To this, Sebastian calmly replied that he was not interested in any new meetings or acquaintances. But after taking a few more steps, the head of the investment fund Profit suddenly stopped. And suddenly he turned to the girl, telling her to let this guy in to talk to him. He simply remembered himself at a young age, when he was just starting to make his way up and trying to get meetings with important people. Meanwhile, his employee gave a sign that she had heard the boss's order. The one who asked to meet with the head of the Profit company was, of course, Jack. The guy's plans included helping to develop this company and seeing how it would develop further. Soon the same girl approached him, saying that Mr. Larkins was ready to receive the guy. Meanwhile, Sebastian himself was talking to someone on the phone, assuring his interlocutor that he did not understand the specifics of the development of the IT technology market. As he walked past Jack, he talked about how this market was growing and would continue to grow by leaps and bounds. After hearing some kind of answer, he ended the conversation by agreeing with his interlocutor about having dinner together, during which they could continue the discussion. Now he could take a closer look at the one who had asked to meet him today, immediately noting his determined look. He started the conversation by saying that they were currently fully staffed and were not interested in hiring new people. Getting up from the sofa, the young man declared that he was not here as a job seeker. This was already interesting, and Sebastian asked about the purpose for which he had sought a meeting with him. Jack had information about the future and knew what problems many large companies would have to face. The man standing in front of him was different from Caleb, where the latter did not disdain to listen to other people's opinions, while Sebastian was used to making decisions on his own. Jack was silent, and the head of the investment fund was starting to get a little annoyed by this. The guy was simply thinking through a strategy for further action so that Sebastian would accept his help. And so he began to speak, saying that he had already managed to study the situation and believed that his interlocutor needed to abandon the plans that he had just voiced during the telephone conversation. Not considering this position correct, Sebastian asked the young man to explain the reasons for his having formed such an opinion. And Jack said the country has been expanding new real estate construction lately. But despite this, the prices for renting real estate for stores will always only grow, as will the size of employee salaries, in connection with which it is better to transfer all trade to online mode. Having finished speaking, the young man carefully watched the man's reactions, realizing that he was unlikely to listen to him now. And then Sebastian shook his head, saying that his interlocutor was looking at things too superficially. Having said this, the man walked up to the huge panoramic window, taking in everything he could see. And then he said that although the cost of rent is constantly rising, the profits of the stores are enough to cover its cost. After all, his company is very popular, where people line up for their product. Returning to the guy, Sebastian patted him on the shoulder and noted that he simply didn't understand business well enough to understand all its intricacies. But despite this and the young man's young age, he highly appreciates his tenacity and perseverance. Jack noted to himself that his interlocutor would be able to be convinced of everything only when he saw it with his own eyes. His advantage was that he knew exactly how everything would turn out, and therefore recommended that the man closely monitor all changes in the market. But this only made the head of the company laugh, who cheerfully declared that the young man standing in front of him was even more assertive than he himself had been at his age. But a moment later he said in all seriousness that Jack definitely had a great future ahead of him. And not expecting Sebastian to believe him the first time, the young man simply handed him his business card, saying that if he suddenly wanted to talk, he could always call him. This gesture and the words spoken could not help but amaze the man, who had long since gotten out of the habit of receiving someone's business cards. When Jack left the room, his business card immediately went into the trash can. However, very soon the man returned to this bucket and took out from it the business card he had just thrown away. He couldn't understand why his thoughts couldn't move away from the image of that guy. And so the young man's business card was neatly placed in the business card holder, where Sebastian kept only especially important contacts, only to eventually tell him how wrong he was. Jack himself, pleased with how everything went, left the room, humming a light melody under his breath. After all, now all that was left was to wait for the moment when the head of the profit company would find it himself. At the same time, each of them thought that the time would come when his interlocutor today would have to admit that he was wrong. Meanwhile, Jack was already thinking about who he would start communicating with next time. A few days later, the young man returned to his city, opening the door to the dorm room where he lived during his studies. Before he could even get inside, David immediately threw himself into his arms, asking why his friend had not warned him about his departure, trying to free himself from this flood of tenderness. Jack explained that he had only gone to visit his parents. Upon hearing this, his interlocutor immediately asked whether the young man had told about what a cool friend he had, and whether his parents would like to accept him into the family. To this statement, Jack responded that if his parents wanted an addition, it would only be a girl. But this did not bother David at all, who expressed his willingness to try on the corresponding image. Such a frank statement, even if it was a joke, did not amuse the guy at all, who simply sent his friend away. Having finished this senseless and useless conversation, the young man began to sort out his things, thinking that he had made his next move towards more global prices. At some point, Jack turned to his roommate, asking why he didn't visit his parents, whom he probably missed very much, which caused the guy to react violently and declare that he doesn't miss anyone particularly much. Besides, he understands perfectly well that if he comes home, he will spend the whole evening answering a bunch of questions, and therefore prefers to spend time with Jack. After which he asked the guy if there were many students left at the university, and the young man replied that most of them had already gone home to rest. Then David said that he would not go anywhere, and would always be next to his friend, ready to protect him in any situation. Then Jack reminded him that just a couple of minutes ago, he was ready to become his sister, which greatly embarrassed the guy. Having finished with the jokes, the reincarnated one returned to his thoughts about how to build his life. The old man walked down the street, constantly looking around and peering into the faces of the people passing by him. At some point, his gaze caught sight of Jack, who quickly passed by him. The old man's face instantly changed, and the thought flashed through his head that he had finally managed to find it. Having caught up with the young man, he immediately grabbed him by the wrist, pulling him somewhere behind him. When they were alone, the old man said that he had brought the young man here to show him something, where immediately after that he began to perform some kind of meditative practice. Jack watched, not hiding his surprise, as the body of this strange man seemed to be covered in fire, and he already raised one hand up, calling on his internal powers to activate. But in the end, all this ended with the flow of energy tearing off a whole bunch of leaves from a nearby tree, which covered this activist. With a rather intelligent and satisfied look, the old man asked Jack if he understood everything. But the young man did not hear him, as his attention was drawn to the fire that he suddenly saw in the old man's body. Only now did the young man realize that there were enough people in this world who were engaged in self-improvement, but before they did not show themselves next to him, because he was weak. But for now, the young man decided not to show the old man that he, too, was engaged in self-improvement. But even without this, he already understood and felt that this guy had absolutely incredible energy. Immediately his thoughts turned to the side where he saw this young man as a match for his granddaughter. Well, Jack stood there in the meantime and thought about why the old man needed all this. Having decided to take the initiative and at least find out something, the young man asked him why he was looking for him in the first place, and his interlocutor replied that he just wanted to ask him if he had a partner, in the hope of offering the young man his granddaughter. Such openness and straightforwardness in words could not help but surprise the young man. When meeting this practitioner of the unknown, he expected to be asked about his progress in this endeavor, and not to be offered his granddaughter as a partner. It was completely unclear why this old man, who clearly had inner energy, began to woo his granddaughter. And then he decided to lie that he was already in a serious relationship, and also added that he had a lecture starting soon, which forced him to leave the company of his interlocutor. But it seemed that the old man did not hear him at all, since he stopped the guy's movement, saying that his grandson was studying with him and that he would call her now. Jack was not in the mood for new acquaintances, and asked his casual acquaintance not to even try to call her. But it was already impossible to get through to where the old man held the mobile phone with one hand and held his victim with the other. Feeling this iron grip on himself, the young man mentally noted that his grandfather certainly had plenty of strength. And then his face broke into a satisfied smile when he heard his granddaughter's voice asking about the purpose of his call. At this moment, the guy was lucky enough to finally free himself from his steel grip. Well, the old man meanwhile told the girl that he missed her very much, and even came to the university to visit her. After a short conversation, his interlocutor agreed to come to the meeting, although she was busy with other things. Taking advantage of this, Jack said that he did not want to interfere with his relatives enjoying their long-awaited meeting, and therefore I am forced to take my leave and leave my new acquaintance. Well, then the crazy old man grabbed the guy by the hand, begging him to wait just a few minutes because he was single, which meant he could choose. He declared with absolute certainty that his granddaughter was the best girl in the world. But Jack countered this statement by saying that he had a lot of other things to do now, and there was no time left for relationships and romance. So they continued to exchange various arguments and counter-arguments, which resembled a real fight. While the old man was assessing the boy's potential, he demanded that he be let go. But the grandfather was very stubborn, and with all his might he grabbed the leg of the man whom he already saw as his granddaughter's husband. He urged the young man to show compassion for the elderly man, and said that the boy himself would find only happiness. But when he realized that such arguments were not working at all, he changed tactics, falling on the sidewalk with the words that in that case he would not move from the spot and would die here. And now he began to moan and scream, loudly declaring that he had hurt himself badly when he fell. However, a moment later he jumped up again, grabbing the guy's leg, where at that moment Bella arrived and surprised her grandfather to be in such a strange position. Jack was quite surprised when he realized that this annoying girl was the granddaughter of an equally annoying old man, and she was already asking about what was going on here, and for what reason her grandfather was communicating with this guy. Without waiting for any explanation, she instantly pounced on the young man, where she accused him of not being able to win her favor himself, and therefore decided to approach her from the side of her relatives. This information could not fail to catch the ear of the interested old man, where he tried to attract his granddaughter's attention by asking her to listen to him carefully. But she immediately interrupted him, saying that the guy standing next to him was constantly pestering her, despite the fact that she had long ago made it clear to him that nothing could happen between them. Inside herself, the girl dreamed that Jack would become as docile again and run after her as before, but she demonstratively presented the young man as a kind of demon tempter, who is ready to use any methods to win her favor. Turning to her grandfather, the girl asked him about what this guy did to him, what he asked for. But then the young man asked the girl to stop throwing this tantrum out of nowhere. Following him, the old man also became active, telling her to simply listen to everything that was told to her. To himself, he never tired of noticing that this nice guy had once already flirted with his granddaughter, which was only to his advantage. Bella tried again to say that she would protect her grandfather, but he suddenly demanded that she apologize to the young man, where she couldn't accept that she had to apologize to him for something. But the old man was serious and urged his granddaughter not to delay and apologize. Then Bella asked why she had to apologize to him at all, after which she demonstratively shook her head, declaring that she did not intend to humiliate herself like that. This drove the old man to extremes, and now he raised his voice at the girl, saying that she was wrong, which instantly brought tears to Bella's eyes, who reproached her relative for his bad attitude. The old man tried to stop her, but the girl quickly left the place of the meeting with a relative, which did not bring the expected joy. Left alone with the young man again, he called his granddaughter an absolutely unbearable creature. Turning his attention back to Jack, he He said there had been a misunderstanding that he wanted to clear up right away. But the young man declared that he had only one desire, which was to quickly leave the company of his strange acquaintance. But then his interlocutor, in all seriousness, declared that he had long ago realized that the guy was one of the practitioners of self-improvement, and that he had no need to hide it. After all, those who have been practicing for a long time can literally see right through other people, with all their qualities. He then added that his relationship with his granddaughter doesn't really concern him much, where the main thing is to not stop developing his skills. As Jack listened to the old man, he mentally noted that he really needed something to help him figure everything out and level up. His interlocutor, meanwhile, praised the young man's secrecy regarding his skills and hobbies. After all, in the modern world he might be considered insane if he starts talking about the miracles he can perform with the help of internal energy. But at the same time, the old man said that the guy himself must achieve an understanding of many things, in which few people can help him. Leaving the company of the young man, he also expressed his hopes that they would be able to meet and communicate again, mentally understanding that he was still able to catch the interest of this young man. And then he casually added that there would be a meeting of all those practicing special skills this week, and he wanted to invite the guy to this event so that he wouldn't think badly of him. Although he himself practices, he is at a rather low level, but one of his friends is a true professional, and if she agrees to work with Jack, he will be able to achieve incredible results. The young man greedily absorbed all the information coming from the old man, which was very interesting to him. Although he did not seem like a normal and reliable person at first glance, his intentions were clearly pure. Moreover, it will be much more interesting to develop your talents in the company of like-minded people. He immediately imagined the one the old man had just spoken about, thinking about her level of development in this matter. The decision was made instantly, and of course, it was positive. Having thanked the old man for his care and information, the young man promised to contact him later. While rejoicing at this success, the old man also noted to himself that he now had a difficult conversation ahead of him with his granddaughter, who was clearly offended by him. While waiting for the newcomer, Bella stood and thought that her grandpa had fallen for some kind of trick, trying to match her with Jack. The girl had a hard time believing that this annoying guy had even the slightest ability. But Jack had already appeared in her field of vision, and this meant that soon everything would finally become clear. Having made a cute greeting, Bella invited the guy to sit inside the car. She followed him into the passenger seat, after which the car quickly took off. On the way, the young man continued to make some calculations and take notes in his notebook, which he always carried with him. And Bella remembered a recent conversation with her grandfather, who said that Jack was a very good guy and that it would be nice for them to get to know each other better. Turning her gaze to the young man, she mentally noted that he had indeed changed very much recently. Blushing a little, Bella noticed that he seemed to have become prettier, much better and more attractive. But a second later, she was already trying to reason with herself, not believing that she was showing sympathy for Jack. The young man himself did not pay any attention to his companion, thinking that he had spent a lot of time creating another program, but there was still no feedback from another company. It was quite strange, since the same Caleb Donovan reacted to the opportunity that had arisen immediately. Lost in his thoughts, the young man suddenly turned his head in the direction where Bella was, who immediately became frightened by the fact that he noticed how she was secretly looking at him. The guy himself didn't understand why the girl jerked so abruptly that she even managed to scare him, but after a couple of seconds he had already returned to his work, which greatly surprised Bella, who was wondering what he was constantly writing there. She remembered their conversation a few months ago, where she demanded that he stop stalking her, claiming that his actions were causing her great inconvenience. But he suddenly, after talking about some more serious things, recommended that she think about it, simply wishing her good luck and leaving. This created the impression that the girl herself was primarily attached to Jack. Soon she, her grandfather, and Jack were moving along the narrow, winding path to the meeting place. On the way, the young man asked if they were going somewhere other than where the meeting was supposed to be held. And then the old man explained that he simply did not want to immediately shock the guy with the fact that practitioners have their own world, invisible to the eye of an ordinary person. But after his rebirth, it was unlikely that anything could surprise him very much, and Jack took what was said calmly. Soon a portal to the world of practitioners appeared, where Bella, who was walking ahead, entered first. Following her, a young man immediately entered the portal, for whom all this, of course, was new. When he found himself on the other side, a real palace, made in the ancient Chinese style, towered before him, and the old man who caught up with him announced his arrival in the world of practitioners. Jack immediately felt that this world was significantly different from the ordinary world of people, where now he was interested in the question of whether in the future he would be able to have exactly the same, but his own personal world. And suddenly, turning his attention to Bella, he noticed that a fire was burning in her chest too, although it was very weak. While he was thinking about how to strengthen the girl's energy, she, with horror for herself, followed the trajectory of his gaze, which, from a physiological point of view, was directed straight at her lush chest. The color instantly flooded Bella's face, who was extremely surprised by such a frank look from the guy. Turning her back to Jack, Bella called him a perverted, maniacal pervert, where the young man himself did not understand at all how he managed to earn such an unflattering opinion of himself. The journey continued, during which Jack noted that he did not expect the girl to have such weakened energy, which only made her even more angry, and Bella responded by shouting that she would soon see what kind of energy the guy himself had. Then the young man explained that he did not want to offend the girl at all, but was simply trying to understand the reasons for such weak energy. Bella, flushed with anger, angrily said that he shouldn't be interested in this question at all, and in the end, she said that it was time for the guy to stop staring at what he calls energy. Listening to the conversation of the young people, the old man remembered those who were left alone on the path of life and whom he supported, not wishing the same fate for his granddaughter. Jack, however, did not calm down, noting that the girl could discuss this issue with him. Bella was delighted when the young man added that at this stage of his development he might not be able to see everything yet. The old man, who had been behind them all this time, came to the conclusion that they would make a great family, despite the differences that now existed. As he got closer, Jack noticed that there were more and more people nearby. He already found this place very surprising, wondering if there were similar ones in other cities. It was even surprising that in this world of practitioners one could meet a real postman. And then, to his great surprise, this postman flew into the room in a couple of jumps. The guy immediately had the idea that if this postman uses his abilities when delivering, he could definitely become a millionaire. His thoughts were interrupted by his grandfather, who said that it was time to visit the most experienced and most important among them. After which the trio also entered the building and continued their journey inside. When they reached the right place, the old man absolutely recklessly shouted that Bella had come to see Grandma with her boyfriend, which immediately caused a reaction from her in the form of denial and a request to her grandfather to never speak like that again. Jack just laughed at this funny old man who knew no ceremony at all. At the same time, he was very interested in what would happen here next, and who this granny was. And Bella, standing to the side, mentally noted to herself that the young man did not at all express any objection to being called her boyfriend. Looking at the girl, the young man only now realized that she had been hiding her skills and knowledge from everyone all this time. And suddenly something like a water portal appeared before the young man's eyes, from which Evelina Kendall, who was known here as a mentor, emerged and appeared before the guests. The old man and the white woman immediately expressed their respect to her, where one called her granny and the other sister. And Jack couldn't understand why such a gorgeous young beauty was called a granny. Looking at the arrivals, the girl noticed that once again the old man had forgotten about politeness and courtesy, where he, blushing, tried to apologize to this beauty. But then she approached him, calling him Baby Cornelius, and noticing that he had noticeably grown younger. Still embarrassed, the old man said that his progress was entirely due to his mentor. Jack, listening to this conversation, could not believe that this slender woman was calling the old man a baby. Looking at her gorgeous figure, the young man urged himself to calm down, remembering that in many books he had read that with regular and correct exercise, the body does not age, but becomes younger. Well, the mentor continued, reminding the grandfather that if he had any difficulties, he should immediately tell her about it, which he, laying his head on the beauty's shoulder, promised to fulfill without fail. Well, for those who found themselves here for the first time, everything that was happening seemed incredibly strange and unusual. Finally, the girl turned her attention to Jack, mentally noticing his pure and powerful energy and asking if he was really Bella's boyfriend. Bella herself answered the question, saying that her grandfather's imagination was simply running wild, and that she and Jack were nothing more than classmates at university. After that, Evelina looked coldly at the old man, asking why he dared to bring the guy back then, since he was not a match for Bella. And the grandfather had to explain and say that he could see great potential in him. After listening to the explanation, the girl again turned her attention to the new arrival. She studied the young man very carefully, already realizing that he had phenomenal abilities. And finally, she said in a rather stern tone that there was no need to rush here, where it was necessary to check the guy. After saying this, the grandfather cheerfully patted Jack on the shoulder, thereby attracting his attention. And when he turned his head, the old man congratulated the young man. With a completely detached look, the young man asked for an explanation of what he had just been congratulated on. and Cornelius explained that if Evelina had been dissatisfied with him, she would have already sent him away from here, which meant that he had already been practically accepted as a student. He also added, quietly laughing, that there was a high probability that she would decide to give the young man some sort of entrance test, in which he would like to wish the young man good luck. Near the luxuriously laid table there were many people who were talking to each other on a variety of topics. The sound of the teacher's heels was, for some reason, much louder than all the conversations put together. And so, a second later, everyone present suddenly fell silent, only greeting Evelina each in their own way. When the ceremonies were over, the girl allowed everyone to take their places at the table. Sitting comfortably on a carved chair, she said that over the next year, everyone should make significant progress in their development. Meanwhile, Jack was wondering whether the change in the amount of energy in his body was a consequence of reincarnation. Meanwhile, Evelina announced that this year she will also hold a competition, where the winner will receive a good reward. Recalling that last year the winner would receive a magical flying weapon, this could not fail to arouse admiration among those present, who were already anticipating the value of the prize. One of today's contenders immediately declared that he would definitely win this year, but the other young man smugly declared that he shouldn't even count on it. At this point, Cornelius decided to speak up, asking permission and then introducing the newcomer to the ranks of practitioners. Of course, the young man did not really like such increased attention in his direction, but many even admired his powerful energy. Pulling the old man by his clothes, Jack quietly noted that he still did not know a single technique to participate in a confrontation with anyone. But the grandfather, pleased with himself, urged the boy to cast aside his doubts and fears, since their event was more of an entertaining one. In fact, not really believing that everything would go smoothly, the young man had no choice but to rely on Cornelius's words. Bella was incredibly angry that her grandfather was pushing Jack so hard. Well, the old man meanwhile put on a very serious look, saying that the young man would soon understand everything himself. After some time, everyone who had gathered here today left the room and headed to the testing site. As he climbs up the steps, the young man really wants to see everything that he will encounter today. In his mind, he imagined that he would now see people with the most non-trivial skills. We'll see the use of super abilities, and even creatures from other worlds. But nothing could surprise him more than a crowd of people engaged in the most ordinary preparation of food. He couldn't believe that people who practiced developing internal energy and gaining super abilities were doing some ordinary cooking. What amazed him even more was that no one, except himself, was surprised by such a strange test. Bella, who was next to him, asked the guy if he was disappointed with what he had just seen. But without waiting for an answer, she explained that the path to self-improvement is not only physical training and meditation, but also the practice of any other activities. In addition, the mentor herself loves to eat, and therefore annually organizes such a competition, where the one who can satisfy her taste will become the winner. Having explained all this, Bella asked her companion if he had already decided what he would cook. The young man was silent, and then she herself began to suggest options, taking into account that it was quite hot outside, and therefore some cold snacks might be suitable. And now the girl was already listing specific dishes that the young man should consider as options for preparation. To herself, she wondered whether the guy had understood the hint that she had only listed the dishes that the mentor liked the most. So she added that Evelina was from another region of their country and probably really missed that kitchen, asking the guy to keep quiet about what she told him. Jack found it quite cute that this girl cared about him so much that she decided to give him a hint, and now he confirmed that he had understood correctly everything that his interlocutor had just said. A moment later, he was already remembering his past life, which he literally lived on a leash with Lucy. Where did she only have time to declare her taste preferences, because of which he had to learn to cook literally any dish. Every evening he spent in the kitchen to hone his skills and delight Lucy with a new delicious dish. Over time, he honed his skills to the point that it was no problem for him to prepare any dish, where he was able to master even the haute cuisine of other countries, such as Italy or France. He would have given 1/10,000th that in another life, he might have found use for what he considered to be such a useless skill in cooking. And so the young man, having become one of the contenders, was already standing in the place where he was to do what would lead him to victory. Meanwhile, the organizer of today's event was closely watching the guy from the side. What interested her most was that everyone had already started cooking, while the guy simply stood with his eyes closed, immersed in some thoughts of his own. At some point, Jack's complete inaction was noticed by Cornelius, who disappointedly noted that, apparently, he simply did not know how to cook. The old man really didn't want to lose face in front of his dear mentor. But then Evelina herself stated that she also saw no reason to rush anywhere with cooking. The girl believed that this young man would definitely be able to prove himself, because he was full of energy. She also added that dishes prepared in a hurry will not be as tasty. Meanwhile, Jack himself did not start cooking only because he did not know which dish to choose from their incredible variety. And suddenly he began to grab kitchen utensils, deciding to cook all the dishes available to him. Time passed, and all the participants of today's event gradually finished preparing their dishes. Almost everyone already held in their hands what they had prepared, with the hope of victory. Jack was finishing up too, looking pleased as he put something from the frying pan onto a plate. This was the last of several dozen dishes that he managed to prepare during this time, which amazed many. However, not everyone appreciated what he did, rather boldly noting that it was not a matter of quantity, but of the quality of the dishes. Many others echoed these comments, adding that the guy apparently wasn't very good at their practices and didn't have enough energy. Even one of the more advanced masters could not restrain himself, saying that such an approach on the part of the guy would definitely not lead to anything good. After listening to all the critics, Jack replied that it would not be them, but the mentor, who would evaluate his work, asking him to keep their opinions to himself. Of course, this statement from the young man greatly angered everyone else, who immediately began to ask rhetorical questions about why the mentor had not yet kicked out this worthless candidate. Jack was so tired of all this meaningless talk that he simply remained silent. At the same time, Cornelius watched Evelina closely, noticing that the girl was not very good at hiding her emotions, where the fact that she was very excited was immediately revealed by the nervous tapping of her finger. The old man knew his mentor quite well, and therefore immediately understood that she was very interested in what the newcomer had managed to cook up. And now he has already given the guy a sign that he has already managed to stand out. Of course, Jack noticed this sign and was satisfied that he had already achieved something. Cornelius, meanwhile, returned to his thoughts about how his dear granddaughter would certainly pay attention to this talent. The time allotted for preparing the dishes is over, and now it is time for tasting and determining the winner. Girls appeared who began to put a little bit of each dish, after which the members of the commission began to sample the wine, assessing its quality and taste. From the immediate reactions of the tasters, Jack realized that he had been able to satisfy their tastes, which meant that all that remained was to please the mentor. The girl didn't keep us waiting, and approached the place where the guy had placed everything he had prepared. The first thing she had to try was the broth. Only after taking a sip from the saucer did Evelina mentally note that it was prepared simply superbly. She didn't even notice how she had already tried the fifth dish, which was baked fish. Jack watched closely as the girl enjoyed the food he had prepared. Well, she was already on cloud 9 from the bliss that filled her entire being, trying a dish from the second 10. One of the spectators standing nearby wondered how the guy knew so many dishes. Meanwhile, Evelina got to her favorite dish. Carefully taking a piece, the girl carefully placed it in her mouth, preparing to feel every note of taste. The bliss that Evelina experienced a moment later was indescribable. The girl literally dissolved in incredible taste sensations, which literally returned her to her childhood, where she first tried this dish. When this taste orgasm was over, the teacher sternly asked the guy what he had added to his dishes. Smiling, the young man stated directly and openly that he had added nothing to them except sincerity. Previously, in the role of the obedient dog Lucy, he cooked under duress, but now he gave it his all and with love. Everyone else, hearing Evelina's question about some supplement, immediately began to smile, coming to the conclusion that Jack would now be disqualified. And some have already happily expressed their assumptions about their victory in this competition. But suddenly Evelina ordered that the young man be given a magical weapon and a book. Everyone else immediately began to complain about the fact that the mentor announced the winner before trying the dishes of all the other participants. Then a man of advanced age stepped forward and remarked that he had been practicing the culinary arts for over 60 years. Where this guru of the kitchen world agreed that this newcomer had proven himself better than any master of cooking, the man fully acknowledged that Jack was able to not only quickly prepare such an incredibly large number of dishes, but also did not lose their taste. His skill was enough to prepare several dozen dishes when everyone else could barely cope with preparing one. Having finished his laudatory speech, the man suddenly fell to his knees, begging the boy to accept him as a student. Watching this strange gesture of recognition, Jack didn't even know how to react to it. It was getting dark, and today's culinary event was coming to its logical conclusion. Everyone who came to this place today to participate in it gradually left the teacher's place of residence, and soon only the owner, Cornelius with his granddaughter, and of course the winner of today's culinary competition, remained in the house. The young man was in the kitchen in the company of Evelina and was cooking again. At some point, the girl suddenly declared that from today on, Jack could consider himself her student. This surprised the guy quite a bit, as he had assumed that there would be some kind of complicated initiation ceremony with a bunch of different tests. Noticing the guy's reaction, Evelina noted that he probably considered the process of accepting him as a student too easy. The young man did not hide his thoughts and confirmed the correctness of his mentor's guess. Well, she, moving into the room, explained that after all, it was already the 21st century, where there was no need to arrange any kind of demonstrative cruel tests. Soon everyone was sitting at the table, where the mentor told Jack that after returning to his world, he should not stop his own training. And if he doesn't understand something, he can always turn to Cornelius for help. But he will also have to show up to her for training every week. Having finished with the recommendations for the guy, Evelina turned to Bella, who was sitting next to her. She instructed the girl to be around Jack more often, because this could be the solution to the problem of her developmental stagnation. Of course, the girl was only happy with such an order, where she was not at all against spending more time next to this guy. Quite soon the young people returned to their world, having finished their meal in the company of their mentor. At some point, Bella glanced sideways at her companion, wondering why he hadn't taken his eyes off her the entire way, which greatly surprised the guy, who mentally noted that this girl literally had eyes on the back of her head. Out loud, he explained that he was not looking at the girl, but simply into space, as he was deep in thought, where he came to the conclusion that he needed to become more tolerant, including towards the company of his new girlfriend. Overtaking Bella, Jack noticed that he was now not just her comrade, but a student of the mentor herself, who enjoyed universal respect, which really infuriated his companion, who still didn't believe that this guy could just become Evelina's personal student. Once again studying the progress of the diploma work, Professor McDowell noticed that the young man was working hard on it. Jack smiled sheepishly and replied that the man was exalting his true merits too much. Albert suggested discussing with the guy some problem areas in his work. He began to show him the place that needed some work, when suddenly a woman dressed in a formal suit entered the office. Her face was very stern, and in an equally stern voice she asked the professor to go with her. Without making her wait, Albert stood up from his seat, telling the guy that they would finish their conversation later. Watching the man and woman leave, Jack mentally noted that what he had been waiting for had begun. At some point during his movement, the man suddenly saw Belinda standing near the window. Without paying any particular attention to her, the professor walked past, moving in the direction where the woman who had come to his office had invited him. The girl suddenly angrily noted that the old man was wrong to prevent her from graduating normally without wasting time on fulfilling his worthless demands regarding her diploma thesis. But suddenly she heard footsteps behind her, and when she turned around, she saw Jack approaching. With a malicious grin, she mentally concluded that now this impudent youth would be able to see with his own eyes how his dear professor sank to the very bottom of this life. Sometime later, already in the dorm room, David asked his friend why he suddenly became so serious. Because his thesis was recognized by the professor as the best. Jack gave the guy a friendly slap, telling him to worry about his own business and not his diploma. To this, the young man recklessly stated that there was still plenty of time to prepare the work, after which he collapsed on his bed, adding that now it would be better for him to just rest. Distracted from this conversation, Jack thought about the fact that he would soon need to begin implementing the plan to save the professor, where the materials he had collected should be put into action first. Albert stood opposite the man in charge of preventing misconduct among teachers, with Belinda standing next to him. The situation was quietly heating up, with the girl playing the role of the victim, and the professor not yet understanding what was happening. And finally, the man in glasses stated that, according to Belinda, Albert tried to seduce her, taking advantage of his position. Albert slammed his palm down on the table, and practically shouted that this was a blatant lie. He then added that he had been teaching for many years, where everyone knew perfectly well that he was not capable of such actions. But then the actress became active, quietly speaking through tears about how the professor had threatened not to accept her diploma if she did not have an intimate relationship with him. To which Albert immediately noted that Belinda's current behavior was due only to the fact that he initially did not accept her disgusting diploma thesis, downloaded from the internet. However, the girl, determined to achieve her goals, did not back down, literally bursting into tears and expressively saying that the professor had no decency in trying to dishonor her. And now she was sitting on a chair, resting her head on her hands and sobbing, saying that this was just a diploma, which was not comparable to her reputation and honor. All this suffering that poured out of the victim even put a member of the violation prevention group in an awkward position. After exchanging glances with him, the girl standing next to him drew his attention to some circumstances, where Belinda came from a good family, had an outstanding appearance, and had no reason to slander the professor in such a shameful manner. Seeing how others were beginning to side with this liar, the man began to challenge her to provide evidence of her unworthy teacher behavior. But Belinda decided to play on pity, drawing the attention of her defenders to how this monster was trying to escape responsibility by talking about some evidence. But she directly states that Professor McDowell encroached on her honor and innocence, which the accused himself listened to with horror in his eyes. Continuing her performance, the girl said that a simple student does not have the same influence as a professor, whom she herself always considered a decent person. All this made Albert truly furious, demanding that the liar shut up and provide evidence for her words. Well, Belinda, through tears, told how that day he locked himself and her in his office, where he began to feel around under her skirt with his hands. And in conclusion, she added that her current condition is the best proof, since she will not be able to obtain any others. Finally, the woman standing next to him said that there was enough hysteria for today. But she continued, noting that she was not the only one who could suffer from such actions of the professor. Holding this liar close to her, the woman promised that they would definitely sort everything out. And now she has already turned to the professor, saying that, until the end of the investigation, he is suspended from giving lectures. Which was another major shock for the man today. Belinda, quietly watching Albert's reactions, mentally gloated. David, who was passing by, witnessed everything that was happening, who instantly realized that the notorious provocateur Belinda had just done something really bad. Running into the room, he reported that Belinda had slandered Professor McDowell, and this required some action, to which the young man only smiled mysteriously, saying that they would act at night. Exactly at midnight, both friends were ready to carry out the mission to save the professor. Moving from one university building to another, the friends posted some leaflets everywhere. They posted them literally every half-meter so that no one could fail to see what they wanted to show to students and teachers. And already the next morning a crowd of students looked with interest at the photographs in which Belinda was clearly paying unfriendly attention to completely different men. At the same time, the star of the day had just woken up and was getting ready to get up. She immediately noticed how her roommates were looking at her strangely. Not knowing anything yet, the girl asked them why they were looking at her like that, and one of them cautiously replied that someone had pasted up photographs of Belinda everywhere. After which she handed the girl what almost the entire university was now looking at. Having already noticed what was in the photograph, Belinda abruptly pulled it out of her neighbor's hands. She was furious and couldn't believe that someone had captured her in moments of depraved actions. Cursing everything and everyone, the girl practically tore apart the photograph that was in her hands. In an incredible rage, Belinda only thought about what she would do to the impudent man who allowed himself to do this. The girl's hand reached for more photographs, exposing her in indecency. But almost everyone at the university managed to see what Jack wanted to show them, where now Belinda was being accused from all sides of being a girl of easy virtue. Hearing these not very loud conversations, she immediately turned her attention to those who were actually calling her a prostitute, noting with irony that they said it too quietly. But the girls no longer perceived this person as someone they could look up to, and recommended that she not tell them what and how to say it all. And then all Belinda heard around her was nothing but ridicule and opinions that she was ready to give herself to literally anyone. The one who became the organizer and executor of everything that led to these unpleasant consequences for Belinda, quietly watched what was happening from the side. The way the girl experienced ridicule did not touch Jack's feelings at all, and he mentally noted that this was only the first step towards her complete destruction as a person. And now it was time to move on to the next step he had planned. In the small cafe, one could clearly hear the man's exclamations of admiration regarding everything that had been provided to him. Once again, Caleb Donovan thanked Jack for providing information that would help advance his company. However, the man's face did not express the same satisfaction that was heard in his words. And then Jack asked what was the matter. And when Caleb explained that he had hoped more that the young man would start working for him, he said that the information he had provided was no worse. After all, the previous plan was just an image, whereas now the man is given a specific strategy of action. As the guy talked, the head of the Donovan Corporation kept thinking about when this guy would finally decide to get what was owed to him. But then Jack suddenly announced that he had one request, where his interlocutor needed to start working with the company of a man named Andrews. It was an unexpected and moreover very strange request, which left the man completely stupefied. Seeing this expression, Jack began his explanation by telling about Professor McDowell, whom he respects very much. After some time, the story was told, where at the end, the young man added that he wanted to clear the professor's name, punish Belinda, and bring all her patrons to the very bottom. Without interrupting the young man, and having listened to the whole story to the end, Caleb was very impressed. Having noted to himself that Jack was incredibly noble, he immediately left his company, promising to do everything in the best possible way. After some time, the young man met his friend in the dorm room, where, in response to his question about the professor, he only shook his head. Exhaling heavily, Jack mentally noted that this was only the first step on the path to saving Albert, and Dave had already said out loud that Professor McDowell was still suspended from classes. He then said that the higher management would not leave all this without attention in any case. And when the young man expressed his fears for Albert, who was very depressed, Jack left his company, citing some busyness. After some time, the young man had already arrived at the place where Professor McDowell had retired from prying eyes. With his hands in his pockets, he stood inside the gazebo and simply silently looked at the world around him. The man was brought out of his personal sad thoughts by a familiar voice calling him by name. Jack, who approached him, immediately told Albert not to worry, because the truth would soon come to the surface. But he strongly doubted this, saying that it was impossible to fight with such influential people who stood behind Belinda. The man recalled how he had already tried to ask one of his friends for help, but he immediately referred to being busy as soon as he heard the name Andrews, where the professor didn't even have time to finish speaking, as the door quickly slammed in front of his face. Another close friend of Albert's directly stated that the man had no chance at all of getting out of this situation. He explained this by saying that as soon as Belinda's father found out about what had happened, he decided to go all the way, and it was unlikely that anyone would be able to stop him. This friend also offered the professor a more painless way out, where he should confess everything and quietly retire. Otherwise, the Andrews family will ruin Albert's life to such an extent that he will not want to live anymore. And this way, he will have a chance to get a job at some private educational institution, where good teachers are always needed. Professor McDowell listened to everything his comrade said with an overwhelming feeling of rage, which was more the result of the realization of his own powerlessness. Now Jack stood next to him and said that since Belinda was using her family's position and influence, they would simply use even more influence, which greatly surprised the professor. On the one hand, he was very grateful to the guy for supporting him so actively, but at the same time he did not understand how this young man from a simple family could have any connections, and therefore the man placed all his hopes on some higher powers that would be able to put everything in its place. And suddenly he turned to Jack, saying that he was able to teach him everything he knew and was proud of his success. He also warned the guy not to end up in the same situation that had now developed around the professor himself. The young man immediately noticed the fatal notes in Albert's words, and immediately loudly declared that he, too, had something to say to his interlocutor. First of all, the young man reminded the professor of his own words about never giving up and giving up, after which Jack added that no one can escape justice, and the professor just needs to wait a little and not decide on extreme measures. These words could not help but touch the man's heart, and he promised that he would not do anything stupid and would wait. In one of the university buildings, as in any other, during the break between classes, the corridor was constantly filled with students. Entering the office, Jack immediately noticed Belinda sitting at the table, whose cheerful mood could only be envied. Having approached, the young man, without any preludes, demanded that the girl take back the words she had spoken against the professor and withdraw the accusations. The girl even jumped up from her seat in surprise. In an instant, she counterattacked, threateningly declaring that if Jack did not shut his mouth immediately, he would find himself in the same position as his dear professor. But no threats had any effect on the young man, who coldly added that he was giving the girl one last chance to correct what she had done. However, Belinda was not going to back down, noticing that the guy had watched too many movies with his last chances. After which, without hiding her insolence and sense of superiority, she added that the young man would be unable to help Albert in any way, since she would trample him into the ground. A moment later, she had already turned around and was almost right next to Jack's face, saying in the same tone that people like him would always serve people like her. The girl wanted to say something else, but suddenly Jack interrupted her, saying that the countdown had begun. The guy seemed not to have heard anything she had just said, which left Belinda a little confused. By evening, the girl who was breaking fates was in the house that belonged to her family. She was in a delightful mood, and so, as she took off her shoes, Belinda hummed a cheerful melody. Having put her shoes on the shelf, the girl announced to her father that she had already returned home. Hearing his daughter's voice, the man ran out of the room as if scalded, loudly declaring that she would not believe what had happened today. After all, representatives of the famous Donovan Corporation contacted him and offered cooperation. The invitation was sent personally by the head of this company, and therefore he immediately goes to the bank for a loan of several million in order to join this business. After listening to her father, the girl thought hard about the possible prospects of cooperation with Donovan Corporation, and when she realized that the benefits would amount to hundreds of millions, she immediately came to the conclusion that no threats were scary to them anymore. Well, her father continued to talk about how quickly their family would enter the most noble circles. Listening to her father, Belinda said that she would never let her father down and would work very hard in the future. Where a loving and caring father could only admire such a statement from his daughter. The next day, the girl was in the audience when she noticed Jack sitting in front of her. She tried to throw a crumpled piece of paper at his head. But the guy's reaction, as always, did not fail him, and he simply intercepted it in midair. Without thinking twice, Jack took and launched this improvised projectile back, hitting the target right on target. The indignant girl literally screamed that the guy didn't have much time left, but he responded by saying that she had very little time left to drop the accusations. Suddenly, the young man started counting down, which left the girl completely confused. While she was thinking about the reason why he was ignoring absolutely everything she said, Jack finished the countdown, and as soon as he finished, the girl's mobile phone immediately rang. And after answering the call, Belinda heard her father's worried voice. The man reported that they had become completely bankrupt, recommending that his daughter not return home, but quickly go somewhere and hide. Jack, of course, noticed both the incoming call and the frightened face of his recent interlocutor, noting out loud that everything was happening exactly on schedule. Interrupting this short conversation with her father, the girl asked the guy in a trembling voice what he had done, to which he, with obvious irony in his voice, responded with a question, the meaning of which was that he, a man from a simple family, was suddenly able to do something against such powerful people as the Andrews family. Then the girl suddenly heard her father's voice from the receiver, breaking into a scream, telling her to do whatever she could to restore their family's position. Completely confused, Belinda stood and looked at her mobile phone, from which her father's screams continued to come. No longer listening at all to what her father was saying, the girl stood and convulsively clutched the phone in her hand. Finally beginning to realize what was happening, she dropped her cell phone and screamed hysterically. Already sitting on the floor, Belinda kept repeating that all this simply could not be. But then her attention was drawn to Jack's voice and gesture, who calmly noted that money is the most unreliable resource. And that is why even now no amount of money will help Belinda get out of the swamp she has driven herself into, where only he is able to do it. Casting a completely indifferent glance at the crying snake, the young man added that she should think about everything carefully. When the school day ended, Belinda returned to her parents' house, literally finding herself in another world. There was complete chaos there, where not only was all the furnishings turned upside down, but the walls were also defaced with graffiti. But the girl was primarily interested in what happened to her jewelry. When Belinda got to her room, she quickly discovered that her drawers were empty. Unable to do anything and realizing that she was completely ruined, the girl sank to the floor. She remembered Jack and his words about how for every cool rich guy, there is someone cooler and richer. And also the guy's very recent statement that only he can save her in this situation. Still tormented by doubts, the girl sat and looked at her mobile phone. Her thoughts suddenly switched to her parents, who were now unknown where and in what condition. She was worried that her father might be dealt with, like debtors in crime TV series. But in any case, she did not understand at all what she should do now without money, without family, without support. The girl was distracted from these gloomy thoughts by a loud knock on the door. It was the man on the other side who was kicking the door hard. The big guy noted that he didn't even have to spend too much effort on such a flimsy door. His companion, meanwhile, noted that he had clearly seen a girl enter the house and had not come out until now. The third member of the debt collection team noted with satisfaction that this girl might have some money that could be taken to pay off the debt. Meanwhile, the girl was literally consumed by fear for her life, and she had no idea what she could do. Another blow to the door made her scream wildly about how she had nothing she could give to men. And in general, it was not she who was the debtor, but the father. But those who came to collect the debt were little interested in this, where they adhered to the opinion that the daughter is obliged to answer for the debts of her parents. And then he threw Belinda with all his might onto the bed next to him. Looking at the girl, he ordered his comrades to immobilize their victim for today. Beginning to understand what could happen now, Belinda hysterically begged not to do this and to let her go. However, a moment later she already felt the man's hands on her body, who at the same time managed to admire the girl's slender body. Bursting into tears, Belinda begged her tormentor to stop, saying that she had no money. And he stopped when he discovered a wallet hidden under the girl's skirt. As soon as he pulled it out, she immediately rushed to the one who had just groped her, now begging for her last money to be returned to her. Instead of answering, Belinda suddenly felt a sharp slap burn her face. Well, the man, having found only a few $100 bills in the wallet, now directly and openly stated that the girl could pay off her father's debts in other ways. After all, she really did have a gorgeous body and was a real beauty who didn't leave men a single chance. And now the man's hand began to creep under the victim's skirt again. but this time with a completely different purpose. Now Belinda clearly understood how it would all end, screaming even louder. And the one who was seeking physical intimacy suddenly noticed that it was not at all surprising that the professor was harassing such a beauty, who was now simply obliged to serve him too. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes like a stream and did not stop for a second. And she herself said that she would not have intimate relations with just anyone. Then the man reminded her of how she had recently dated different men, which did not bother her at all. Realizing that she couldn't get out of it, the girl again began to beg him to let her go, promising to find her parents, whom she could persuade to repay their debts. But the debt collector only laughed in response, saying that her parents had disappeared long ago, and the daughter should have listened to her father and done the same. Where after these words the man suddenly grabbed Belinda by the wrist, pressing her hand to the bed. The girl's thoughts were now only about the fact that just yesterday she lived a luxurious and carefree life, which in one instant suddenly turned into some kind of hell, in which an evil man, unknown to her, was practically lying on top of her, preparing to rape her. He had already managed to expose the girl's stomach and chest when he suddenly felt someone's hand on him. It was some new participant in this action who asked the man to stop his actions. Hearing this, the thought immediately flashed through the girl's mind that she was saved. But suddenly the one who had just tried to have sex with her said that they had a new wonderful product, referring to Belinda and asking the man in the suit to report this to the gentleman. Hearing the conversation about the new product in her person, the girl again began to scream to be let go. But those whose task was to repay any debts were not at all interested in anything their victim, whom they had already dragged out of the house by the hair, thought or said. Belinda continued to scream, and the nerves of the apparent leader of this gang could not stand it, where he struck her in the face, demanding that she be quiet. Well, the one who had been dragging the debtor all this time only laughed at how quickly she calmed down after the slap. Continuing to move, the men advised Belinda not to resist, and thus save both her health and their nerves. Well, Jack calmly watched from the nearby bushes as the girl was dragged to the car. The girl was very surprised when she noticed her classmate nearby, where the words flashed through her memory again, about how only he could and had the power to save her. With all her might, and leaving some of her hair in the kidnapper's hand, Belinda threw herself at the boy, begging him to save her. The man from whose hands she had escaped was cursing, and the girl was already screaming that she believed Jack and begged for help. His phrase about how he was the only one who could help her repeated itself over and over in her head. And now she was on her knees in front of her chance for salvation, saying that these men wanted to sell her into slavery. Looking at the beaten Belinda, Jack said that, in general, he was not against helping her. He then pulled out a tape recorder, asking her what had really happened between her and Professor McDowell, and the girl, through tears, loudly declared that this harmful old man simply did not allow her diploma work to be published. Then the young man asked the girl to clarify whether she had really slandered him in order to remove him from his position and negotiate the submission of his thesis with another appointed teacher. The debt collectors were already heading to where this dialogue was taking place when Belinda confirmed everything that had been said and again prayed for salvation. Ignoring the kidnapper's words to move away from the girl, Jack asked the last question about whether Professor McDowell had sexually assaulted Belinda. And while he was asking this, the leader of the gang was already very close to the young people. Watching the outstretched hand, the girl answered as quickly as she could that nothing like that had happened. All these answers were quite satisfactory to the guy, who concluded that the man had never lied about never trying to seduce Belinda. Well, 3 young men had already managed to position themselves around the perimeter of the young people, demanding that the guy not interfere with them doing their work. Belinda really hoped that Jack would save her now, since she did not want to end up in the hands of these terrible men again. And so she quickly began to talk about how she had specially thought it all up in order to remove the professor from his position. She regrets it very much and asks to let her go. Looking at Belinda, Jack asked her if she was ready to admit that she had done something completely wrong, where her actions could have ruined several lives. With tears in her eyes, she confirmed her confession, saying that she was ready to suffer a fair punishment for her actions. Reaching out her hands to Jack, she asked him to make it so that those guys behind her back would not bother her anymore. She promised to do absolutely everything he asked, including helping to clear the professor's name. Turning off the recorder, Jack suddenly said that everything has to be paid for, and those guys behind his back are not as kind as he is. And so, turning to them, the young man made it clear that he was not going to interfere with them doing their work. After which one of the kidnappers laughed loudly, and Belinda, in a fit of rage, immediately accused the young man of deceiving her, while another member of the gang was laughing at what he had just learned from the scene that had taken place. The leader thanked the young man for making the wise decision to restore justice and not interfere with their work. Jack, however, turned around and noted that the Andrews family debt matters did not concern him at all, where his only goal was to clear the professor's name. Finally, he turned to Belinda, recalling his earlier words about how for every cool person, there is an even cooler one. In a state of shock from what had happened, the girl silently listened to what Jack was saying. Well, those who came for payment already noticed that her lustful body would look great in some men's club or brothel. But the girl's rotten essence still took over, and she began to shout loudly after Jack that he was nobody. And if her parents were here, he would definitely be in trouble. Belinda mentally reproached herself for having so stupidly fallen for the actions of this scoundrel. But suddenly she lost her footing and found herself on the shoulder of one of the collectors, who, without any embarrassment and with all his might, lowered his palm directly onto the young lady's soft spot. Once again, Belinda felt that she was completely doomed. With all her might, she screamed that no one would ever believe this recording, and therefore his dear professor would be kicked out of the university forever. And suddenly Jack turned around, noticing that rotten people would never change, and the girl had just failed his last test, a different result of which could have saved her. But Belinda immediately declared that once again she definitely would not believe that he had the ability to save her. Even the leader himself became interested in what might happen next, and he ordered the girl to be released. The order was carried out immediately, and the girl again felt solid support under her feet. Turning to her, the gang leader gave her the opportunity to solve her problems here and now by paying off the family's debts. A moment later, Jack asked the men how much their family owed, and immediately received an answer in the form of a designated amount of several million. Taking out some paper and showing it to Belinda, he asked whether this money would be enough to cover the debt, where the guy literally lost his power of speech at the sight of the amount of money that was in his account, which was about 20 million. Trying to snatch the paper, she screamed hysterically for Jack to help her and pay off the debt, but the young man stepped back, missing the movement of the crazy woman, who immediately stretched out on the path. Well, the young man said that he brought the checkbook with him in order to pay off the debt in case the girl really changed, but now nothing could help her. Then Jack added with a smile that it was at his request that the Donovan Corporation offered to cooperate with her family. Completely exhausted, the girl could not believe that all this was actually happening now. And this modest guy turned out to be the one who destroyed her entire carefree life. And this demon in the flesh added that the only thing worse than hell itself is a missed chance not to get there, where in all her current and future misadventures the only one to blame is the girl herself, who believed that she was allowed to do anything. And so he officially declared that he did not intend to pay the debt for this family, and therefore the men could do with Belinda whatever they saw fit. Already flashing her crotch in the car, the girl hysterically asked Jack for help, which she never received. Everyone who was on the university campus heard over the loudspeaker everything that Jack managed to record on the dictaphone, immediately recognizing Belinda's voice. And when she admitted on the recording that she had slandered the professor, the emotions that overwhelmed the students knew no bounds. Many regretted that it was impossible to recognize the voice of the hero who brought this nasty snake to clean water, since his voice was heavily distorted on the recording. The same woman who invited Albert when Belinda had just made the accusations against him stated that the man had been rehabilitated. The person she reported this to said that in such a situation no one would definitely stand up for Belinda, and therefore the professor could get his job back. The man also ordered that his interlocutor ensure that similar situations do not recur, where their primary task is not even to find out the truth, but to prevent the emergence of slanderous statements. Meanwhile, rumors were spreading around the university about what had happened to the accuser herself, with someone reporting that she had allegedly been seen in some men's club. David greedily absorbed all the rumors that circulated around the Andrus family and Belinda herself. His interest in these rumors was rudely interrupted by Jack, who noted that all these stories were not worth listening to at all. And when the guy asked his friend if he had any guesses about who the hero was who saved the professor, Jack, without false modesty, stated that he did it. But David could not believe such a statement, because the Andrews family had money and connections, while Jack himself had neither. And so he cheerfully declared that if his poor friend wanted to eat something tasty, he could always turn to him for help. Jack decided to immediately punish the guy for his insolent statement by roughly grabbing him by the clothes. To himself, he thought that he had dealt with Professor McDowell's problem, and hoped that something like this would not happen again. Jack was sitting at the table, eating his lunch, and his friend was asking if he needed anything to drink. While David went to get drinks, the young man noticed Bella moving around the dining room. Looking intently at Jack, the girl asked him without any ceremony whether the recording with Belinda's confession was his doing. Continuing to chew his food, the young man did not answer the question posed. Deciding that silence was a sign of consent, The girl added that she could distinguish the guy's voice even in the processed version. Smiling after these words, Jack asked her why she was asking at all if she knew everything perfectly well. Sitting down at the table, Bella asked what had happened to Belinda herself, to which the young man coldly replied that he had nothing to do with her disappearance, since the girl had been taken away by debt collectors. Upon hearing this, Belinda immediately expressed her concern for the girl's future, calling on Jack to understand what would be done with her. But the young man noticed that there are people in this world whom no one and nothing can correct. And since the professor was innocent, no one knows what the end of this story might have been if Belinda's accusations had been confirmed as true. Listening to the young man, Bella rose from the place where she had sat down about a minute ago. Then David returned with drinks and greeted the girl. He decided that he himself had said something wrong when she walked past him the wrong way, as if the guy didn't exist at all. When asked by his friend, Jack explained that Bella simply had a heightened sense of personal responsibility, and when he thanked his friend for the drink, he cheerfully replied that in this case, gratitude was not required. Where the young man responded to this with some kind of joke that made the guy feel out of place. Standing opposite Albert, Jack listened to his gratitude for the words he had said earlier. Because back then in the gazebo, he had really already thought about committing suicide. But the young man knew, even without his confession, what the professor was thinking about. The man spoke with gratitude about how the guy had appeared at the right time and in the right place, like a ray of light in pitch darkness. Albert noted to himself that this guy literally saved his life without asking for anything in return. But now he turned his attention to what they were last interrupted at, where they were discussing the shortcomings of Jack's thesis. Clutching the book in her hand, Miley cheerfully talked about how it was published by a publishing house, where she rushed with a copy to her most devoted fan. The young man, not believing his luck, happily accepted this gift, asking the girl to sign the book. To himself, he noted that he was not so happy even when Caleb offered him to become a shareholder in Donovan Corporation. He promised that he would read the book in the very near future, when suddenly he noticed the girl's depressed look. Looking seriously at the girl, the young man asked her what had happened. She tried to say that everything was fine, but the young man insisted that she share what was troubling her. And then Miley told her that her mother and brother were coming the following week, and they were going to put her in charge of taking care of her brother. Jack immediately realized that the situation around this girl was also starting to heat up. Well, his interlocutor explained that recently her works have become popular, where the younger brother was able to see receipts with royalties. She did not deny earning money, but then her parents said that she should drop out of school and give them most of the money. She quoted her mother's words about how writing can be done from home, demanding that she take academic leave and devote time to raising her brother, where she didn't give a damn that the girl had put so much effort into getting into university. When asked by her interlocutor what she thought about this, Miley replied that she did not want to drop out of school at all, because she doesn't want to sacrifice her future for those who see her as just a means to achieve their own goals. And so Jack declared that if the girl continued to firmly hold her position, her parents would not be able to do anything, where, moreover, she was already financially independent from them. After thinking about this for a bit, Miley concluded that in that case the family would simply disown her. To this, the young man cheerfully noted that there are cases when family ties really only hinder development, which is the case with his interlocutor. Seeing that the writer was doubtful, the young man suggested that she wait for her family to arrive, and then proceed from the situation, with which she completely agreed. At this moment, Bella appeared next to the young people. The second time she caught Jack in the company of the same girl, the girl mentally noted that perhaps he liked this inconspicuous girl. With an unusually loud voice, she suddenly attracted the young man's attention. But then I wondered if the guy's actions were not a fulfillment of a task from his mentor. Meanwhile, Miley said goodbye to the young man, noting that his classmate was looking for him, and saying that they would talk another time. Bella was now considering Jack's reactions, the smile on his face having disappeared just as she called out to him. When they were alone, Bella noticed that his previous interlocutor had already left, and therefore, instead of looking after her, the young man needed to switch his attention to Bella herself. And as soon as the young man turned to her, she said that her grandfather asked her to call Jack for training. There was no need to persuade the guy, and the same white car was already taking the young people to the place where the training was supposed to take place. The journey passed in silence, and Bella glanced at the young man with displeasure. All sorts of thoughts visited the head of the young girl, who was afraid to admit many things to herself. And suddenly, turning sharply, she asked her companion about his relationship with the girl in whose company she had already managed to catch him twice. And a couple of seconds later, she was already asking the smiling guy what he could find funny in her question. And suddenly the young man turned sharply towards his young companion, who did not expect such a gesture in his direction. The girl blushed noticeably and asked him what he was planning to do. But Jack didn't answer, his face only breaking into a satisfied smile. Already a little frightened, Bella quietly explained that it was just a question for which the young man should not be angry with her. And so finally Jack spoke, where he noted that his interlocutor, apparently, was interested in him, because otherwise she would not have asked such questions. Completely denying any interest, Bella explained quite emotionally that it was only because he had previously chased after her, but had suddenly stopped, where he cannot deny his actions, which were obvious to everyone. And then Jack said directly and openly that he used to like Bella very much, but over time, the situation in his attitude towards her changed greatly. After a short pause, the young man suddenly raised his hand and rewarded his interlocutor with a hard flick on the head, after which he reminded her that he had recently become a student of the one she called Granny, and therefore he was not interested in a relationship with his mentor's granddaughter. But the girl's thoughts were only filled with the guy's words about how he liked her before, but not now. Jack immediately noticed how much the girl's mood changed after his words. But suddenly Bella asked the guy why he stopped liking her. She suggested that Mela had taken her place, but Jack refuted the suggestion, saying that he was just a fan of her work, where even if he wanted to, he could not be with the writer, since he does not consider himself worthy of her. Bella tried to continue this conversation, but the young man interrupted these impulses. Lost in his thoughts, Jack admitted to himself that he had really loved Bella before, but now everything had changed. The guy convinced himself that this time and in this life, he had no room for feelings. Bella, after listening to the guy's words, remembered how he had already told her once that instead of romance, the girl should think about more important issues. Now she began to suspect that this young man had become completely out of reach for her. The young people did not utter another word during the journey, and soon they arrived at the place where their mentor was waiting for them. They stopped and simply watched what was happening, not daring to interfere with the girl's meditation. Evelina spoke first, greeting the young people who had arrived to see her. Jack and Bella greeted their mentor in unison. Opening her eyes, the girl directed her intent gaze at the young man's chest. Evelina was amazed that the amount of his internal energy had increased significantly since their last meeting, and now she asked him what he had been doing all last week. Without immediately answering the question, Jack plunged into his memories of past events, where he destroyed one evil viper, went to the park where he practiced the art of Tai Chi with some old people. He also managed to take part in a dance festival where he danced quite well, and so he modestly answered the question, saying that he simply helped one person, meditated and learned to dance. He noted to himself that he had no time left to resolve business issues because of Belinda. Evelina found it very strange that such simple exercises and practices could increase the amount of internal energy so much, and immediately invited the young man to follow her. Well, she instructed the girl who arrived with the guy to stay and wait outside. Bella sadly watched Jack and his mentor disappear into the room. She tried to convince herself that she didn't like this strange young man at all. Meanwhile, Evelina and the young man following her reached a room in which there was a fairly large swimming pool. Looking around, Jack noted out loud that it was very nice and cozy here. Without responding to this assessment of the interior decoration of her home, the teacher suddenly ordered the boy to undress, where such a demand from this incredibly attractive girl became a real shock for the guy. Abruptly breaking the distance, the young man said that he could not allow himself to do such things, and that he had not come here for that purpose. After all, he respects his mentor very much, and would not want to ruin their relationship by engaging in intimacy. But Evelina suddenly shouted that the guy would have to undress, where she planned to just send him to the pool for a while and nothing more. At the same time, the girl mentally noted that she felt some embarrassment, and her cheeks turned a little red when Jack spoke about the connection he assumed between them. Having heard that no intimacy was expected, the young man began to slowly unbutton his shirt, saying at the same time that he would now fulfill the request. His thoughts were about the fact that he was undressing in the presence of a man whom he was seeing only for the second time in his life. He didn't even notice how the mentor closed the distance between them and grabbed him by the clothes. He couldn't do anything about the way she began to unbutton his shirt with a deft movement of her hand. And then, with some incredibly strong and fast movement, Evelina literally lifted the guy into the air. Everything he was wearing, including his underwear, flew off the young man's body in an instant, and he himself, having flown several meters, fell into the pool. After a couple of seconds, he managed to emerge and greedily inhale air into his lungs, where the young man was amazed and couldn't stop thinking about the fact that this strange girl even performed a martial arts technique on him, just so he could undress faster. Thinking again about Evelina craving his body, Jack began to talk about how they didn't need to do this. But suddenly his speech was interrupted, as he began to feel how the action of the water seemed to lighten his body, filling it with energy and strength. And now he was already asking his mentor about what she had added to the water in the pool. Having already settled herself more comfortably on the carved chair, the girl said that this was a restorative pool in which the guy could relax a little. She wanted to say something else, when suddenly her gaze fell on the naked body of her guest and student. She literally couldn't take her eyes off the muscle definition that made up Jack's torso. Taking a sip, Evelina mentally ordered herself to clear her thoughts. Forcing herself to look down, she told the young man in as even a tone as possible to lie down and relax. Noticing some strange behavior in his mentor, the young man mentally wondered what was wrong with her, where very soon the girl rose from her seat, turning her back to him. The teacher herself could not understand these strange feelings that overwhelmed her towards the same ordinary student, of which she had a great many. Evelina's face continued to flush, and her heartbeat quickened as she thought about Jack. The girl saw him only for the second time in her life, but he seemed to her somehow familiar, close, and a very desirable person. This was completely inexplicable and required further investigation, including of the boy's body. While she was thinking about all this, Jack himself, sitting in the pool, could not understand what was wrong with her. Deciding that people like the mentor could definitely have something wrong with their heads, Jack decided not to delve into what was happening. Closing his eyes, the young man immersed himself in concentration on how the water in the pool filled his body with new energy. The young man tried to let go of all the thoughts that visited him and move from a state of concentration to a state of meditation. Noticing that there was a deathly silence, Evelina dared to turn around, where Jack immediately appeared before her eyes, switching to self-improvement. Fixing her surprised gaze on the guy, Evelina mentally noted that this young man was only slightly behind her in strength. Having decided not to disturb the guy and having calmed her lustful thoughts, the girl again sat down on her huge chair, immersed in reading. But her thoughts never left the image of Jack, who, in her opinion, could significantly change almost the entire existing world. Meanwhile, the young man sank deeper and deeper into his meditation, and with every second he began to feel that he was becoming incredibly hot. The sensations he was experiencing had already reached such a level that it seemed to him as if his entire body was engulfed in fire. He didn't see how his own body suddenly began to emit a certain flow of energy. Without stopping the process, he tried to understand where this unbearable heat came from, because the water in the pool was initially cold. Deciding that he would ask his mentor about this phenomenon later, the young man continued to hold on, and the flow of energy emitted by it spread throughout the entire room at incredible speed. Evelina was just getting ready to take another sip when this flow of energy reached her body. Literally a moment later, she suddenly felt the impact of this energy, dropping the mug from her hands. The teacher felt her whole body being filled with incredibly pleasant sensations, from which she even shook a little. The erotic arousal was incredible, and not only did not stop, but only grew stronger with each passing second. And along with him, the girl felt how the room was becoming incredibly hot, that she literally wanted to take off all her clothes. However, Jack's energy flow did not stop in this room alone, but also went outside, where Bella was. The girl instantly tore herself away from reading when this stream reached her body too. At first, she felt some very pleasant aroma, which she inhaled more and more deeply. Then the light, pleasant feelings were replaced by severe weakness in the legs and a noticeable heat throughout the body. Bella managed to catch herself thinking that she had suddenly experienced an incredibly strong, erotic arousal. She was no longer in control of herself when one of her hands suddenly slipped between her own legs. And a moment later, she could no longer stop what she was doing to herself. Neither the body, nor the thoughts, nor anything else could be controlled by the girl. At the same time, the mentor was also trying to fight the overwhelming temptation, where, first and foremost, she needed to establish the source of the distribution of this incredible energy. Looking ahead, Evelina concluded that the source of this could not be anyone other than the one who was currently in the pool. At that very second, she activated her abilities and directed the energy onto the guy's body. This is how she was able to stop the radiation of what almost drove her crazy. She immediately realized that Jack's energy had burst out and combined with the local set of energies which caused such an imbalance. Clutching her head and continuing to fight the overwhelming excitement, the girl noticed that Jack had incredibly strong energy. At some point, she was ready to give in to this weakness, looking at the young man. But after a moment, she forced herself to turn away and take control of her desires again, because a mentor should definitely not have an intimate relationship with a student. At some point in this internal struggle, the girl suddenly realized that the energy could go beyond the room, where Bella was outside and could have fallen under its influence. Instantly realizing that the girl did not have enough strength to resist this temptation, Evelina resolutely rushed to the exit. The young man continued his meditation while she ran up the stairs to help the poor girl. And when the teacher opened the door, she was stunned by what she saw in front of her. Bella was lying right on the ground, in some strange state, in which she had no control over her actions at all, from which her body was already shaking. The girl needed to be brought out of this state, and Evelina again resorted to her abilities. The impact of her energy calmed the excitement, and brought Bella back to consciousness for a moment. But Evelina didn't stop there, and began to put the girl to sleep so that she could calmly deal with the consequences and not cause her psychological trauma. After a few seconds, Bella's consciousness switched off completely, plunging her into a deep sleep, which allowed the mentor to breathe a sigh of relief since there was one less problem. But while dealing with the girl, Evelina completely forgot about herself, where her body had already become very saturated with Jack's energy. She resisted this influence as best she could, holding back the impulses of her hands. However, even without the help of hands, the energy that Jack unintentionally spread did its job. Having finished his meditation, the young man stretched contentedly, continuing to remain in the pool. Looking around, he noted, not without surprise, that he was completely alone in the room. Since he had been sitting in one position for quite a long time, he decided to do a little warm-up. But as soon as he stood up, his attention was immediately drawn to what was below his waist. Not without pleasure, the young man mentally noted that his body had changed significantly for the better. He did not notice the appearance of the mentor, and began to feel how all his 5 senses noticeably sharpened. And the girl who appeared next to him congratulated him on the fact that he was able to step over one big step immediately after today's meditation, where Jack couldn't help but notice how flushed and satisfied her face was. After listening to Evelina, he noticed that after the meditation, his entire body had undergone the most powerful changes. Looking away from the boy's body, the mentor explained that this was the first stage on the path to true immortality. When a person absorbs enough energy, his body itself begins to adapt to its increased level. After all, if the body is not ready to accumulate energy, it can simply be torn to pieces. But if everything goes well, you can move on to the second stage of self-improvement. All this gave the guy answers to questions where he really felt a huge difference before and after meditation. Turning around, the girl recommended that the guy tidy himself up, and also said that they would continue their training tomorrow. Glancing sideways at Jack's body, the teacher also added that he should finally put something on. Only now did the young man realize that he had been standing all this time, showing the girl not only the upper, but also the lower part of his body. Quickly covering himself with his hands, he quickly began to apologize to Evelina, saying that he had not intended to behave so unculturedly, after which he quickly plunged into the water, waiting for the moment when he would be alone in the room. And the departing mentor analyzed everything that had happened, where, as it turned out, she naively believed that the source would only slightly invigorate the guy, but did not think that he would make such a powerful leap in development. After all, even she had to be in these waters for about a week in order to make such a breakthrough. The girl was very alarmed by the fact that everything was new to this guy, but at the same time he possessed such power that many masters do not receive in a lifetime of practice. And suddenly a strange smile gradually began to appear on her face, where after a couple of seconds Evelina was laughing hysterically, happy that she had managed to meet a real genius. Jack, who had already managed to climb out of the pool, was able to hear this very loud laughter of his mentor, and when he was already fully dressed, he couldn't help but notice that everyone he met there was somehow strange. Jack and Evelina met again in another room of her house. Having settled comfortably in a chair, the girl suddenly declared that she, as a mentor, had some privileges. The young man took this quite calmly, noting that he had not expected anything else. Well, Evelina continued her thought, saying that she had an irresistible desire to have a good snack, and the young man expressed his willingness to please his teacher with any dish she wished. After all, he was very grateful to this girl, with whose help he had already managed to make a powerful breakthrough in his development. The mentor mentally noted that, although the energy had stopped leaving the young man, its previous influence was still very strong. Not allowing herself to give in to temptation for a second, she ordered Jack to start cooking immediately. She decided not to tell him that his meditation had almost ended with them lying in bed together. Well, the unsuspecting Jack gave a sign that he was beginning to carry out the task assigned to him. After some time, the young man was already conjuring with kitchen utensils, where whatever he was frying in a pan gave off aromas that were incredibly enticing to the taste buds. He didn't think long about what he should prepare to please his mentor's taste, and now his culinary idea was already on the fire, being turned over in the dish by the deft movements of the guy's hands, who sincerely hoped that the girl would like what he cooked. And then he thought about the fact that for 3 people he could prepare about 10 dishes, because today there was something to celebrate. At that moment, Bella, who had been sleeping all this time, appeared in the kitchen. Looking shyly at the young man, she offered to help wash the vegetables. Looking at the girl, Jack refused help, saying that he could handle everything himself. But she insisted, saying that she had a lot of free time that she would like to put to good use. Jack could do nothing but sigh tiredly as he watched Bella walk towards the vegetables. Deciding to ignore her actions, the young man began to put the prepared dish on a plate. While fiddling with the Chinese cabbage in her hands, the girl thought about how she suddenly fell asleep while reading, waking up a few hours later on her bed in her room. She also clearly remembered the dream she had in which she stood near a huge wall. She didn't immediately feel that someone was approaching her from behind. Grabbing her hand, this someone suddenly pressed it very hard against his body, from which she began to experience strong excitement. After which this young man pushed her hand against the wall so hard that it even started to crack. And the next moment their lips merged in a long and passionate kiss, from which Bella's legs began to tremble. The kisses were gradually supplemented by other passionate and tender actions of both the young man and the girl herself, where everything that happened had a very magical and unique ending. Having once again driven all these sensations through herself, Bella tried to understand what had happened to her, and whether it was a consequence of meditation. Clutching the cucumber tightly in her hand, the girl noticed with horror that she did not remember the face of the guy with whom she felt so good in her dream. But after thinking about whether this could have been some kind of prophetic dream, Bella forcefully threw what she was clutching in her hand aside, forcing herself to forget about such vulgar thoughts. Jack, of course, could not help but notice how the cucumber suddenly flew to the side for no apparent reason, asking the girl what had happened. Without answering the question, the girl walked away. And when the young man remarked that she had not finished washing the vegetables, she rudely told him to wash them himself. However, the girl didn't go very far, leaning against the wall immediately upon exiting the kitchen. Well, the young man who was left alone again had no choice but to call Bella crazy in his mind. Once outside, the girl began to think about Evelyn's recent words, who told her that Jack had made a powerful breakthrough in his development, something she had not been able to do. This young man was ahead of her in literally everything, and Bella could not keep up with him. And a moment later, Bella admitted to herself that since she thought about Jack so much, it meant that she did like him. Looking into the kitchen, where the young man continued to cook, the girl noticed that he was not at all angry with her for not helping. Well, the guy himself was pleased with the result he was able to achieve in cooking, where he noted how his perception had strengthened, which had a positive effect on his cooking. He even scared the girl a little by turning to her and asking her opinion about the aroma of the dishes. A shocked Bella, who saw that Jack had not turned around, could not understand how he could know that she was looking. Well, the young man added that it was pointless to remain silent and hide, since he knew perfectly well that she was here. Trying to somehow justify herself, Bella said that she had not been spying on him at all, but had come here on her own business, which did not concern him. To this, the young man quite happily declared that he was now higher in rank than the girl, which meant that all her affairs concerned him. Cheerfully grabbing the girl's hand, he playfully invited her to tell him what was troubling her so much. But as soon as he touched Bella's hand, she experienced incredibly strange sensations. The girl clearly felt how excitement literally began to consume her entire body, clouding her mind, after which she pulled her hand away and rushed away. Once again, Jack, left completely alone, could not understand what had just happened. Well, Bella, running away, wondered what was happening to her, because he had only taken her hand and nothing more. Slapping herself in the face to shake off this obsession, the girl mentally called on herself to come to her senses and not give in to temptation. And the young man took her gesture in his own way, deciding that it was some kind of childishness. But a moment later, he remembered that in fact, taking into account the reincarnation, he was much older than this student, which is why her behavior seemed childish to him. Having placed the last few plates on the table, Jack wished everyone a bon appetit. The teacher, sitting at the head of the table, immediately praised the guy for the delicious dinner, which greatly embarrassed him, because he believed that he owed his mentor for his successes, and food was the least he could do to thank her. He then turned his attention to Bella, who had not said a word during dinner, deciding that she was offended by him. Evelina introduced the girl to the conversation, saying that she had an idea about how to bypass the blockage of her canals. Having mentally decided that she was ready to do anything for this, the girl happily asked what this method was. Even Jack was completely amazed when the teacher pointed her chopsticks at him. Not understanding the meaning of this gesture, Bella asked her mentor why she was pointing at the young man, and she explained that this young man should become her training partner. After these words, Bella's face literally turned red. Knowing full well how she felt around this guy, the girl practically screamed that she didn't want to train with him in pairs under any circumstances. This was incomprehensible to Evelina, who, without unnecessary modesty, noticed that it was clearly evident from Bella that she liked Jack. These words brought the girl into a real rage, where she jumped to her feet, screaming that she didn't like him at all. Observing Bella's reaction and behavior, the young man noted to himself that she really fell in love with him, otherwise she would not have reacted like that. Well, the mentor herself was only amused by the girl's statement that she didn't like Jack. When she asked again if this was really so, she said more calmly that she could never have liked him. But at the same time, Bella noted to herself that if they really did engage in pair training, it could bring them closer together. Meanwhile, the mentor exhaled very heavily after her interlocutor once again stated that she did not want a pair training session. Putting her chopsticks on the table, she noted that paired training could only be carried out with the mutual desire of both parties. Having assumed a pose that indicated that some other conversation was about to begin, Evelina wanted to start it. But Bella suddenly interrupted her, saying that while they were chatting, the food would get cold and become tasteless, calling on everyone to continue eating. At this point, Jack intervened, saying that he just wanted to get stronger, and therefore pair training wasn't that important to him either. Looking closely at the young man, the teacher mentally concluded that although he looked ordinary, he was actually not so simple. Having decided to leave the topic of pair development for now, Evelina said that she would come up with something for effective training later. And Bella, sitting opposite Jack, could not believe that he really had also refused to train with her. The girl thought that even though she had expressed her reluctance to have a paired training session, Jack should insist on it. The teacher watched with interest as Bella vented her anger by forcefully stabbing her chopsticks into her food. After the fit of rage, there followed a fit of apathy, where the girl resignedly concluded that Jack had not only stopped paying attention to her, but was also communicating with other girls. The young man himself was not at all concerned with matters of the heart, where he thought only about bathing once more in this beautiful spring. After watching Bella for a while, Evelina told her to put all thoughts aside for now and just eat. With a completely resigned look, she said that she would do as her mentor told her. When dinner was over, the mistress of the house took the young man to her secret library. At some point, she suddenly stopped hearing Bella, who was trudging along in the deep rear, and turned around sharply. Noticing that the girl had stopped and was not going any further, Evelina asked her what had happened. The real problem was, of course, that she could no longer see Jack. But she claimed that she was simply very tired and wanted to rest. Having looked intently at the girl, the mentor did not resist her desire to rest. As Jack and Evelina climbed the stairs, the girl told him about the focus of the books on each floor of the library. Once inside, she said that the young man would still have time to go around everything here, but now she wanted to get straight to the point. Starting to take books from the shelves one by one, the teacher told the young man to read them all by the following week. She explained this amount of work by the fact that the young man had already joined them too late. Now, everything became clear to the young man, and he said that he would try to read all the books by the appointed time. As they were heading back out, Evelina asked the reason why the young man had refused to train with Bella. Jack couldn't say that in his past life he had already tried to run after this girl, who had never reciprocated his feelings, and so he asked permission not to answer the question. His companion and interlocutor found this reaction very strange. Noticing the girl's intense gaze, the young man explained that he didn't care about girls or romance yet, as he was focused on developing his business and personal growth. Continuing to move, Evelina noticed to herself that judging by his pulse and breathing, the guy was not lying, where the lack of interest in the opposite sex at Jack's age was very strange. At some point, the thought even crept into the girl's head that this guy had sexual dysfunction. Turning around abruptly, the mentor suddenly declared that she could probably help him. Where for Jack, such a statement came as a shocking surprise, because he could not understand what she meant now. At some point, the mentor and her student moved to another part of her secret library. While doing some manipulations with books, the girl said that a reserve of finances is important for business. A few seconds later, the teacher exclaimed joyfully, having found what she needed. Taking the basket from her hands, the young man asked what it was. As it turned out, these were gifts from those she helped, which consisted of a whole bunch of plastic cards. The young man could not believe that he would receive such a generous gift from heaven. When he calculated the approximate number of bank cards in the basket, he instantly concluded that his mentor was a currency millionaire. The young man was shocked that the most ordinary self-improvement could bring so much money. He was touched by such a gift to the point of tears, thanking Evelyn for her unprecedented generosity. At the same time, he promised to return to her everything that she had now given him when the time came. But it seemed that his interlocutor was not interested in money at all, since she casually stated that Jack could take the whole basket for himself. The young man was once again shocked by Evelina's indifference to money. After all, a person who possessed such a state had to behave completely differently. But such an attitude on the part of the girl literally inspired the young man, some of whose problems with this money had already been resolved. Well, the mentor reminded the young man that business should not in any way interfere with development, where he was still obliged to read all the books that she gave him. And he immediately made it clear to her that he would do everything that the girl had instructed him to do. The next day, the young man was sitting on a hard surface in the lotus position, already drenched in sweat as usual. Evelina, sitting nearby, said that next time she would teach the guy how to breathe correctly, which only from the outside might seem like a simple action. After which the teacher let the student go, noting that Bella was probably already waiting for him. Having thanked the girl, the young man said goodbye to her until next week. Sometime later, Jack and Bella were already sitting in the passenger compartment of the same car, returning the young people to their ordinary student life. As usual, the girl was immersed in her thoughts, where she was incredibly angry at her companion because of her feelings, noting to himself that Jack himself didn't give a damn about her at all. Noticing that something was wrong with his companion's mood again, Jack asked what was the matter. Bella frowned and mentally cursed this guy who couldn't understand that everything that was happening to her was his fault. At some point, she suddenly asked him directly whether he wanted to make it so that they would no longer communicate at all. Exhaling heavily, the young man asked her why she had suddenly come to such an idea. The girl, clearly in a state close to rage, wanted to answer the question posed, but suddenly her speech was interrupted, and Bella turned away. A minute later, she suddenly asked Jack if he had ever really liked her, thinking to himself that it was a long, long time ago. The young man said that of course he liked her. Before asking the next question, his interlocutor took some time to gather her courage, and when she made up her mind, she asked him if he liked her now. Such a direct question was very unexpected for the guy, who noted that it was generally not accepted to ask such questions so openly at their level of communication. Although Jack looked 20 years old, he was actually well over 40, where he could be interested in very specific things in a girl, and not student flirting. Moreover, in this life he had already learned about the possibility of self-development, which made personal relationships completely unnecessary for him. Then Bella suddenly stated that she clearly saw how he was constantly hanging around Miley, to which Jack reacted quite violently, declaring that this girl was his idol and not a relationship object. For him, she is like a heavenly angel who cannot be touched, and therefore their relationship is only friendly. The young man also added that one day this girl will become world famous, and he will help her in any way he can. Wiping away tears, Bella couldn't believe that Miley had such an amazing writing talent. After which she suddenly asked another question, saying that if the writer is an angel for Jack, then who is she to him? Looking at his interlocutor, the young man only laughed after this question. Bella couldn't understand why he was laughing, coming to the conclusion that Jack didn't take her seriously at all. And so the young man answered, saying that they were just studying together, visiting the teacher together, and that nothing should happen between them. To himself, he thought that it was time for this girl to grow up and start taking self-improvement more seriously. He then went on to talk about how their country in general really lacks talented people like Miley. At present, the country is beginning to develop rapidly, and therefore it will need capable young people more than ever, where the state and society require specialists in a wide variety of fields. That is why young people like them need to think about the future and try to achieve maximum results. Jack ended his fiery speech by saying that they must make every effort to help their country rise, but Bella's reaction was not what he expected, where the girl did not understand why he had just told her all this. After all, the guy could have simply said that he didn't like her and wasn't interested in her, instead of making up such a fiery speech about the interests of the state. And when she said that that was not what she was talking about and asking about at all, Jack mentally noted that she would have been better off listening to his words. A new school week began, which began for Bella and Katie with a trip to the library. Noticing her friend's very depressed state, Katie asked if it was related to working on her diploma, but her interlocutor sadly replied that the thesis had nothing to do with it. Then her friend tried to ask what was going on, but Bella asked her not to even ask. Then Katie reminded her that there was very little time left before the graduation theses were due, suggesting that her friend focus on this. But suddenly the girl's speech was interrupted, and she turned her attention to the people who appeared nearby, where Jack and Miley walked and laughed together in the library. She immediately drew Bella's attention to the fact that this guy was spending time with this writer again, but she was very surprised when she saw how sharply her friend turned in that direction. Watching her reaction, Katie mentally assumed that she liked Jack after all. Well, Bella herself seemed to have plunged into some kind of prostration. Having decided to put everything in its place, Katie suddenly asked her friend very loudly to admit that she really liked this young man. And Bella was thinking out loud, where she didn't understand why Jack suddenly decided to give up love, having tried for so long to get reciprocal feelings. These words left Kat, who heard them, completely perplexed. Where immediately after this, she stated that Jack had wasted 3 whole years on a useless chase for Bella's attention. But Bella herself believed that 3 years was not 30, and that she could continue trying to achieve the emerald that she was. With tears in her eyes, she also remembered how Jack refused to train with partners. Well, as for Katie, she finally stopped understanding her friend's mood and feelings. Suddenly raising her tear-stained eyes to the girl, Bella began to ask her why everything was turning out this way. Because she hadn't done anything bad to Jack. And she replied that the girl not only did not reciprocate her feelings for too long, but also sometimes said some bad words to the guy. But her friend countered that she hadn't actually said anything bad. Then Katie said that Bella needed to admit that she had simply fallen in love with Jack. The answer to this was a furious cry that this was complete nonsense, that she didn't even like Jack. After this, a young man nearby called on the noisy girl to keep quiet in the library, which instantly brought her to her senses and forced her to apologize for her immodest and loud behavior. Already in a whisper, she continued to express her lack of understanding regarding how this Mila was better than her, and Katie urged the girl to start working on her diploma. She added that in this situation everything is clear, where Bella rejected Jack, who now shows his indifference to her, which greatly irritates her. Her friend didn't respond to this, and then Katie began to urge the girl to calm down. Looking at her tear-stained face, she also added that in her opinion, this guy would definitely come running to her soon. And then a smile appeared on the girl's face, where she found her friend's words about Jack's feigned indifference to be correct. And now she had risen to her feet, proudly raising her head and declaring that she would not leave him a single chance when he began to try to court her again. Katie praised her friend for such a good attitude, telling her not to even think about making concessions. Clutching the bank card in his hand, the young man wondered if there might be another person in their world who would not be as attached to money as his mentor. The young man was very interested in the exact amount of money he now had at his disposal. Having inserted the first card, the young man was stunned and froze in place. But the balance on the second card was not just less, but 1,000,000 more than on the first. So Jack continued to insert all the cards one by one, thinking that he had never received such gifts even from Caleb. As it turned out, the fortune that the mentor had placed at his disposal was much greater than he could have imagined in his wildest fantasies. At some point, the young man began to think that he had died in one life and was reborn in a new one with a second chance. Using only his own skills and knowledge, he managed to create a unique program. This is how he managed to become popular and enter the narrow circle of those close to the head of the most famous company. With such incredible achievements, the young man saw himself as a real hero. But at that very second the young man called himself to calm down. After all, he must earn money through his own labor, and if he accepts this money as his own and starts spending it left and right, it will definitely not end well. Therefore, he needed not only to earn money himself, but also to earn his money honestly. Deciding that he would use the money only in case of urgent need and for the most profitable projects, Jack left the bank premises. Sebastian Larkins was studying a report that sales in his stores had fallen significantly, where with such a trend one would expect to go into the red after some time. Continuing to look at the numbers, the man thought that he could not allow such a fiasco. He understood perfectly well that the IT sphere would only develop, but he did not know how to increase demand and popularity of goods. At some point, Sebastian suddenly remembered his meeting with Jack, whose reasoning at that time seemed naive to him. Already looking at his business card, the head of the company remembered the guy's words about contacting him when he needed help. However, after looking at the card for a while, Sebastian put it back in the table, deciding that it was complete nonsense to ask a student for help. Walking to the window, he began to reflect on how quickly the well-known Donovan Corporation had gained momentum. So, looking at the huge city, the head of the profit company tried to understand how much the activities of Caleb Donovan's company could expand. Announcing that the company's turnover had reached a new record high, Caleb urged everyone to drink to the bottom. Looking at the wine in his glass, the man mentally thanked the one who helped his business rise. After all, in an incredibly short period of time, his company reached incredible heights, becoming a leader in its field. Looking at the huge full moon in the sky, the man only thought about how things would go next. Taking a pencil in his hand, the young man circled in red the properties that interested him. After this, Jack returned the catalog to the girl, from which he chose what he planned to buy. The young man understood perfectly well that from the beginning of the 21st century, such opportunities would become fewer and fewer. That is why it was necessary to buy real estate right now and at the most favorable prices. And so he told the girl that he would first like to sign the purchase and sale agreement and then move on to payment issues. Pleased with what she thought was a good deal, the girl said she would sort out all the formalities within a week. Very soon, the young man was already signing the documents lying in front of him. The girl gloated to herself that this guy, who knew nothing about real estate, was spending money on such worthless housing. But she had no idea that the state was paying compensation to those who lived in bad houses, and that after some time, the prices for this real estate would rise significantly. Soon, all the formalities were over, and the satisfied lady saw off her best client. Jack was pleased with the fact that he was essentially not harming anyone by buying up everything that no one would ever buy anyway. As always, early in the morning, all those who led an active lifestyle gathered in the city park. Jack was also in a meditation pose on one of the benches. He reflected that when the need arose to demolish old houses, the government would try to buy these properties from the owners. It is for this reason that many of the homeowners from his past life became incredibly rich by agreeing to sell their homes, and many others later simply regretted that they had refused the deal, having lost a lot of money on it. And so the young man decided that when the time came, he would agree to a deal where he could then please his mentor with a whole bunch of gold. Having finished his meditation for the day, the young man decided that he could now begin to continue working on his diploma. Having handed over the next revised version to the professor, Jack asked if any more edits were needed. And while Albert was reading, the young man mentally noted that even the progress towards success of a multi-million-dollar company did not cause him as many problems as writing a diploma did. He was surprised and delighted when the professor suddenly announced that this time everything was fine and nothing more needed to be redone. Noticing that the guy had done a very high-quality job, the man suddenly asked him about his plans for the future. He saw the guy as a very diligent young man, because the edits he said to make were completely unnecessary there. It was not often that one could meet such a student, who, moreover, managed to solve the professor's own problems during this time. Deciding to answer like a sensible student would, Jack said that he would first work somewhere, gain experience, and then open his own business. Albert liked the guy's plans, and he offered to join him at a place on the weekend where he would introduce Jack to some people. Of course, the young man agreed to this, immediately realizing that the professor would not have offered him such a thing just like that. In addition, Albert was well known and respected in the world of finance, and therefore with his help there was a chance to make new useful contacts. Well, the man himself recommended that the young man prepare well for their time together. After leaving Albert's office, the young man immediately decided to send a message to his mentor, letting her know that he would be busy on the weekend and would not show up for training. At this time, Evelina was basking in the warm water among the trees. The girl had to be distracted from her pleasant feelings when she noticed the message that had arrived. Having familiarized herself with its contents, the mentor immediately began to compose a response. Jack was incredibly surprised to receive a response within seconds of sending the message. After reading her words about continuing to practice daily, the young man mentally addressed the girl, saying that she did not need to worry about this. The time before the weekend flew by quite quickly, where all the most successful businessmen of this city were already gathering at the appointed place. One of the men praised the other for a successful investment, but the other said that the investment in Donovan Corporation could not fail. Professor McDowell soon arrived at this place, accompanied by Jack, as planned. Looking around, the young man could not stop being amazed at what famous people were here today. All he had time for was to shift his gaze from one businessman to another. Finally, he looked at the professor, thinking that at the university he was a completely unremarkable man who, as it turned out, was acquainted with the most famous people. As they moved forward, many immediately began to recognize and greet Albert. Well, the man only had time to introduce his today's companion to his acquaintances. He called Jack an incredibly promising student who, moreover, had rendered him a great personal service. The men surrounding the guy were surprised, since the professor had never brought students with him before, which really showed the exceptional nature of this guy. While Jack was greeting and answering questions, Albert whispered to him not to worry and to behave as usual. Soon a proposal was voiced to stop standing there and sit at tables. Helping the professor with a chair, Jack thought that he, a reborn man over 40 years old, was much more comfortable communicating with an adult company than with his peers among students. After some time, the entire assembled company had already managed to drink quite a bit. Clutching a glass of wine in his hand, Jack spoke loudly about how everything that happens for the best, and he, having experienced a lot, knew this for sure. This statement amused the person he was talking to, where the man noted that Jack would go far. Having drained his glass, he added that the guy was different from everyone he had seen in his life, and that everything would definitely work out well for him. After hearing a bunch of compliments, Jack suggested keeping in touch, as he was very interested in learning about how the man runs his business. Then the conversation turned to where the guy plans to find work after graduating from university. And when he said that he had not yet made a decision, his interlocutor handed over his business card, noting that he could call him at any time. Another man, while drinking alcohol together, also said that he was ready to start working with Jack. Well, the professor just watched as his students skillfully conducted business conversations and drank like everyone else. Jack himself noted that when communicating with all these people, everything is quite simple. But suddenly his gaze stopped on the girl who was sitting next to one of the businessmen. Immersed in her reading, she looked very cold and distant, not uttering a single word all evening. In those rare moments when she tore herself away from her reading, the girl silently glanced around the room, where, at one of these moments, she suddenly met the eyes of the young man. Just one look from him made her feel embarrassed, causing the girl's cheeks to instantly turn red. The fun continued, and the men gathered at the table, having made another toast, continued to pour alcohol into themselves. Jack also took a sip from his glass, and the one who had just met his gaze returned to her reading. At some point, she put the book down, trying to wake up her father, who had managed to get pretty drunk. She called him and touched him softly, urging him to come to his senses. But the man really drank a lot, and without even opening his eyes, he told his daughter to leave him alone and let him sleep. This state of affairs was more than terrible for the young girl. Not knowing what to do at all, she quickly began to look around, searching for salvation. And all the other men she knew through her father were already passed out. The problem was that she began to want to go to the toilet very badly, without knowing at all where to go. Her father had never drunk to such a state before, which put her in a completely awkward position. And she wanted to go to the toilet more and more with every second, until she simply had no more strength to endure it. Jack immediately noticed that the girl had stopped reading, and he also noticed the strange expression on her face. The thought flashed through his mind that she might want to go to the toilet, but was too embarrassed to ask where it was. Holding back with all her might, the girl mentally called for help from at least someone. And so her prayers were answered, where Jack approached and offered to show her everything here, where the guy was shocked at himself, not believing that he himself literally offered to take the girl to the toilet. Never before in his past or present life had he made such proposals to the opposite sex. But the girl was in a situation where she would hardly have said anything against it, and of course she accepted the offer, which incredibly surprised the young man, who did not expect such a calm reaction. Deciding that he had misheard, Jack asked her to repeat what the girl had just said, and she repeated with great difficulty that she agreed to go and see what and where was here. Joyfully noticing that he had not imagined it, he immediately invited her to follow him, and his young interlocutor did not need to be asked twice, where she instantly rose from her seat. Jack noted to himself that all this looked incredibly strange. As they moved around the cafe, the girl glanced sideways at everyone who passed by. The people appearing one after another seemed incredibly scary to her, and Jack couldn't understand why this girl was so timid that she hid behind his back. Meanwhile, it was quite difficult for her to keep up with the guy, and she modestly asked him to slow down his walking pace. Looking at his companion, the young man made it clear that he had heard her request. In general, all this suddenly reminded him of a picture where he, an adult uncle, is leading a kindergarten child, which made Jack feel quite embarrassed. Soon they came across a restroom, and stopping next to it, the young man said that he would wait for the girl here. In the same modest and quiet voice, his companion expressed her consent once again. Jack watched silently as she walked towards the restroom with the same measured steps. Well, the girl herself was so touched by the young man's actions that a blush appeared on her cheeks, and tears appeared in her eyes. While waiting for the girl, the young man only thought about how he felt like some kind of pervert, escorting this girl to the toilet. Having finished with her natural needs, the girl cautiously looked out from behind the door leading to the women's restroom, where she immediately saw a guy calmly waiting for her return. Attracting his attention with a slight cough, the girl first greeted her savior. Without answering this, Jack simply looked at his companion for a while, but after a few seconds he said that since she was finished, they could go back to the table. And now the young people were already moving towards where they had left the crowd of drunk men. The girl remained silent, which Jack found incredibly strange. And then he decided to take the initiative into his own hands, turning sharply and telling her his name. She even screamed out of surprise, after which she froze for a few seconds with an expression of horror in her eyes and on her face. But when she managed to control her emotions, the girl quietly noted that she had heard the name of the escort from the guests. Continuing their acquaintance, the young man asked what kind of literature his interlocutor preferred, recalling what she had been reading all evening. The conversation about books calmed the girl down, who replied that she liked fantasy novels the most, Well, Jack was scolding himself for even deciding to start chatting about anything with this girl. After receiving the answer, the young man wanted to continue the conversation, but did not know how. And finally, I came to the conclusion that it was better not to talk to her at all. In his entire life, he could not remember a single instance when he had been as silent with a girl as he was now. Nevertheless, he found silence to be the most reasonable solution in this situation. Soon, the young people returned to the room where the meeting had taken place, which had turned into a real drinking bout. Passing by the place where the girl was sitting, the young man noticed the title of the book that the girl had been reading all evening. It really was some kind of fantasy novel, which Jack himself never really liked. It seemed that modern girls liked such simple reading material. It was already getting dark outside when everyone who had gathered began to gradually disperse to their homes. As expected, Jack helped Professor McDowell, who had invited him here, leave the place of today's festivities. At some point, the guy was suddenly called out by a voice he already knew. It was the same girl whom the boy learned was named Wendy, and who was now asking him whether he would attend such events again. To this the young man explained that in fact he had quite a lot to do, and that this evening was more of an exception. The girl did not expect such an answer and sighed in disappointment, but suddenly the young man said that if she wanted to see her, they could always meet at the university. This greatly pleased Wendy, whose cheeks instantly flushed red. Soon the taxi Jack had called arrived, and he and the professor headed home. While the car was driving, the young man looked at the cards of those he had managed to meet at dinner that day. He recalled the words of some of them that if he didn't have a drink now, he would never become a friend of this or that important businessman. And only when it was time for the next glass, they all said that they were very glad to meet each other. All evening long, these men compared friendship and partnership solely to how well the young man would drink with them, where every word ended with a call to drain the glass to the very bottom. Jack, depressed by the experience of his past life, understood perfectly well that once he sobered up, all these men might not even remember him. Even in his past life, he realized that you can only evaluate someone with a sober head, and statements about a strong friendship made in a drunken stupor are nothing more than empty words, and only time could show what would happen and how, in connection with which the young man decided, for now, to keep all the business cards he had received. He also thought that it was only thanks to him that the entire IT business was entering the path of rapid development. The young man assumed that Sebastian Larkins had most likely already been able to feel all the changes in the market. The only question now was why this man had not contacted him yet. After all, this intelligent and rather far-sighted person should have already understood what the consequences could be if he did not change anything. And if Jack wasn't wrong about him, then in that case Sebastian could simply lose his business card, which the guy imagined with horror. Standing in front of the students, Professor McDowell told them about how the thesis defense would proceed. David was absolutely horrified when he said that the last day to submit the work was next Friday, and so he dropped his head on the table in resignation, saying that Albert had never passed his thesis, which he called very dirty work. Well, Jack, taking advantage of the opportunity, reminded his friend that he had once already urged him to work more actively on his thesis. To this, his interlocutor immediately loudly noted that this would not help the matter. But Jack believed that the truth should always be voiced, no matter what it was. Remembering his past life, where the professor did not live to see his diploma defense, the young man knew that since David had a hard time then, he could definitely fail the defense if the professor was alive. His lazy friend himself was already crying loudly, asking Jack what he should do in this situation. While he was trying to push David away, David begged him to help him somehow, reminding him of so many years of friendship. And at some point the young man agreed, inviting his friend to the library, which brought indescribable joy to the tearful and snot-running guy. He tried to hug his friend again, but Jack once again pushed him away from his body. But even from a distance he managed to send the guy a few air kisses, and now he was finally able to reach the cheek of his comrade, who was already ready to start hitting the annoying guy. From practically behind cover, Bella and Katie watched the one with whom Jack had already been caught more than once. Katie egged her friend on, saying that this person was clearly waiting for someone here, noting that the men's dorm was literally 2 steps away from them. And then her prediction came true, when Jack suddenly approached Miley and greeted his friend in a friendly manner. When her friend asked what they would do, Bella replied that for now they would just keep an eye on her. And so they really did move slowly after the retreating couple. When the young people reached the dining room and got some food, Miley said that she had started writing something and would really like to give it to the guy for evaluation, which was always a joy for Jack, and he expressed his willingness to immediately get acquainted with his friend's new creation. Clutching the treasured sheets in his hands, the young man was secretly glad that he had become a friend of this famous writer. where he could read all her works first. And the girl next to him noticed for the umpteenth time that Jack's eyes lit up every time he read what she wrote. This gave the girl a very pleasant feeling inside, which she could well call happiness. Well, Bella was watching the young people closely, convulsively clutching chopsticks in her hands. At some point she couldn't take it anymore and banged the table, screaming that she was sick of looking at all this. Her friend looked at the girl with a frightened look, watching as Bella's body literally shook with rage. Bella herself was thinking that Jack didn't even notice her presence when she literally walked right next to him to her table. She could not believe that Miley's works were so good that they allowed a young man to see nothing and no one around him while reading. Miley, meanwhile, was tracking every change in the facial expression of her first and main reader. And it seemed to Bella that the couple at the table began to emit some kind of blinding white light, which gradually filled everything around until it swallowed up the body of the jealous woman herself. Grabbing the chopsticks again and thrusting them into the food with force, Bella mentally decided that even if he wasn't interested in her, he had no right not to look at her, because they were both students of the same teacher. Noticing this brutality, Katie immediately realized that things would only get worse. But this time, Bella didn't put her rage into action, continuing to think about the fact that Jack had completely stopped paying attention to her. Katie tried to switch her friend's attention by asking what the girl planned to do after graduation. This question came as a complete surprise to the girl, who was deep in thought, and she replied that she had not yet thought about how and where she would move on after her studies, and her interlocutor noted that she should have started thinking about this around her third year. She herself knew for sure that she would go to work in a bank, where her family had already found a job for her. But in fact, Bella was not at all interested in her future fate or the fate of her friend, since she was concentrating all her attention on Jack and Miley. And suddenly she asked Katie to express her opinion on how attractive Miley might be considered, which greatly surprised Bella's interlocutor and friend. But as it turned out, the question was rhetorical, where Bella herself answered it, noting that Miley is not as beautiful as she is, and from a worse family, but at the same time very talented. Only now did she remember that Jack had once recommended that she take up more serious matters and study, which meant that he liked smart people first and foremost, which destroyed her hopes. Bella also remembered their last conversation in the car, where the young man directly stated that there should be nothing between them. She linked all this with the appearance of Miley, because of whom he stopped considering Bella literate and worthy of himself. Katie could only do what she could while watching her friend's expression change, afraid to even imagine what she was thinking at any given moment. The next phrase about Jack not being good enough to be with her, the girl said out loud, which generally pleased her companion, who highly praised the return of Bella's brain to normal functioning. Deciding to change the subject, Katie brought up the Donovan Corporation. Of course, Bella had heard about the company that was leading the IT industry, rising to prominence in a short period of time. Well, her interlocutor suddenly announced that a couple of days ago she had discovered some very interesting information regarding this company. Bella wondered what interesting things she could have discovered. As she was looking through the job postings her family had picked out, she came across the names of the co-founders of the Donovan Corporation, including Jack Barnes. It seemed very strange that a guy from a poor family was a shareholder in such a huge company and was getting richer by the minute. The information was indeed worthwhile and sank deep into Bella's thoughts. And Katie already regretted that she had returned to the conversation about this young man, because her friend had gone into herself again, thinking this time that Jack was doing better in the matter of self-improvement, where with such a set of outstanding talents, this guy's future could be considered secure. Comparing Jack's achievements with her own, Bella realized that she was no good at all. She noted out loud that, in addition to this, the young man was also good at his studies, since at the moment he was the only one whose thesis the professor had accepted. Realizing where the girl was heading, her friend suggested finishing the meal, but Bella continued, calling Jack fair and always ready to help others. She didn't forget to mention how well the young man could cook. It was only after a minute that she finally realized that she was listing all of Jack's virtues out loud. Sitting opposite, Katie suddenly asked her friend if she was going to eat it all today. But she sat there red-faced because she had caught herself admiring Jack's virtues. And her good friend said that she managed to hear every word the girl said. Trying to wriggle out of it, Bella explained that these were all David's words, and that she heard them from him. Naturally, Katie didn't believe such a ridiculous explanation, understanding everything perfectly and blushing deeply. Her friend quickly noted that Katie herself could do with a bite to eat. Turning over one page after another, the young man noted to himself that everything was written incredibly touchingly. The young man understood that it was he who gave the girl the incentive to continue her work, which was amazing. And besides, in Miley's past life, he had never seen this work at all. What she managed to do literally chilled the guy to the very bones. And so, at last, the young man said to the girl, addressing her as Miss Stewart, that this work was simply delightful. She was very surprised by such a strange address, reminding Jack that she had long ago allowed him to call her simply by her first name. And then the guy had to apologize, explaining this appeal by the fact that he was too immersed in reading, forgetting about everything in the world. This stream of praise was very pleasant for the girl, who tried to stop her interlocutor, saying that he admired her work too much, which she certainly did not deserve. But then Jack grabbed the girl by the hand, saying with all sincerity that this was almost the best thing he had read in his entire life, and he was very glad that he lived at the same time as such a wonderful writer. Mentally concluding that Miley would definitely become even more popular than in his past life, he recommended that she submit this work for publication immediately. Carefully removing her hand from the fan's hands, the girl modestly stated that she felt a little awkward. Only now did the young man realize that he had shown too much emotion, because the book had really turned out to be very touching, now hoping that everything would be okay in the future. Meanwhile, Miley, blushing deeply, said that she had 3 different publishing houses in mind, but she couldn't yet choose which one to work with. Handing the guy a small piece of paper, she asked him to help her with her choice after reviewing the advantages and disadvantages of each of the publishing houses. Quickly running his eyes over the entries, Jack immediately noticed the Best Books publishing house, which almost no one had heard of now, but which in a few years would become incredibly popular. And now he was giving the girl an unobtrusive recommendation, saying that at this stage he would choose the least known publishing house, which would definitely print it for the lowest price and with high quality. And Miley understood his hints correctly, saying that in that case it was definitely Best Books. The young man was very surprised by such a quick decision, and asked why she accepted his recommendation so quickly and easily. To this, his interlocutor replied that Jack had always given her only good advice, and therefore she had no reason not to trust what he said. Meanwhile, Bella, who still couldn't calm down, forcefully put her chopsticks on the table, telling her friend that it was time for them to go, since she was full. It was noticeable that she didn't touch the food in front of her at all. When Katie pointed this out, she angrily stated that she was currently on a diet. Her friend didn't really believe this, just like she didn't believe the words she had said earlier about how she had heard about Jack's virtues from his friend. Rising from her seat and leaving the table, the girl very demonstratively walked past Jack and Miley, who were still talking. The color never left her face, and Bella's insides were literally filled with anger at this guy. Katie, who was following her, felt as if she could already physically sense her friend's mood. She just laughed to herself that Bella could be so jealous of this guy. Also paying attention to his friend's mood, Jack wondered why she was angry again. Noticing that the young man's thoughts were elsewhere, Miley asked him what had happened. To this, Jack asked his interlocutor to simply not pay attention to him, since he sometimes thinks about his own things. But completely different words reached Bella's ears, where she decided that the young man stated that there was no need to pay any attention to her at all. Only by clenching her fists tighter did Bella become increasingly enraged. Having reached the library, David suggested that his friend take the most comfortable seat. But he did not appreciate the gesture of goodwill, saying that before sitting down, he needed to take the necessary literature. And now he was heading towards one of the bookshelves of the university library. When he took out one of the books he needed, he was able to see what was happening on the opposite side of this shelf, where, not without surprise, the young man noticed Wendy sitting at the table and immersed in reading. At that very second he realized that this strange girl, whom he had just recently met, was also studying at this university. He immediately noticed that she was reading because his vision, improved after meditation and the breakthrough, allowed him to see everything from a great distance. The guy also mentally noted that the girl's taste was very, very unique. He walked around her from behind so that she didn't even notice his presence. And just like that, completely unnoticed by her, the young man sat down right next to his friend. Jack glanced to the side and began to read the first thing that caught his eye in the open book, where it seemed to him that the plot of this next novel with a fantastic twist was too twisted. Time passed, and the young man continued to sit next to the girl, who was immersed in reading. All this time, David was also waiting for his friend to return, and he was already very tired of this wait. Tired of sitting around doing nothing, the young man decided to go in search of his friend. At some point he saw Jack, who was sitting peacefully next to a young and rather attractive girl. Realizing that his friend had traded him for a girl, David decided that he would study on his own today. When Wendy finished reading, she closed the book, feeling the most pleasant sensations from what she had read. Only now did she notice that there was someone to her left. Glancing sideways and recognizing Jack, the girl was horrified. not understanding when this guy managed to come here and why he was sitting nearby at all. At that very second, her face began to turn red from the overwhelming embarrassment and not knowing what to do and say to the guy. All the girl's imagination could come up with was to cheerfully note that their meeting in the library was some kind of incredible coincidence. After greeting Wendy, the young man agreed that it was indeed an interesting coincidence. His friend was very touched by such a friendly and very pleasant greeting. Continuing the conversation, the young man asked how interesting the girl found the work she was reading, and Wendy replied that she actually liked the book very much. And when she asked what brought Jack himself to the library, he, of course, explained that he came here to help a friend with his thesis. Jack's next question was whether his interlocutor's thesis had been accepted, to which the girl modestly replied that her work had been accepted for defense. In this respect, she and Jack were similar, and now he was interested in what she planned to do after graduation. But his interlocutor had no answer to this question, since she had not yet decided where to go next. With a shaking hand, Wendy said that her father always told her that she should do what she wanted, but the observant young man could not understand why she was so nervous. Then the girl suddenly thanked him for communicating with her so well. She also remembered the time when the guy helped her by walking her to the location of the toilet. Jack didn't want to remember this at all, because he felt like some kind of pervert then. As Wendy ended the conversation, she said she would continue reading. Looking at the girl from the side, the young man once again noted that she was simply very modest, which is why it was so difficult for her to communicate. And suddenly his interlocutor asked the guy whether he liked reading books himself. Jack always loved to read, and so he answered the question positively. The next question from Wendy was whether he was familiar with the work of the new writer Miley Stewart. The young man never expected to hear a question about his good friend, whose work he adored from his previous life. Well, the girl continued, saying that this writer also studies at the same university as them. Jack couldn't believe the coincidence that both the creator herself and two fans of her work studied at the same university. Having decided to behave calmly so as not to scare the girl away with his fanaticism, the young man noted that he had already managed to read several of her works. Then Wendy asked the guy what he had read that he liked the most. After listing some of the most famous works to date, Jack said he liked a lot of them, but he named his favorite work as a book called Waves. And as soon as he said this, his young interlocutor suddenly began to literally sob, leaving the guy completely amazed. Looking at the crying girl, Jack couldn't figure out what he had said or done wrong. Not knowing the reason for her tears, the young man could not find any solution to stop them. And so he asked the girl to explain what had just happened to her. And she, through tears, declared that Jack had become her first soulmate who understood the Book of the Wave. The guy couldn't believe that she was shedding tears just because he read the same thing as she did. And then Wendy added that many of her friends had read this book, but no one could understand it. And now the girl has already invited her interlocutor to become one of her closest friends. Noticing that it was rare to find such like-minded people in life, Jack accepted the offer of friendship. The guy liked the completely childish behavior of this unusual girl, with whom fate itself brought him together. Well, Wendy herself was very pleased that she now had a new great friend. Deciding that now was the time, the young man said that he knew Miley Stewart personally, and if his new girlfriend didn't mind, the three of them could meet. Of course, upon hearing such a proposal, the girl literally beamed in front of her interlocutor, and when asked whether he was joking, Jack once again confirmed that he personally knew this writer. The girl was so overwhelmed with happiness that she literally threw herself into the arms of her new friend. Feeling the girl's firm breasts pressed against his body, Jack felt a strong sense of embarrassment, reminding her that they were in a public place. By the time Wendy finished the hug, Jack's face had managed to turn quite red. His interlocutor was also a little embarrassed by her violent reaction and blushed, and so she asked the guy for permission to call him only by his first name, as is proper for friends. Still very confused, Jack gave her his permission, but hesitantly. The guy had already begun to have all sorts of thoughts when he looked at the girl, whose chest was just pressed against his body, and in order to drive them away, he even had to turn away. After some time, the young man returned to the hostel, already going to his room. He had a persistent feeling that he had forgotten to do something in the library, and then he heard the not very pleased voice of his neighbor, who asked the guy to look at his watch if he had one. The young man was so surprised that he even dropped the bag he had been holding in his hand. But it wasn't David's words that came as a surprise, but the realization that he, infatuated with Wendy, had completely forgotten that he had come to the library to help a friend. But as it turned out, he wasn't at all upset that Jack didn't help him with his diploma. But the young man nevertheless began to apologize for today, citing business and saying that tomorrow he would definitely help his friend. But David didn't believe in the matter at all, immediately noticing that Jack had simply forgotten about him, which didn't need to be denied. But after that, he changed the subject, asking how things went with his new girlfriend, who was already his third in recent times after Bella and Miley, where David noted that his friend apparently decided to make up for the lost time of several years in the relationship in a few months. Without explaining anything to his friend, the young man said again that he would help David with his diploma tomorrow. After a while, as Jack had promised, he was sitting at the table with his friends Miley and Wendy. Not believing her luck, Wendy sat very modestly, looking down at the floor and afraid to utter even one sound. Jack immediately noticed that this young girl was very scared to meet her idol, and then he decided to take action, turning to Miley and telling her that his friend, sitting opposite her, really wanted to get an autograph, but was shy, to which she immediately stated that she saw no problem with this, asking the girl where she should sign. Clutching the book to herself and blushing deeply, Wendy replied that the writer could sign anywhere on the book. And then, putting the book aside and exposing the upper part of her chest, she added that she would also like an autograph on her body. Miley was very embarrassed, not expecting such a frank statement at all. After some time, the girls were already communicating like real close friends, leaving the one who introduced them out of work. At some point, Wendy invited her new friend to visit her, including to evaluate the collection of her own works that she was collecting, and which already occupied 3 shelves. Miley couldn't understand where the girl got so many of her books from, since she'd only published a few books. To this, Wendy explained that she kept several copies of some of the writer's books. Jack couldn't believe he had met such an ardent fan of his favorite writer. When the get-together was over, the first to leave the company was Miley, who still had to stop by the publishing house. Over the moon, Wendy offered to call a taxi for the writer, which she politely declined. As a parting word, she said that if her new friend wanted to buy her new books, she could now simply contact her. After listening to her idol, the girl became even more immersed in her most pleasant feelings, idolizing this wonderful girl. Jack, who was not interfering in this dialogue, mentally noted that this fan was even cooler than him. Soon a taxi arrived, which Miley had called for herself. She said goodbye to her friends, and Wendy, pleased with the day, wished her a good journey. When they were alone, the girl warmly thanked Jack for introducing her to Miley, and when she said that she was very glad to find such good friends, the young man emphasized to himself that she really considered him her best friend. Then he noticed that the girl clearly wanted to say something, but couldn't bring herself to say it. And finally, she said that if the young man ever needed help, he could always confidently turn to her. It was very pleasant for him, and the young man thanked his girlfriend. But overall, he was very glad that he was able to find another person devoted to him in this life. Looking at his friend's flushed and cheerful face, he hoped that everything would be fine for her in the future. Those outside the university buildings could clearly hear the countdown, which was conducted by a male voice. It was a photographer who had been invited to take a photo of the university's graduating class. Having received a group photo, the young man noted to himself that the second time he graduated from this educational institution, everything went almost exactly the same as the last time. The main and significant difference was that this time the picture included a professor who had survived thanks to Jack's efforts. The young man was sincerely glad that the man did not die, and hoped that his entire future life would be filled only with happiness. At some point, it was Albert who distracted the guy from his thoughts about the past and the future. Coming closer, the professor said that if Jack ever needed help, he could always turn to him. Having thanked the man, the young man said that the man could always count on him. Albert was very pleased to know that there was someone who cared about him and was always ready to help. Having confirmed that he would always be there, the guy thought to himself that he respected the man and would not forget his lectures. And then he said something he heard from some guy on TV, saying that in life there are ups and downs, but he will always try to remain the one who can take any blow and get back up. This was said with such pomposity that a few seconds later the guy had to apologize to the man for his behavior. Well, Professor McDowell thought to himself that he would never forget this guy's words about how any difficulties must be overcome, and so he said his parting words about how there really would be many difficulties in life, but he was absolutely sure that Jack would cope with them. After listening to the young man promised that this is exactly how it would be. The next person Jack spoke to was his friend David, who thanked the guy for helping him with his thesis. He promised he would do so when Jack urged him to join his father's business and help it grow. After which, David started talking about the fact that they needed to agree with their classmates and fellow students to meet at certain intervals. After all, before they lived in the same dorm, but now they will disperse all over the country, and maybe even all over the world, in different directions. He once again tried to cling to his friend, but he pushed him away, saying that mobile communications were developing by leaps and bounds, and very soon it would not be a problem to communicate via video at any time. After all, they are best friends, and therefore they will definitely not be able to get lost in this life and will always be close. Having finished speaking, the young man suddenly looked at his comrade with a strange look, where this look really scared the guy, who decided that Jack would now attack him with his fists. But he soon realized that there was no danger, and stated that he would like to spend some more time with his roommate. Looking at this strangely disposed guy, Jack mentally noted that in that life, for some reason, he did not notice his strange behavior, and now he was sending his annoying friend far away, rewarding him with a good kick in the ass. David's fears came true, and he lay on the ground, confused. But it was not aggression, but a friendly kick, after which Jack, with a smile on his face, wished his friend to reach the highest heights in life, mentally promising the guy to come to the rescue when difficulties arise. These were very pleasant words for David, who noted that they literally brought tears to his eyes. Wishing Jack to get a star from the sky, he extended his hand to his friend. After shaking it, his friend said that they both should try hard for a bright and happy future. The man sitting at the table tried to smile as he listened to complaints about the housing where people were being relocated. The crowd of men were very indignant about the fact that they had lived in their houses for decades and did not want any other housing. Attacking the only representative of the developer company, they demanded that he give them an explanation of what was happening. Jack carefully made his way through the crowd, every now and then asking forgiveness from the next protester standing in his way. When he was able to pass, he immediately sat down at the table and began to fill out some documents, which after some time he handed to the man sitting opposite him. One of the protesters was keenly interested in what kind of documents the guy had decided to sign, but instead of an answer to his question, he heard congratulations from a company representative, who said that Jack would receive compensation and the right to choose new housing. One of the protesting women immediately began to pull the guy aside, saying that he should fight for his rights at least a little. After all, he sold his property without bargaining and for too low a price. But the young man had no intention of turning the deal around, explaining to the woman that he had already made his decision and would not back down. Then he noted that the situation in the world of real estate is changing dramatically now, where it is more profitable to get rid of old real estate, receive compensation and new housing. He added that this new housing will increase in price over time, which will only benefit everyone. But the conservatives stood their ground, declaring that they had lived longer than the guy and knew for sure that the deal was not worth it. After listening to the man, the young man only grinned, without even trying to convince him of anything. Turning around, he calmly walked away from the place where he no longer had anything to do. Well, the one who argued with him began to loudly declare that this guy had lost everything himself and was trying to drag others down with him. However, another of the protesters was able to find sense in what Jack was now saying about profit, but he immediately encountered a negative reaction from others, who urged him not to follow the lead of this illiterate youth. Without getting involved in all these disputes, the young man calmly left the room, satisfied with the deal he had made. A month passed from that moment, where the guy, as usual, sat and meditated under one of the trees. He was distracted by a phone call in which he received an offer to come and choose a property for himself. The young man was very surprised that everything happened so quickly. And then they explained to him that this was a bonus from the company to all those who made concessions without any problems and sold their previous real estate for demolition and development, which was a very big pleasant surprise for Jack, promising a solid profit in the future. Almost with tears in his eyes, he stated that very soon he would be able to become an incredibly rich man. After finishing his meditation, the young man walked through the park, thinking that having information about the future really helps in earning income. At some point, he came across two elderly men who were sitting playing Go. The young man noticed that one of them was deeply immersed in the gameplay. He took only a quick glance at the field, then walked over and showed where the next move would be best. One of the players tried to protest about the hints, but the one who was hinted to quickly stated that he did not mind at all. Jack apologized, where he didn't really want to give any hints. He was simply too happy about some positive events in his life, where he was already dreaming about how he could significantly expand all his business with the profits from real estate. Meanwhile, the player whom the guy had helped, having calculated the next moves, was truly amazed. After all, such a seemingly simple move completely changed the entire strategy of the game, inevitably leading him to victory. After which he suggested to his partner to cancel the move that the young man had suggested. Otherwise, it would be a completely unfair game. Jack walked away as the players argued about how at first one of them was not against helping during the game, but then suddenly changed his mind. Having received his first profit, the young man quite calmly gave a whole million to found a federation of dance sports and fitness. There were many people in the world who had millions, but almost no one was ready to simply give away $1 million, essentially, to charity. After that, there was a lot of talk about the identity of the person who was so willing to give away a whole million, where some came to the conclusion that the benefactor's grandfather loved to dance, and therefore the guy made the investment as if in memory of him. Journalists wanted to interview this rich man, but the Federation refused to reveal his identity. Reading in the newspapers about the Federation he had discovered, the young man mentally noted that after some time, this would become one of the most popular directions not only in the country, but also in the world. For the next 6 months, the young man diligently practiced meditation and self-improvement. At the same time, he was developing a strategy for running his business and getting maximum benefit. Sitting as always in the back passenger seat next to Jack, Bella silently watched him read. She caught the news about how a certain young millionaire had invested in the opening of an entire federation. Opposite Evelyn, who was concentrating her energy, a certain man sat and waited for answers to the questions posed. The session was not yet over when Jack entered the room. As he approached, the young man began to feel as if he knew the man sitting opposite his mentor. When he got very close, he recognized his old friend Caleb Donovan. The man himself was also very surprised by the appearance in this place of the one who raised his company to the skies. Looking at each other, each thought about his own, where Caleb immediately correlated the guy's talents with his personal acquaintance with Evelyn. Now he was absolutely sure that the higher powers themselves had sent this wonderful guy to him. But then he returned to his question, turning to the girl and asking if she could say anything. And she said that for the next 20 years, a man doesn't have to worry about success. The specific time frame mentioned greatly worried Caleb, who immediately jumped up with a question about what would happen after that. Anticipating the complete collapse of his company, the man asked fearfully about what kind of crisis awaited him. He was ready to pay anything just to get advice on how to cope with the impending disaster. Noting that it was not about money, Evelina added that it would simply be necessary to overcome the adversity that had befallen them over time. At this point, the conversation ended, and the teacher instructed her student to escort the guest. Caleb tried to find out something else from the girl, but Jack said that she would not tell him anything else, suggesting that they go to the exit, where they would have the opportunity to talk along the way. The man immediately realized that another great man would now come to see him off, from whom he could also obtain useful information. And so he first apologized to Evelina for being importunate, and then expressed gratitude for her help. As they were walking down the steps, and he asked the guy if he could predict the future, he calmly stated that in 20 years, the company would indeed have serious problems. Then his companion asked him to clarify what exactly awaited him and what kind of problems he should prepare for. But Jack did not reveal the events of the future, saying only that the cause would be formed from many events that would occur over the next 2 decades. He also added that he couldn't tell everything, since his interlocutor would have to learn a lot on his own. But he still wanted to know the reason for the impending catastrophe, and what he could do to prevent it. Then Jack simply had to say that he didn't really know as much as Caleb might think, emphasizing that he wasn't on the team. This made the man wonder where he had realized that the young man had definitely not said those last words just like that, but was hinting at something. Having put all this into his head for a bit, the man sincerely thanked the young man for his attitude. Grabbing the boy by the hand, he began to call him his master, asking permission to call him simply by his first name. Trying to free his hand from this grip, Jack tried to explain to the man that he would never leave a man in trouble. Saying that he didn't have much time today, Jack suggested that his interlocutor continue the conversation another time, after which Caleb thanked the guy again and apologized for his excessive persistence. After this, the head of the Donovan Corporation headed away, where it was immediately obvious that his mood had changed significantly for the worse. His thoughts revolved around what could happen in the future in 20 years. Understanding the man's mood, Jack wished him a safe journey back. He wanted to go back to his mentor, but then his impulse was stopped by Bella, who appeared next to him. The girl announced to him that over the next 6 months, she was going to engage in self-improvement in this place. The young man became thoughtful when she asked him about his plans for the near future. After some thought, the young man replied that he also planned to engage in development, as well as try to help Bella with stagnation. He then added that he now needed to return to his mentor in order to continue his studies. The girl was already grateful to him for his willingness to help solve her problems. Bella herself understood perfectly well that at present she could only overcome the stagnation that had formed through paired exercises. And then it dawned on her that before the guy had rejected her, paying attention to other girls, but now for some reason his position had changed. This realization sent her into a real rage, to the point where she completely stopped understanding what he was planning. The young man was awakened by a ray of sun shining directly on his face. Opening his eyes, the young man immediately jumped up from his modest bed, seeing that he was no longer alone. Looking at the girl sitting next to him, he asked her how long she had been watching him sleep. But she suddenly reminded the guy of how he had discussed with Caleb Donovan yesterday what would happen to his company in 20 years. And when the guy asked how she found out about this, Evelina explained that they were discussing it too loudly. But right after that, the mentor suddenly asked the guy whether he was a clairvoyant or just reincarnated, where such simple frankness led the young man into complete confusion. Without answering the question, the young man tried to understand how she was able to understand everything so quickly. After a few seconds, Jack said he could explain everything to her rationally, but she suddenly declared that in fact it didn't really matter, where the main thing was that he was now her student. Listening to Evelina, the young man mentally noted that even in such a situation, his interlocutor maintained excellent composure. And then the girl praised the young man for not telling Caleb the details of his future, since everyone must walk their own path. After all, if something goes wrong, even she won't be able to eliminate the consequences of wrong decisions and actions. Jack sincerely thanked the girl for her wise advice and attitude towards him. He also wondered if there could be others like him in the world, since Evelina was not at all surprised that he could be reincarnated. As she was leaving, the mentor told the boy to have breakfast and then come to see her to continue training. Thanking the girl once again, Jack mentally rejoiced that today he would be able to learn something new for himself. But at some point, Evelina suddenly stopped, blushing deeply and saying that it wouldn't hurt for the guy to get dressed as well. Only now did Jack notice that all this time he had been completely naked in front of the girl. Feeling incredibly embarrassed, the young man covered himself with a pillow as quickly as he could, apologizing to the girl. The place where the young man arrived was incredibly beautiful and picturesque. John stood and looked around in search of Evelina, who had told him to come here. He didn't immediately notice how someone appeared behind him, preparing to attack. But a moment later, the young man felt a powerful energy blow. This impact was enough to make him start to lose his balance, where, after a few seconds, the young man was already emerging from the water into which he had successfully and reluctantly plunged. Instantly becoming enraged, the young man began to quickly look around, trying to find his offender. Not finding anyone, he loudly shouted to the coward to show himself to him immediately. But the answer was the same silence that surrounded him before this strange attack in the back. Assessing his skills, the young man mentally assumed that few could pass by him unnoticed. The only thing that could happen was if someone decided to set a trap for the mentor herself. The young man immediately assumed a determined look, noting that no one would be able to pass by him and harm the girl. But a moment later, he saw the man who had so suddenly attacked him, which greatly surprised the guy, who never expected that it would be his mentor. Well, Evelina noted that if someone had really decided to set a trap for him, the guy would already be dead. The girl then explained that when she herself was just beginning to develop, her teacher gave her exactly the same test. After that, she asked the guy if it hurt when she hit him. Taking on a completely unperturbed appearance, the young man replied that he had not felt anything at all. But a moment later, his whole body began to shake, and he himself could hardly contain the scream in his throat. After all, the girl who approached him touched the place from which the energy of the blow came out, which caused the young man incredibly severe pain. After which, Evelina noted that she would help the guy heal and become stronger. Before the training began, she took a promise from the young man that on his path to developing super skills, he would never engage in indecent activities, such as robbery and burglary. The mentor also emphasized that one must always be on guard with everyone, reminding the young man of how she had struck him from behind today. While the young man was listening to everything the girl was telling him, his gaze involuntarily fell on her chest, down which thin streams of water were flowing. Urging himself to give up such thoughts, Jack closed his eyes so as not to see this temptation. But then the girl suddenly approached the guy, pressing her gorgeous breasts to his body. One of the girl's hands lay on the young man's back, and he only had time to notice how two elastic hills were pleasantly pressing on his chest. Jack could hardly contain himself, where thoughts were already flashing through his head that his mentor was simply a gorgeous girl with whom it would be nice to spend time more closely. Even without opening his eyes, so as not to succumb to unnecessary temptation, the young man reminded himself that he was here first and foremost for the sake of development. And then the girl spoke, saying that she had brought Jack here in order to strengthen his physical body, which was still weak. After all, development requires the improvement of not only the spirit, but also the body, without which all further efforts will be useless. Recalling how he had already made a breakthrough in development after bathing in the spring, Evelina added that now he needed to consolidate his success and move on. Well, the young man himself only breathed a sigh of relief when his mentor's chest stopped pressing against him. But then his interlocutor announced that they would have a pair training session today. after which she suddenly began to take off her clothes, exposing her beautiful body to the young man and saying that today they would have a special kind of training. A moment later, the girl was already in front of the guy in only her underwear. She literally drove Jack crazy, who mentally literally screamed that he was, after all, first and foremost a man, and therefore the girl should behave more modestly. But then, leaving the guy behind, Evelina suddenly headed towards the stones onto which the water falling from above was descending. Sitting down right under the sweat of the water, the girl asked the young man why he was still standing aside. Blushing, the young man replied that he was simply thinking about something, of course without revealing the real reason why he was still standing in water up to his chest. Jack noticed to himself that his mentor did not take his masculinity into account at all. When his insides calmed down a little after the strong excitement, he finally began to undress, deciding not to be embarrassed about anything, just like Evelina. Very soon he joined his teacher, sitting down right under the falling streams of water. Of course, this was not the most pleasant procedure, with Jack constantly casting sidelong glances at the girl sitting next to him. But she sat as if no water existed at all. The young man's eyes caught the way the streams of water were running down Evelina's face and chest. But he quickly brought his thoughts back on track, wondering how she managed to ignore the water hitting her head with such force. Time passed, and soon the sun gradually began to disappear behind the horizon. But the practitioners continued their unusual training. At some point, Evelina opened her eyes, announcing that the exercises were over for today. This was incredibly joyful news for Jack, who had experienced the most real hellish torment during this time. And the girl noted to herself that the guy was really unusual, where no one could last even an hour the first time. Well, Jack managed to sit under the waterfall for several hours in a row. Realizing the abilities that the young man possessed, the girl felt an incredible sense of pride for her student. Looking at the naked guy, she thought that perhaps there would be no one equal to him. But suddenly Jack, who had been sitting silently all this time, began to fall over, and soon found himself in the water in exactly the same position in which he had been sitting for several hours. Opening his eyes, the young man was surprised to find himself in a room. He felt his whole body as if he had been doing heavy exercise non-stop all night. He felt and experienced intense pain in literally every muscle in his body. Suddenly he saw Bella standing next to him, who told him that his mentor had brought him here with a strong fever. Of course, the guy felt very uncomfortable because the girl had to drag him to the bed. Well, his interlocutor continued, saying that she had no intention of taking care of him. But Jack's temperature was almost 40 degrees and was not going down. Bella made a strong point that if it weren't for her care, the guy could have long ago given up the ghost and gone to his forefathers. Smiling, the young man expressed his sincere gratitude to the girl, where she clearly didn't expect that he would just say thank you to her for her efforts. But without showing her feelings too much, she began to talk about how Jack turned out to be weak, not having survived even one training session. And the young man listening to her had absolutely no idea what to answer. With her next gesture, the girl suddenly threw a wet towel at the guy, recommending that he pump up before he actually died from the strain. Despite such a gesture, Bella looked much calmer today than usual, which surprised the guy. As he sprawled out on the bed again, he came to the conclusion that she must have been affected by his words earlier. This was very good, because one could count on the fact that she would no longer run after him. After 2 days, his temperature dropped completely, the body ache stopped, which allowed him to return to an active lifestyle. But the mentor has not yet announced where and when his next training will take place. After thinking about how he had survived his first training session, the young man came to the conclusion that it was not so scary, because rebirth was a much more serious process. A few minutes later, he was already dressed and ready to leave the room in which he had spent several days. Arriving at the place where the training with the mentor was taking place, he discovered that someone was already training there. As it turned out, it was Bella, who was sitting calmly under the streams of water falling on her head. Hiding, Jack thought about how she could do this practice with her channels blocked. After watching the girl for a while, he decided not to disturb her and to go jogging. But suddenly he noticed how Bella finished her practice, abruptly rising to her feet, deciding that she noticed him. Carefully turning around, he mentally noted that he had to somehow explain that he had not been peeping at the practically naked girl, but had stumbled upon her by accident. But then he realized that Bella had not seen him because for some reason she had turned to face the huge boulder. Watching her raise her hand above her head, Jack tried to guess what she was going to do. The last thing that could come to his mind was that Bella would now cut through this stone in one movement. Watching what was happening, the guy could not believe that this girl had some channels blocked. She had such incredible power that Jack decided that he had not just been reborn, but had ended up in another world with another Bella. Continuing to hide behind the rock, he watched to see what she would do next. Well, then the girl began the most ordinary strength training, where the first exercise was push-ups. But not only did she do one-arm push-ups, Bella did them with incredible speed, which once again left the secret observer in a state of shock. Once she had completed her push-up quota, she switched to an abdominal exercise. Every time the girl bent her body, the abs on her stomach became more visible. The speed of this exercise also made Jack wonder when Bella had managed to turn into such a pumped-up beast. After all, even he was still very, very far from achieving such results. Having completed another exercise, Bella straightened up, noting out loud that the progress in her development had become obvious. After which the girl walked calmly towards the water. Once in the right place, she suddenly pulled her underwear down right in front of the young man. And in a couple of seconds she was already completely naked, not even suspecting that this show had one secret viewer. And when she began to bask under the streams of the waterfall, Jack forced himself to turn away. He thought about how Bella must have had to work hard with her modest level of development to achieve the results she had today. The only explanation was that the girl most likely trained in secret from everyone and more than was required of her. Leaving the girl alone, Jack headed away, deciding for himself that he too needed to start making more of an effort. As planned, he decided to go jogging, but at some point in his simple training, he met Evelina on his way. Noticing where the guy was running from, the mentor asked him if he had seen Bella's training. Answering positively, Jack added that only today did he realize that he had not known this girl at all before. Now he mentally reproached himself for his thoughts, where he considered her a simple girl with a very narrow outlook, who does not see anything around her except herself. And Evelina, standing in front of him, handed the guy a handkerchief so that he could wipe away the sweat that had appeared on his forehead. As they continued on their way together, the mentor told them how Bella was constantly told that she would not be able to achieve anything in development, and how she refuted this with her persistence in training. Only now did the young man begin to look at this girl from a completely different angle. After all, in his past life he noticed her and fell in love just when she won a running competition. But at that time, and with that set of his worthless qualities, he was simply unworthy of being with her. And the mentor added that she told all this not to make the guy feel sorry for Bella, but to understand how stubborn she is, even though she is sometimes rude. When she finished, Jack said that he too now found the motivation to put even more effort into his training. The very next day, with the first rooster's crow, the young man began to train his physical body. He climbed mountains, trained with dumbbells and other weights on his body. And after a month of such training, Jack was able to achieve significant results in the development of his physical beginnings. Wiping away the sweat, he prepared for the next exercise, where he had to do about 500 push-ups. But he was distracted from his training by a phone call from Donovan, who couldn't stop thinking about the misfortune that would befall him in 20 years. He asked the guy for some more accurate forecasts or advice, for which he was ready to give him about 20% of the company's shares, but Jack calmly stated that he was not interested. And when he reminded him that money is not the most important thing in a person's life, Caleb could not help but agree, asking for forgiveness for his proposal. The man also expressed his hope that in the heat of emotion he did not manage to offend the one who helped him so much. Noting that this was all mere nonsense, the young man at the same time asked his interlocutor to listen to him carefully. Anticipating receiving some very valuable information, he became completely attentive. And so Jack said that a man and his business need to live in the present, thinking about today's problems and development methods, and not about what might happen in 20 years. To this, Caleb replied that he understood everything perfectly, and would do exactly as Jack told him, mentally rejoicing at least some concrete advice. And the young man continued, noting that it would be good for the man to organize the possibility of free delivery of products to customers, which would greatly increase their loyalty. He also added that everything will be fine if Caleb strictly follows the intended goals. Having wished them not to rush anywhere and to think through every step, the young man ended the conversation. Putting the phone aside, the head of the Donovan Corporation himself mentally thanked his savior for yet another piece of wisdom. And a second later, a real revelation came to him. As he approached the window of his office, he thought that he simply needed to care more about the common good, rather than the good of his wallet, which would benefit everyone. A few minutes later, the young man, in a one-armed push-up position, was already counting down 371 push-ups. And then the legs of the mentor appeared before his eyes, and she asked the guy if he was ready for today's training. The girl explained that if he passed today's test successfully, he would be able to rise to another level in his development. But if he failed, he would have to train many times more. Having made it clear that he was absolutely ready for the next test, Jack was still hesitant inside. remembering how the last time he had spent several days in bed. And so Evelina told him to get dressed and follow her. And when the young man said that he had not yet met the physical fitness standard, she said that he would be able to finish after the test. After some time, Evelina brought her student to a rather gloomy place. In order to open the door, the girl extended her hand, using her special skills. And when the door disappeared, a long corridor with very dim lighting appeared before the young man's eyes. While he stood and watched, the teacher explained that his task was to reach the end without being caught by the beast. While the young man was turning around, she added that it would be better for the guy if he wasn't caught. After which, with a rather casual movement of her leg, the girl literally pushed Jack inside. Looking at his mentor with fear, the young man wondered what might happen if the monster did catch him. Looking around, he noticed that there was no one nearby yet and he could move forward. But the happiness did not last long, where at some point the guy noticed movement in front of him, where from the darkest corner of the corridor a huge white tiger with burning eyes emerged into the light. When the beast growled upon seeing its victim, the young man tried to calm it down with words. But it was hardly possible to explain anything in words to a wild animal, from which Jack would soon run away. Suddenly, he received a message that he had to reach the finish line within 30 minutes, otherwise he would be punished. The situation was clearly not in the guy's favor, where not only was a huge beast chasing him, but there was also a set time for passing the test, with an unknown punishment for failure. Soon the corridor ended, and Jack discovered in horror that he would have to move further along some kind of log located at a sharp angle. Having overcome part of the route with the log, the guy then had to show considerable dexterity, dodging sharp objects swinging in different directions. When he reached the section where he had to jump from one column to another, the young man noticed that he had managed to get into excellent shape in a month. When he was told that he had 10 minutes left to pass the test, the guy noted that he could not fail under any circumstances, because the punishment could be death, which might not end in a new reincarnation. However, the guy's head was also constantly filled with the mentor's phrase about how he shouldn't let the beast catch him. And the tiger just managed to almost catch up with the guy while he was reading the message and thinking. After a powerful throw, the beast struck with its paw, but Jack managed to dodge this mortal danger. Exhaling heavily, the young man cast a quick glance at the one chasing him. Without hesitating for a second, he rushed on, already discerning the silhouette of his mentor in front of him. Delighted that the finish was already very close, he tried to speed up as much as he could. Well, the tiger was literally on the young man's heels, not retreating from its goal of catching its prey. Opening his fanged mouth, he was about to swallow the guy, but then Evelina announced the end of the test, after which the beast literally dissolved into thin air, heading into the same oblivion from which it had emerged. Well, the girl, pleased with herself and her student, congratulated him on successfully passing another test, already knowing what her boyfriend would now ask her.